Hello and welcome. Yesterday made it exactly 3 years since Nigeria swore in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as their president. How has he been for you? How has he been? 3 years. 1 more year to go. And he's running for re-election. How do you rate the last 3 years? That's a question that Nigerians were asked all through yesterday, all through the week, to find out how they felt about Tinubu's governance in the last 3 years. On the show, we are going to allow you to be part of that conversation, to tell us what you think has been the record of the president in the last 3 years as the leader of the biggest, not the biggest in landmass, but the most populous Black nation on earth. He's running for re-election, so it's very important that you weigh his performance before you decide whether to vote for him again to lead the country. Let me show you little videos. There are videos of Nigerians who are already making their assessment of the president, how he did in the last few years, and what they think about him. Let's watch one of them.
Brought evil to this country. He knows nothing about governance. He knows nothing about leadership. All he knows is to borrow and share the money to the few and impoverish the masses. And you are here telling us that the healing of Nigeria, Somebody called you that my leg broke. The next thing you do, you broke the second leg. And you are telling me that I should have patience. When you have broke the two legs, even the hand, you have broke it. And somebody is telling that you should continue. It's only a fool that will allow Tinubu to continue second tenor. If Tinubu first tenor can be like this, hey, let me say we'll go enter fire next year. And I tell the truth.
So Tinubu will win this?
God forbid. He never won the first one. But the only thing is that we didn't defend our vote. He never won an election. Tinubu does not have 5% of Nigerians. That's the truth. He never won the first one. But this time around, we are going to defend our vote. And anybody in INEC that think that he will come here and tell us, especially those coppers, that they didn't give you something to upload our result, we are going to beat you. So don't come. Don't come.
All right.
Professor Ibrahim, as he marks 3 years in office, President Tinubu says the fundamentals are improving. The exchange rate has stabilized, foreign reserves have strengthened, the stock market is booming, and rating agencies like S&P, Fitch, and Moody's have upgraded Nigeria's outlook. But many Nigerians say life has never been harder. So which reality should matter more politically? The macroeconomic numbers or the lived experience of millions of ordinary Nigerians?
My feeling has always been that great narratives about achievements that do not translate into improved conditions of living remain what they are, narratives that do not mean much to the people of the country. If in a 4-year tenure, after 3 years, you are saying the indicators are positive, even if lived reality is one of misery and suffering, then you have lost the argument. I don't find it convincing at this stage, having gone through 3/4 of the tenure, to make the case that foreign observers, some foreign observers, are telling you you are doing well. My sense of democracy is that it's your citizens who tell you whether their lives are improving. And any ability to listen to what Nigerians are saying would be very clear in its verdict that the life they experience for the majority of them is one of misery and suffering. But it's not only that they live a life of misery and suffering, but they see the other side, the tiny minority in power, live a life of opulence, self-aggrandizement, and an attitude to accumulation that's completely self-serving. That, for me, cannot be a positive sign.
All right, that's Professor Jubril. Let's also see what happened in the last time. We just concluded, I think, yesterday, the primaries of the political parties, and they've elected their candidates. Some of them have two presidential candidates, but essentially they've done the primaries. We saw last week what the APC did. ADC, we saw their own this week, and there's not much difference in the way they calculated and counted votes. But let's see some of the actions behind the scene. Let's watch this. That's how low we've gone. That's how low we've gone. Meat. Poverty, the degree of poverty. Look at the hand they are using to distribute meat to people. The indignity. Meanwhile, remember there were kids and teachers still in the forest while Nigerians were, some of them celebrating. Let's take a look.
Good morning, class.
Good morning, ma. We are happy to see you, ma. God bless you, ma. Amen.
Please listen to your names for attendance. Rashida Tajuddin.
Absent, ma.
Tobade Michael.
Absent, ma.
Ahmed Ramoni.
Absent, ma.
Olarewaju Aino.
Absent, ma.
Deborah Adebowale.
Absent, ma.
Damilare Oderinde.
Absent, ma.
I felt this was very powerful. We forget that there are kids in forests somewhere in Nigeria, teachers, for more than 2 weeks. And the government is moving on as if nothing happened. What part of the world would that be? What kind of man's inhumanity? I don't get it. He made one man to make this video.
Over 40 Yoruba indigenes, mostly children and including a 2-month-old baby, is still being aired by the Islamic jihadists, and the government has not been able to find solution to it. Over the weekend, Another 15 were carted away like property. 3 were killed at Ekiti local government of Kwara State. The government hasn't seen this thing important because we are Yoruba people. It does not matter. You can mash it, anything can happen. Nothing's going to happen. This is what I'm asking. Is Tinubu a Yoruba man? I doubt that man is a Yoruba man. Over the weekend, Sunday Igboho went to SAOK, local government, not to go and drive away bandits, but to use force to go and grab land. As far as I saw on last week, the delusionals among you are saying Sunday Igboho is the way. How can a criminal, a political underworld enforcer, Ijanduku Oloshelu, can be the Messiah? Sunday Igboho should be looked after very well, Nigeria. I am not saying it's behind the problem in Nigeria, back contract security, but that is what he's known for. Sunday Igboho is nothing but a mere piece of criminal, and we must not continue to make him as a messiah. It's not a messiah. It's a mere criminal being hired by rich Yoruba people to oppress Yoruba people. 2 million still waiting. Anybody to buy more history of Babawa Tinubu, Ogbuato.
Now, what about the governors? What about elected officials? What have they done to show that this is serious, this is unacceptable? I know that the teachers in Oyo State have been protesting, but it has not made any impact within the political class. What have they done to show that children could be theirs, are there in forests for more than 2 weeks, and we continued to live as if nothing happened? Few last things before I round up. I saw, at the beginning of this administration 3 years ago, the Vice President Shetima said he will be in charge of security, while Tinubu will take care of the economy. And we found, or someone found, a video of him when he was governor crying over security in his state. It was urgent at that point. Right now, it doesn't seem as if it's still urgent.
Your Excellency, we came with some observations and 10 specific requests for urgent presidential intervention. These observations and requests are products of discussions in the aftermath of our extraordinary security meeting held 1 week ago. We didn't rush to come after the meeting. We felt the need to travel to northern Borno, interact with displaced persons and the military so as to strengthen public confidence. I will seek the understanding of journalists by not making public any of our observations and 10 requests. They are matters of security, which we hope to discuss with Mr. President in a closed-door session.
That was when he was governor. Right now, there's no urgency. We don't see it. There's no need to reassure the public. There's no visits to victims. Hardly happens. All right. One last thing. This week, Gowon's biography, My Life, was published, where he told his story in 881 pages. It also happens to be May 30th. Today happens to be what is known as, for the Biafrans, Memorial Day. They remember their heroes and heroines, those that died, Remembrance Day, those that died during the tragic Nigerian Biafra Civil War of 1967 to 1970. Let me play a video of the leader of the Biafran country, the country of Biafra, Emeka Odemegwu, speaking about Gowon during those days.
It is clear to me that what my good friend turned bandit Gawan is planning there is purely to get a group of men round the oil terminal and then to shake the managers of the oil companies by the scruff of the neck and demand money.
All right, and here is Gowon explaining what happened at Aburi in Ghana, where there was an effort then to stop the country from going into a civil war. Let's watch.
Well, I think that is the interpretation that we don't know whether that accord was the actual final result which determined was not to be done until after we got home.
But you agreed to the accord when you were in Gaza.
No, this is the accord. It is not a question of agreement in accord. This it is when we come back home, and I made this. I made a statement. When we come back home, and I make a statement that you about Abu.
Right. No, that's why it was called an accord. An accord means that you had agreed.
No, accord. No, but then it has to be done in Nigeria before Friday.
So you needed to come home and discuss it.
Unfortunately, when of course people doesn't want to believe it, I was having a serious attack of kind of fever or whatever it is. And I could not make any decision
at Abu.
At home,
right.
when we arrived in home. And Tojuku was one who then, when he came, he went and made made the statement. He made the statement about the Abu Record. And the governor of the Midwest, AJ, then rang me at very early hours of the game.
All right. That's all the time we have. Please join us as we analyze issues in the news and talk about the wider implications for each and every one of us. Again,
children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is getting retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby go retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amaya Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you don't have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing.
It's so
we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
Don't.
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you are talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
you are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
What do you sorry, forefather?
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I'm tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Father. Calm down.
We had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances. What is
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak. But you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion. Right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me. Right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera. So you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Showore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's May the 30th, 2026. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. This is a show we designed for you to have your say on trending issues in the news and have conversations where we hope that we will learn from each other on issues concerning the world around us, Africa, and Nigeria in particular. So again, welcome, and I appreciate all of you, those who are joining us at home, those who are in the comment section, those who are in the studio. I appreciate everybody. Thank you again for joining us. Please like, share the stream so that will help us to get to more people. Today, like every other day, is busy. We are looking at issues in the news across the world, from Israel, from Iran, all the way to Congo, to Kenya, and then of course to Nigeria. The Ebola thing is still going on in Uganda and Democratic Republic of Congo, and America did something interesting under Trump. They wanted to go and build an isolation center in an Air Force base in Kenya, so the Americans who came in contact with Ebola in Congo and Uganda will stay in Kenya for treatment. They don't want them back in America. And of course, the Kenyan people rose and said, no, we don't want that. That should not happen in our country. A court in Kenya said that is impossible. It shouldn't happen. That's countries where courts are independent, not like in Nigeria. So we'll touch on the issues in the news. Like I mentioned, starting from what is happening in America. You have Trump preparing for the big America's 250 years as an independent nation. Part of the things that will happen is that there will be money, a special currency, dollar bill, $250 bill that will have the face of Trump on it. And most of you have heard about what is happening with the what they call anti-weaponization fund of $1.8 billion brought out so that those who felt that they were victimized by past governments can get money from it. Interesting things that you wouldn't believe. I've spoken to so many people, they don't believe that this is America that they thought was the model of democracy. It's turning into what we see in most African countries. And when we come back to Africa, we touch on, like I said, the Ebola situation and all the other stories around that. In Nigeria, the parties are set. We have Bola Ahmed Tinubu running for re-election. You have P2B, you have Atiku, you have Omoyele Sowore, you have Makinde. These are candidates who are running for president. So it's going to be more or less a repeat of 2023. What has changed? So these are some of the conversations we are going to have, and I will now bring you in. If you want to join us, turn on your camera if you are in the studio, so that we can let you in, and we are going to begin the conversation with the people we have. And let's welcome them first to the show. All right. Adeshola, welcome.
Yeah, good day, everyone. It's a nice day. It's nice to see my brother Soli.
Soli came early today.
Every time I see Soli, it gives me joy, and I like him that he's a straight talker and he's fearless as a young person. So that's good. Mr. James, good day, sir. I hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, on the topics that you have mentioned and about the Nigerian topic, to be honest with you, I mentioned some things last week, and I think like 3 weeks ago, Soli as well said something, and he said Nigerians have not suffered yet. He said they have not suffered, and when you look at it in general, it is true they have not suffered. And what do I mean by that? When you look at the election, the primary election or whatever they did, it's still the same Nigerians that knew that these girls were kidnapped. They were on the line queuing, and they saw how the people were counting them, 1,000, 2,000. If you were patriotic and you know you're a Nigerian, you're not saying, oh, I'm a Yoruba person, or I'm an Hausa person, or an Igbo person. We all see ourselves as Nigerians. I think when you see that sort of shenanigans, you more or less said no. You say no. Things have not gotten worse yet, Dr. Damages. It hasn't. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And until people know, I don't know the verse or the chapter in the Bible, but in the Old Testament, when they said, it got to a point that the children of Israel were killing their children to eat. That statement was there, but people thought, it suddenly just happened. It did not happen like that. It was gradually, it moved to that point that when people now started killing their children to eat, then probably the king was like, has it gotten to this point? Yes, it will get to a point whereby, big men know, rich men know, it doesn't matter who you are. You'll be kidnapped, you'll be taken out. So until we get to that stage, that no one, even with your security men, none of you guys, even with the hammer tank, even with your bulletproof, none of them will be safe. Probably maybe in that Abuja, Shebi is already there, but they are not doing anything. When they are not safe, maybe they will put all the troops to Abuja. We will all know. But the reality is that we need to nip this in the bud. The man that said, he doesn't think, Tinubu is a Yoruba person. And that's what we are saying. It doesn't matter, maybe he's a Yoruba president or an Hausa president or an Igbo president. Do we see ourselves as Nigerians? And Doctor, no. The answer is pure no. It's absolutely no. When you look at these politicians, if they had conscience, I lost in APC, why are they defecting to ADC? Why are they going to NDC? If they have moral grounds, if they know that, this thing, it should be free and fair, it's because they know that it is not free and fair. That is why they are decamping. You hardly see, is it Thomas Massey that lost? And we all knew that Trump, supported this other guy, pumped him money. He hasn't jumped to go to Democrats or to say, you know what, I am independent. Because, yes, he's been there for a long time. Yes, he has lost the election. He saw that it is free and fair. He don't go in house. But it is only in our own case that, I'm only fighting for the masses. It's because of the masses, that's why I'm going there. But the moment he loses election, he jumps ship. He goes to another party. It's because of the money that they are seeing. And that's just the point.
Additionally, we know we've not started. I just wanted to let you know we are just saying hello to people and.
Oh, okay, no problem. Let me keep my mouth shut
and also
let everybody come in.
Yeah, also we are also trying to find out if there are stories that you think they are important to mention that we didn't mention. So, for instance, there's this report that terrorists attacked and kidnapped Nigeria's former military spokesperson, Major General Abubakar, and his wife in Katsina. So this is a common occurrence, and that has been going on. James, let me come to you. How are you doing, and how is the Gambia?
Yeah, the Gambia is cool. The temperature is a bit high, 83-84 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 29 degrees or so. 20.
Okay. So is there any story you're watching? I heard that Arsenal, they won. Did they win? Is anybody watching?
They are still playing. They haven't won yet.
It is 1-1.
What is the score? 1-1. That's why
it's 1-1.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
You know, I'm not Gameson. Because if you not Casper and Julius Caesar, I'm not Gameson. I have a lean and hungry look. He says such men are dangerous.
Yeah, Julius Caesar. I remember that line.
Okay. I've been following the repatriation of 300 Ghanaians from South Africa. 300 of them have been repatriated, and more are yet to be sent back to Ghana. And the Nigerian government has not given up on repatriating our nationals. It seems as if the South Africans are having a second thought about the whole issue. They don't want Nigeria to repatriate a nation. They are dragging their feet over the matter, but it seems, from what I'm hearing, the Nigerian government is insisting. Then in Senegal, the Prime Minister who was sacked from office, I think is now the Speaker of the House of Assembly. The former Speaker stepped aside for him to take over the House. So people are expecting something like a showdown between the executive and the legislation. So that's all I've been following.
Okay. I know that you have election coming up in the Gambia.
Yes.
How are they preparing? Are they campaigning?
It's as if, compared to Nigeria, it's as if nothing is happening. No billboard, no noise making, television stations, no advertisement, nothing whatsoever. People are just talking to each other quietly. And actually, as far as if I want to judge them by Nigerian standards, nothing is happening.
What about on their TV? Do they discuss the how?
At all.
Do they have private TV stations, independent TV stations?
Yes, they do. QTV, Quantum Television, and other online TVs. And recently, remember, somebody from another opposition party held a mini rally somewhere, I think, buffer zone or something. Nothing is happening, nothing significant. But you know, it's the way the country is organized. They do a lot of things behind the scenes because they all know each other. They are related in one way or the other. So at times, some funny relationships like the uncle of the auntie of the nephew of the cousin of this who gave birth to that is related to he married, something like that. So they all know each other. They know how they discuss behind the scene. So we, the non-indigenous, we are completely cut off from the way they organize themselves.
You think we should learn their structure?
Sociologically, it's not possible because it's not possible. Sociologically, if we want to imitate them, we will run into formidable problems. The only thing is that we should improve on the system we have already evolved in Nigeria.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I have to sign out because one man is indicating his interest in story. I can't share the same platform with him. I'm sorry. When he's out, I'll come back again. Thank you so much indeed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. All right. Sorry.
Sorry, hold on. James, you need to pull your panties back up, pull your skirts back down,
and
stop acting like
one man, calm down. When it's your turn, you can speak.
No, I tire of the guy acting like a drama queen. I will always come here anytime. As long as the host is happy to have me, I will always come here. So pull your panties back up and pull your skirts back down. Stop acting like a drama queen.
All right, thank you, one man. Solly, welcome. What are you watching? Your man won. Shore is now the presidential candidate of the party. Is he still the chairman?
I think he dropped that. He's no longer the chairman. After much pressure.
After much pressure.
Yeah, after much pressure. So at least he has satisfied the haters. Next thing that they are going to talk about and waste their life talking about, I don't know. They always look for, Nigerians, they always find a way to entertain themselves and waste their life. So we'll see what the next challenge will be. But it's just like the APC. He also had another person he was contesting with in the primaries, and he ended up winning. Same thing with Tinubu. So he's a contestant for the presidential seat, and we'll just give him all the support that we can give him. There's nothing else we can do.
Do you think that this campaign will be different for him or for the party?
I believe he will get more votes this time because they've been working on their grassroots support. What most of all this Atiku and Obi and co don't want to do, so they've been working more on their grassroots support. If you look at the crowd, when they did their primary, it was much bigger. I believe they'll have more advantage in 2031 when Nigerians have suffered severely and they don't have any choice anymore. Now that's the only time Nigerians want to do the right thing, once they are already totally finished and there's no more hope. So that's when I believe that it will build up. So he has re-strategized. They focused more on grassroots politics, which I've always been telling people to do, and hopefully we can build up from there.
And what are you watching? What stories are you following?
Most of the stories are already here. I even think that we are not going to be able to cover everything. I'm just waiting to get started.
Obviously, we just want to mention them because we may end up not talking about it, but just to make sure people know where that they are going on. All right, let's say hello to one man. One man, Wintermore, welcome.
All right, thank you for having me. So just a very quick aside. So you need to tell that guy, James, I'm going to be coming here for as long as the host is happy to have me. Whenever the mood takes, I will come. So it doesn't have to make an Oscar speech anytime I'm coming. If you want to leave, just leave quietly. No need for this rounded speech like a drama queen. Nobody cares for your... I don't even know the guy. I don't know what his angst is. I don't especially care. So just, if I'm coming in, you cannot bear to be on the stage with me, leave quietly. Make a dignified exit, not a drama queen, epic speech. Everything is tedious, it's boring. It's plural and it's regime.
So one man, hold on. You see, if you just like he has the right to make that speech, you have the right to make the speech you are making now. So you can ask him not to make whatever speech.
No, I can't. I can't because it doesn't serve any purpose.
But you could have kept quiet and just let him go, and we'll move on to what you want to say. But if you say this, he also has the right to say whatever he wanted to say whenever he wants to leave. Just let's move on to the main thing. What are you looking at? How are you doing? I've not seen you in a long time.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Just the Nigerian situation. I know a lot of you will make a lot of hue and cry about the goings on, the kidnapping in your state, pretending as though you care about Yoruba people, because of course you want to leave it as an assault weapon, because there is no law that you guys will not think to. But that's as an aside. The main going on is the party primaries, of course, with Peter Obi declaring that 45 million people came out to highlight him as their candidate. I'm not sure if we have that many registered people in the Nigerian election, 45 million. But then, of course, we already know. If you take the sample of what happened in the last cycle of elections, the level of rigging in the Southeast, then you already know who's speaking. So you already know what to expect. But the main hub of what is going on now within the Nigerian cycle is the presidential primaries. So the
the ADC, that's the article space, they declared a totality of about 3-point-something million participants in their presidential primaries, which is impressive. It's even more impressive if you consider that the number of registered members that they have with INEC is 2-point-something million people. So the funky goings on. You see, I'm even anybody that wants to abuse me, please make sure you are doing it with a super chat. At least then you know, at least then somebody gets something out of it. Otherwise, it's just, you know. Anyway, so we have all of this going on, but the main thing going on is the APC primaries. So there are a lot of things to be garnered from that APC primaries. Firstly, you saw the crowd. So it is, you know, it is unequivocal. The crowd, it spanned all over the country. We saw a camera view of it. The usual suspects will say, oh, these are bought crowds. But if they are buying those crowds, then they are dispensing with a huge amount of money. So we saw the crowd, but then we also saw the published figures, which was, I think, round about 10 million plus thereabout endorsed Tinubu to be the candidate. So what does this signal? So what signals then is that, because you have to consider that the people voting at the primaries, they are registered party members. That's the first thing you have to consider. And then in an election space, you know, there's a lot of voter apathy often instance in elections globally, more so round about the Nigerian elections. In the Nigerian elections, you get maybe around about 35% thereabouts that participate. So out of that 35%, the people that come out the most, they are party members, members of trade unions, and then other people that feel motivated to vote. So those are the three spaces that vote. But the guaranteed votes, they are registered party members and trade union votes. So if APC is already declaring around about 11 million thereabouts registered member voting for them, then that is to tell you then that to unseat Tinubu, you are looking in the region of 12 plus million votes thereabouts. And then if you look at the numbers coming out of all of the other parties, it already shapes what is coming out in 2027. So the figures have been published now. Everybody has shown their hands. And we can, and there was never any equivocation anyway that Tinubu was going to be re-elected. But then if you had any doubts in your mind, then you look at the figures coming out of the party primaries and you point your mind firmly in the direction that that election is going to travel. So of course, they're using insecurity now to attack. We always see this. We saw that this was the same technique they used to chase Goodluck Jonathan out of office.
Hold on, one man.
Yes.
You just said that this was the same technique they used to chase Goodluck Jonathan out of office. I've had people say that.
Oh, is it not?
Wait now. Who were the people that chased Jonathan out of?
The Northerners. Are you naive to what's going on in the Nigerian political landscape? Are you naive to these things? Am I telling you something you don't already know?
No. You said the Northerners. I thought you would say the APC. But anyway, let me play a video for you. This is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu talking about
of internal democracy, and it has been going very well according to plan. This is politics, grassroots politics. Where every member of the party has a right to participate and be involved. It's to ensure that we have an internal democracy and it's peaceful and well organized.
Your Excellency, you gave the state governors the permission to go ahead and organize an acceptable primaries across the country. Are you satisfied with the process so far?
Today, I am.
Woman, are you satisfied with the process?
So sorry, the process is no concern of mine. It's the figures. And by the way, those figures, there's a lot of padding. Did you watch the ADC primaries? Let me just say this. Did you watch the ADC primaries? Maybe Solly saw when I was playing the clip. If you watch the ADC primaries, they had like about 100 people. And then if you watch that primaries for like about 3-4 minutes, you could see the same persons, just spot one person within that line. You will see that person being counted about 10 times. So what they are doing in a lot of these primaries is they will hire about 100, 200 people, and then they'll be looping them round in a circle.
One man stop. Are you satisfied with the process?
No. That's what I'm answering. It is immaterial if I'm satisfied or not. The numbers is what matters.
Wait. How can
let me just make a point now.
One man, we don't have all the day. Wait,
I'm going to play out in a moment. So
that's what I'm saying. You can't say that it doesn't matter. The process does not matter, and then you're putting the figures that came from that process. Are you satisfied with the process?
What I'm saying to you is that the process is skewed right across the board. So there is no sanitized process going on in any party. So that levels the playing field. Are
you satisfied with that?
Look, you can't put words in my mouth now. So you ask.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth. As someone
let me answer. I understand English.
One man, hold on. One man, you live in the UK. You've seen elections, okay? Are you satisfied with what your country did? That is the foundation for what will happen in 2000. Because for me, let me tell you, it's easy to say. For me, if the premise of this election that will happen is wrong, it's wrong. The conclusion is already wrong to me. Whoever is announced as the winner is flawed. You understand that? So, but I don't know why you think that this is the premise. This is the beginning. This is the foundation of this election.
No. You have a total misread of it.
All right, hold on, one man. Hold on. I'll come back to you. Hold on, because I don't want.
All right.
Maska, go ahead.
Yes, actually, I just wanted to say two things. I think the question you are asking one man that you are saying you don't know why. I think it's very obvious. The man is not an honest person, and it's so unfortunate that somebody would come to a public.
Sorry, who is not an honest person?
Let him finish.
No, he cannot.
Let him finish.
No. If you
have to let him finish.
Mr. Rudolph, it's okay. Let him say what I am.
You cannot besmirch my name.
But you did the same thing. You did the same thing to other people.
You said the Northerners are the ones trying to chase out this man. You said that.
Do we not know?
I can be smart.
I said anything that is not common knowledge. You are.
So saying it's common knowledge that you are not honest. It's common knowledge. You can go and do a survey. It's common knowledge. You are not an honest person.
People don't know that the Northerners use insecurity to spike elections. They don't know.
Fine,
they didn't do it. They're not doing it now. You don't know. You are the dishonest one if you are not willing to admit.
One man, hold on. Let him finish. You speak. Go ahead, Master.
The man is not being honest. It's a straightforward question. Are you okay with the process as a Nigerian or not? And you go around rambling around the bush and you say we should know you say you are not honest. You are not honest. That's what I just have to say. So that people listening will understand that, look, even on the platform, we don't agree with you.
Let me make a final statement and I'll leave, and then you guys can carry on with your usual what you do. So that guy cannot call me dishonest without my right to reply. So
you have to let him speak, then you reply.
No, but it cannot besmirch my name. Now you ask me to pipe down. So that's your own subjective view. You're entitled to an opinion, however, ludicrous and nobody is alien or foreign to the Nigerian landscape. We all know the antecedents of our politics. We know the pattern of politics in Nigeria. When Tinubu first came in, our insecurity receded quite aggressively to the point that they were saying he was tackling it. But we all know that in the build-up to the elections, the politics of violence is the politics of the North. Everybody in Nigeria knows I've not said there's no controversy behind anything I've just said. The one silver bullet that the North has in Nigerian politics is violence. And they deployed it effectively under Goodluck Jonathan. They're rinse and repeating it now. So I've not said anything that every single person listening to me now, I've not previously said.
So it's fair enough, Mr. Rudolph. Let me just ask one man.
There's no intellectual underpinning or politicking in northern politics. It's all wrapped around violence. Singularly, historically, that has always been the pattern.
That point, one man.
Hold on.
Let me just, sorry, Mr. Rudolph, just one small pushback. Okay. So if what you're saying is fact, then how did Tinubu get to power? What happened? So not forgot the violence, or what happened? Or there was no any other candidate? No northerner was contesting?
Because that moment was right then. A northerner could not succeed.
So this is why I think you are not an honest person.
No,
I rest my case.
I don't care.
No,
you can rest your case, but I get the right to respond to what you posited. Let me respond to what you posited, Rudolph. So the moment was right for Tinubu to come in. There was no stopping that moment. That was a moment in time. And then for all of the brutality that country went through under your man Buhari, it was near impossible for him to have been succeeded by a northerner, because the country needed that pullback from the north. It was quite clear. So it was inevitable. The power needed to relieve ourselves from the excesses of the northerners. The country needed to relieve itself to the south. And there was only one person in the south, of course, that was Tinubu. But the politics of violence in the north is universally known. There's nobody that doesn't know it. So right. I don't. And anyway, let me bail out. You guys carry on. But I just wanted to come in to preempt. I know you are going to be doing they kidnapped Yoruba. So as if Igbo people have ever cared about Yoruba.
Were you actually concerned about Yoruba, that they kidnapped some kids?
No, I'm concerned about that they kidnapped some kids. But I won't take the concerns of a space, not you especially, but your space. I won't take the concern of this sort of space, because I know that
when you say space, hold on one man. When you say space, are you talking about solar? Are you talking about Soli? Are you talking about?
I'm not talking about Soli. I'm talking about the Igbotics. It's not a Soli platform. It's a platform of the Igbotics. Is it not a Igbo platform? What are you talking about?
But Dr. Damages, because when one man spoke, I think I was the one that brought it up. With due respect, one man. I think sometimes when Maska asked you, when Dr. Damages asked you a question, just one simple question. Oh, yes, is a yes or no answer. You shouldn't have gone all the way rambling, going back and forth.
No, guy.
Just hold on. Just hold on. When you see a deranged fellow like you, that's why Mr. James comes out of the stuff. I'm a Yoruba person, and if you see Maska, he doesn't want to talk, because at the end of the day, look, we've known people like you who are more or less, sort of like deranged. At the end of the day, if you have something to say it. And at the end of the day, but it is wrong for you to more or less start pointing and start insulting everybody as if you're the only one that has the show. I think Dr. Damages, when he's talking and he's spewing his own sort of bullshit, just mute him. He's a deranged fellow. You know him. That's why he's running away, because he's a coward. If he has the balls to stay, let him stay. Let every other person speak, and let us see what you're going to say. Nothing more than a deranged fellow like you. I'll just keep quiet and let you talk.
All right, Sola, thank you. One man, by the way, we're having a debate here. If you want to be someone, you want to debate somebody, we can find you someone that will debate you, two of you, for 3 hours. 3 hours.
I won't be able to deliver. He's full of lies. He cannot stand for anything.
Why do you keep muting me and let your people abuse?
Oh yeah, well, the thing is, I want you to listen to them. When they are done, I will let you speak. I don't want you to interrupt them. That's all. All right. One more.
All right. Let me say just the final word, and I'll leave. So I've been called deranged. What else did the northerner call me, etc., etc. So I'm not going to.
It's honest.
Right, a dishonest person. But my views are my views, irrespective if they are dishonest or deranged or lunatic, etc., etc. And those views are universally held. You know, in fact, not universally, but popularly held. There is nothing I'm saying. We know the politics of the North is a politics of violence. There's no Nigerian of any intelligence quotient that doesn't know that. So forget all your dance around. Nobody cares about your, and this one there, you know, in Nigeria, in the Yoruba land, the worst thing that undermines us for all of the brilliance, you know, there are only three sets of people in this world. There's the Jewish people, then there's the Chinese, and then there are the Yorubas. If you're ever going to look for intelligence, people that are rounded, those are the three spaces. But the one thing that undermines the Yoruba space is this sort of the need to throw yourself under the bus as a side. Look at this guy. I don't even know him calling me the range. I've never met him before, but there it is. That's the quantity. Remember when we used to have that woman here that used to come and swear at people's children? So that is the quantity that you get here. But I really came on to preempt your dancing around, Igbo people pretending to care about Yoruba children being kidnapped, one. And then I wanted to highlight the results of the elections to you. So let me leave you to carry on with
before you go, one man, let me just point out that you keep talking about this platform. You are part of this platform. So whatever you are saying about this platform is also a reflection of who you are, because you come here also. So I don't know how you've been able to.
No, I'm not anecdotic now. Am I anecdotic? I'm from.
I don't know what you mean by anecdotic. Maybe you are sounding. Maybe you are. Yeah. All right, one man. Thank you so much for stopping.
All right, thanks for having me.
We are going to talk about you as you leave. Yeah. So you guys know. You guys. I think it's you guys know what he's doing. But let me get to hear from you guys before we start our conversation. Jefferson, you are not smiling.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
First of all, I have beef with you, Rudolph.
Of course.
Yes, I have a very big beef. You see, when people are trying to do things different, that's when you want to mock them. But the people that are striving and doing all manner of things to us, you don't want to criticize them. But people that want to do something different, you start to. I watch you.
Explain that to me. Explain to me.
But I'm not taking it to. I'm not going to take it to heart because you have a lot ahead of us. But I'm just pointing it out to you. And when you do it again, I will point it out to you again.
Maybe call me later. Let's explain that. I don't understand.
No problem. I know. I just by the way. All right, let's face the matter at hand. It's no longer news that the primaries, everybody is settling.
Oh, we've not started the conversation. No. I thought we were just rounding up, saying hello. I think we will go to the conversation. But I want you, if you have any reaction to one man, you just do that, and then we
go on that. Okay, let me first of all go on that. If you want me to, I'll go on that.
Yeah, go.
Almost. I believe he's not being sincere to himself as a person, and I put it that way. Now, it's not public knowledge, no longer news that we have tribal tensions and religious tensions in the country. But sometimes there are times when you speak about humanity and sensitivity of things. Is it a thing of joy that people are being kidnapped, school children and everything, and we should rejoice? Oh, school children are kidnapped. Let us rejoice, even if it doesn't affect us or not. I mean, we are all human beings. It is not a good thing. Do you know how painful it is for a teacher to be kidnapped and beheaded, and he's giving back to the society by teaching other people's children to become leaders of tomorrow? And people are talking about it, but yet people are still hiding under the tribal fence to say that when did the Igbos care about us, or when did the Yorubas care about us? And it's because we have allowed tribalism to enter our brain that we are no longer logical anymore. It is not a good thing. This thing is not a good thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a thing of concern. And then people are and then it is also a wrong notation. I'm not going to say it because I know our Hausa brothers have done things wrong. They have done things wrong in the past. It's a wrong assertion to just say that they are entirely violent people, just like that, and paint a brush.
All right.
I may not agree with Masker here. He might have his own ideology or whatever, but it is wrong. Or to say that the Northerners don't think right.
Okay.
Or no, I'm going somewhere. Or to say that the Yorubas, everybody is bad too. Even though I know too, they have issues. The issue of tribalism is equally holding them back. That unfortunately they cannot even speak of the ill that is happening within the region. People are speaking, don't get me wrong, but because of the fact that they have a principle somewhere, most of them are no longer objective anymore. And you will see people, and you will see supporters still coming out to say, I rather let the headsmen kill us than when the next election comes, we vote an Igbo man in. And we don't think there's a problem with that.
Thank you, Jefferson. I just want 2 minutes for people to react to one man, but because it appears as if he was one that dragged people to come in, and then we go into the normal conversation.
I didn't really want to.
Jefferson, thank you. I think we've spent more than 4 minutes or 5. Let's move on. Yeah, everybody wants to say something. Let me get to. I see you, Dr. Moore. I'll come to you, but I know that Mr. C may be at work or something. I want him to.
Good morning, Rudolph, and good day to everybody. You see, I'm happy this is happening since this is your style of wanting to be an egalitarian show. You want everybody to come, however innate the person's views are. You want everybody to come and express their views, which I don't agree with, but that's fine. That's what you want to do. I'm surprised nobody reminded that fellow that there was an Operation Wet here. And that Operation Wet here did not happen in Kano. It wasn't in Enugu. It didn't happen anywhere else. It was exactly in Ibadan. Nobody reminded him that the 1966 coup and all the things that led to the 1966 coup were the violence of elections that happened in the Southwest. So if he thinks everybody here is a child that was born in the era when they're telling us that Tinubu built Lagos, some of us were born quite a while ago and read Nigeria's history very, very well. Yes, the person that has helped Tinubu come to office, and I give it to him, he was smart enough to read the room at the time, was the Buhari of baboons and bloodsuckers. So this is a similar mindset, somebody who fitted into his own political style. So he went and aligned with that person to get that 11 million votes the man gets in the north. That's why Tinubu is in office today. But like I said, the only reason why I came here was to ask him, please, where did Operation Wet here happen? Was it happening in Zaria or was it happening in Ibadan? Unfortunately, I didn't hear anybody ask him that question. That's why he can come here, speak his fake Queen's English, and get away.
Exactly.
Fake Queen English. But the thing is, Rudolph, it's on you. It's on you. You constantly let this human being. I don't see his value, unless for you, like you always say, there's a production value like pulling me out from my sleep. Because I cannot hear rubbish and not come to correct it. He was spewing Babadash. That doesn't make sense. So, but there are decent Yoruba people, decent Hausa people, decent Igbo people, decent Nigerians who want Nigeria to change. And I'm not going to gaslight any ethnic group because of a one man. Because if I do that, then the spirit of a man like Adebayo, we won't do justice to that man and many other people. And I don't want such people to be coming here and corrupting people's mind. You need to stop him from coming. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you, Mr. C. Let me say that we are not going to stop anybody from coming here. I can show you, and it's very important that you hear from everybody, because if you stop them from coming here, anybody, they will talk somewhere else. So what you are avoiding, what you are trying to avoid, and you have done what I expect this platform to do, which is if someone comes here and airs an opinion that you don't like, that you think is outrageous, you have the right to respond and educate other people. Maybe the person will learn from what you said and maybe not repeat whatever is wrong. That's the goal. We cannot run away from people we disagree with. We cannot.
No, we're not running away from him, but we can stop some silly people from coming to spew rubbish.
Not this way. You cannot.
Okay, all right. No, go ahead. Like I said, you have the right to do that.
All right.
If I'm the one on top of you, won't come near. That's the point I'm making. No apologies for that.
All right, thank you. All right, Mo, Dr. Mo, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I salute you. Happy Biafran Day.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Go ahead.
Oh, am I supposed to talk? Oh,
yeah.
Let me know this joint. Listen, I hear you, but you are the moderator. Certain things need to be corrected. I think if we come here to speak, we assume that we are enlightened a little bit. Stop picking on groups. If you have a problem with an Igbo man, say it, mention his name. the same thing Yoruba. You can't just, we keep doing this thing. We think every ethnic group are at war with itself. They are not. We are more together than we think. You shouldn't be picking on a group and say, oh, you want to tell me people are sympathizing with Yoruba for being killed? That's rubbish. You should not allow it. Yes, don't stop anybody from coming. But when you come here, we try to moderate. You cannot gaslight an entire ethnic group for any reason. For any reason. That's why it was for 50 years, we agreed that a group of people sat down at night and planned a coup. And we let it go. Are we that stupid? So the thing is, if he can rant all he wants, he can say anything he wants, and we can correct him. You're talking about wait here, Dr. M. Bara single-handedly went to the Western region. We know the story. He brought down Awolowo's wife, Soyinka them, what's his name? The guy, Sam, what's his last name? Aluko. Okay, so that's cooperation. Nobody minded that. Nobody talk about Zeke had his own experience. Yes, we can bring all those things as history to say, this is what you don't do. Do not get, we have to stop. We have to stop because I was telling somebody this morning, we may have to try a little bit controlled ethnic conflict anywhere. Just a little bit so that we will see what it will just like when it become up there and open. I mean, some guy was talking, his name was talking about if Obi wins, there will be a Rwanda. How do you say such things in Nigeria? People are listening to you. So we have to stop. Yes, if you have a problem with anybody, be it Igbo, outside Yoruba.
And I'm sorry, with due respect. And it doesn't stop there. And before you know, if something now happens, people will behave as if they didn't see it happen and let it slide. And that is where anarchy continues to happen and tension continues to spread. But thanks for pointing that more.
Thank you, bro.
All right.
Let's go.
All right. Thank you, Mo. And let me just hear quickly from Anne Lechuku and Paul, and then we go to, unless someone has something urgent to say, we go to the conversation. The first topic for today will be 3 years after Tinubu. How far? Anne Lechuku, you want to say something about the what we just saw of you in the first hour?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, because at the point I was hearing you, but I wasn't hearing every other person, including the guy I think that was speaking fake Queen's English. That I believe he lives in London. Now that guy has ranted so many times, and sometimes I wonder, does that guy really live in UK or what? In the same UK where he lived in a country where in the past 10 years there have been more non-British nationals, non-British people who were, like Britons, white
English
people
born,
who have
English
led,
born.
English born, okay, who have been prime minister of UK. Yep. And if care is not taken, our sister Badenoch is going to be a prime minister if magic happens. Yep. And that's a Yoruba girl. Yes. Is he not living in that country? Mm-hmm. I don't understand the mindset he have. And Rudolph, that comes to what my brother MC said. I think you really need to moderate the kind of utterances because this is a platform that people use to vent rubbish and anger, and people also use it to also decimate good information that can be useful. So you as a moderator would be those ones that are not, for the objective you have this forum for, which I believe is for a Nigeria that will work for all. Let's have a sieve. Those that are on the extreme of what you don't stand for, what today's world doesn't, preach, we sieve it out. The ones that are in, then let it be. That be the thing that would be this, that would be propagated from this forum. Now, having said that, that's really, my take on that guy. I'm glad I didn't hear all that things he was saying, because at the point it was muting, because seeing what I have heard before him say it, I know he'll be talking the same rubbish, because that's what it is. Anyway, today's day is very special to me. Today is the 30th of May.
Yeah, we've not started. We've not started.
Yes.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold off on that one. Let's just get a quick view from Paul on this before we move on to the topic. Paul, go ahead.
Doctor, thank you, and good morning. Yeah, talking about one man small, I think he's trying to achieve his aim of want to be in the front burner, and it's okay. But some of us who live born in Lagos, we understand we party to places like Ibadan, where he was born. But actually, he was not born in Ibadan, but he claimed he's born in Ibadan. He's from a place called Shaki in Ibadan. So when you get to Ibadan, when you get to places like Agodi, you drive another 2 hours plus to Shaki. It's the outskirts of Nigeria when you are getting to Benin Republic. And then, doctor, from statistics and then from history, we know the people that is easy to cajole, the people who live in the rural village. It is easy to cajole them when it comes to politics and everything. So the way you see him speak is different from the way some of us who live in the city speaks and everything. Because even when he get to UK, he don't know how to speak English. So it's like a Frenchman who come to America start learning English. They will speak more like an American. They will not speak like the way you and I will speak the British kind of English in America because we already formed. So it's part of his own illiteracy conditioning for a very long time that they condition him, this being a tribal bigot and the likes. So these are the things that is catch up with him and everything. He's a poor man in the UK. He lives in Section 8, you know, the government house. He's a poor man. He cannot boast with anything. He's just doing anything. People who know him down to his house, they know him. He talks anyhow. He does anyhow. And he don't even know how to play the game. If you want to make money, if you want to benefit by playing politics, being a talk shop for these APC people and everything, it would have been better. But talking all this type of thing or try to support Tinubu and try to say somebody is bringing Tinubu down as some Igbo people. When I know how Igbo developed Lagos, some people don't even know the Igbo people who say spare parts.
Let's round up so that we can go to the action.
Yeah, doctor, I will just round up. So I'm just saying these are the tribal and the conditioning and everything. But doctor, you see, when you bring people from the other side, I'm not saying starve them, you understand, which they do. You know, you see, doctor, you see Trump sue, complain. When you see the late night show, I think more on the left, the Democrats, they don't bring Republican that often. That's the same thing. And when you bring, you make it tough for him. You understand? When you see Democrats go to Fox, they make it tough for him and everything. You can't just let him come here and spill rubbish and go. So you give us the platform for all of us to talk. But he's also putting you down too as the owner of the platform. So he's more than welcome to come to your platform. But don't just be that gentleman. Don't act like my father, like a Jehovah's Witness. You can ask him tough questions and everything. I think so that we'll balance it. He's coming from far right, then you come from the place of the far left. You understand? And he brings balance to the conversation. But when you just leave him, you just come and insult us and everything. If he's doing all those things, I don't think it will work, and it will never work that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Someone wrote on the comment section that high probability that Rudolph is using one man lot to boost audience. Smart move. My central idea, really, I don't know, it's so clear to me, and sometimes it's not clear to everybody, is that if you stop one person because you don't like, I stop one person because I don't like the opinion, tomorrow I may not like Paul's opinion, and I will stop Paul. Next time it may be Masca that I don't like something Masca is saying, I will stop Masca. And it worries me that where does it end if I have that power? I believe in you. I believe that all of us together can confront anybody, any idea that comes here. That's why I don't care if the devil wants to come here or God wants to come. We will talk to the God, the devil, to whoever. I don't care. I think together, people watching at home are smart. I don't underrate people. I don't. Sometimes I say things, I think about it. Well, how will people at home think about what I just said? I think they are smart, and I believe that. I don't know any other way to do it. I cannot safely. I can't. I trust you guys. Go ahead, Jagan, finally, before we go.
Doctor, please, just 10 seconds. I forget something I need to say in 10 seconds. So, doctor, The Yorubas people are one of the most educated Nigerians that we know. But at the same time, if you carry statistics, the Yoruba people also have the highest level of agbero. How do you not call all Yorubas that they are agberos, they are hooligans? You understand? You can't call them that. And you can't, in good faith, say the whole Yoruba people are 100% educated. It's a lie.
It's okay.
You understand?
It's okay.
So we just need to balance it down, just demonize a whole race. I think it's wrong.
All right, thank you, Paul. Go ahead, Jagun. 2 minutes before we...
You see, the thing is, good evening, everybody. I'm happy to be online. I didn't want to. It's the arsehole himself that I'm looking at, and I don't think anybody has it accurate apart from those who underlined that the bigotry from where one man comes from, the dragging down. He's calling people Ebotics. He's calling people Northerners. He called somebody a Biafran one time. You see, whatever you think, Rudolph, and I know you're a free-thinking person, but I also know that you're not really a person who enjoys clashes. You like, I think you like what we would call controversy, because it might help numbers. However, it's not good enough. You see, we who are Nigerians, and understand that we have a problem of bigotry in our country, tribalism, whatever you want to call it, we all need to stamp it out. We allow it too much on this channel. We allow it. How can we allow racism? Basically, let's bring it down to what it is. How can we allow it? How are we black people allowing racism? I mean, it's not good enough. I'm afraid it's not good enough. The way you perceive yourself as a free-thinking individual is fair enough. However, you have a responsibility. We, all of us on the panel, have a responsibility. If we're not going to take that responsibility, a cheap responsibility like that, then I'm afraid as Nigerians, we're not worth our salt. We're not worth it. A Nigerian will be coming here and then saying Ebotics, or all you Ebotics, which is saying all you Igbo people that think in the way you think, is rather belittling. We Yorubas are thinking much more superiorly. So, I mean, that's a slap in the face kind of comment. But because you allow people like what's his name? A good fellow. What's his name?
I know who you're looking for. I'm not the one that will say the name.
It's okay. It will come to me. Because you allow him, his bigotry and his format of Pansat now, his format of backwardness, you allow it. So once you allow this side, why not allow the other side? But it's all ugly. And it doesn't drive us forward. It is not bringing us anywhere. Me, I will call it out whenever I come across it, because it's rubbish. It's cheap. And as black people who have dragged themselves back, and then the world has dragged them back, and then they drag themselves back some more, I mean, what's the point? What's the point? There are certain people that I can X them easily. And I'm not one to shut anybody's mouth. I can hear anybody's opinion and I can deal with it verbally. However, if you're coming here to talk shit, it's not worth my soul. Get the hell out. It's not worth my listening. Come on, guys. Come on.
Right.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. All right, let's begin the conversation for today by assessing Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 3 years in office. After that, we will go to talk about the Biafran Day Memorial Remembrance Day. Why is it important? Because today is May 30th, and I heard that there were people who were trying to do something in churches and places in the Southeast, and the government said they should not do that, and that was troubling to me. But we will talk about that. But let's look at the 3 years. of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How did he do from your own assessment? Let me start with you. I'll give you 3 minutes. I'm not thinking that there will be too many different opinions. Let me start with you, Sully.
Look at how much time we spent on one man's issue. I didn't even think people were going to, drop their heartfelt, emotional speeches. He doesn't care, and he'll come back and he'll do it again. Anyways, so Tinubu's 3 years. Tinubu's 3 years went as expected. Anybody that is surprised about all these things that is happening, where, you shouldn't probably be coming here to give political opinions, but you will still. So Tinubu has done what he has always done. Tinubu has done what I expected him to do. You always vote in capitalist politicians, but you always expect different results. And now you are praising another capitalist politician that doesn't care about the poor. Some Nigerians act like it's a crime to vote in a politician that actually cares for the poor, because they all think that they will be rich one day. But like Marvel said, no more way for poor people. Just that Nigerians have not realized yet. Tinubu has sacrificed, himself for the elites in Nigeria. That's why you see none of them complaining. All the elites in Nigeria, they are doing well. All the elites in Nigeria that have invested in Nigeria, they are benefiting from the country. He has worked for his people, which are the elites. In fact, he has done super duper well for them. And if insecurity increases, they will just hire more guards. Plain and simple. As long as they can continue to suck Nigeria dry and benefit from it. That's just it. So
all right. Thank you, Sully. Let's go to Mo, Dr. Mo. 3 years of Bola Tinubu. Your assessment.
I pass.
That's a big one. That's a big assessment. I played a video. I don't know if most of you saw that. I played a video of Professor Jubril, who was talking about, I like what he did. He talked about what the government is saying they've achieved. And then he now said, this is how I'm assessing it. I don't know if you want me to repeat that. Are you just passing because you don't want to say anything, or that it's not worth your time?
My brother, it's annoying. It gets me angry. It makes me wake up at night and ask myself, what are we doing? What are we doing? The National Assembly, local government, governors, it's just not working. I asked our local government chairman of my local government, I sent him an email, I said, bros, tell me one thing, just one thing you are trying to do. I will ask him what you've done in my town. You are trying to do in my town. He couldn't respond. And he got a ticket to contest next month in September to come back. Come back to do what? So the thing is, I don't even know where to start. I don't blame Tinubu. He's comfortable in Aso Rock. In Milokon, he told you it's his turn. He wants to enjoy. He's enjoying. I have no problem with him. But the fact is, down to local government, down to councillors, we don't even know what is happening. We don't even know if they get the money. How much does it cost to sink a borehole in a town? One borehole. So people could get water. Last Christmas, I know how much I spent. It's like every day refill the tank. But people now go to the toilet and they flush. Okay? And then one tank is gone. It's 50 bucks. Through Christmas time, 50. After Christmas, 40. 1,000 naira. Somebody who's working makes 70. How do people live? How do we survive? Something is terribly wrong. So the thing is, this is what I want to get into. Where do you start? Where do you... Okay, yesterday I saw them sharing meat. Because people are complaining of rice. They started sharing cow meat. What a country. What a country. That's what you need to know. So my brother, I don't know where to start. Is wasting everybody's time. We all know the story. So that's why I say pass. It's not that I don't know what to say. I know what to say. The guy is becoming a dictator. He's got all this.
You're talking about this video?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Look at even how they're doing it. Want to put it in a plastic bag or something? A Ziploc bag and shit.
Exactly.
They're giving it to people hand to hand, raw meat. raw meat.
Doctor, please talk about the hazard of the meat. Talk about the hazard of the meat, please.
Like animals, you know.
Come on, it's like you're feeding people in a zoo. But it's anyway.
And look at him, and look at the man. I think this is a politician. He was happy to be shown on camera.
Oh my God!
You know what sort of? I don't know. It's annoying. I don't know how. If we get this 2007 wrong, if we get it wrong, and we might get it wrong, things will continue as usual. What can we do? What are they going to do? Take up a gun? So that's why I said pass. I passed because I'm very emotional about this thing. We could be a great country, and I've given us the solution. The solution is let's stay a little bit apart, and see if one corner can get it right. This is Lagos, I guess. This is Lagos. Imagine what's happening in what's their village in Aditi. So I'm trying to laugh to cover the anger of what is happening. Tinubu disappointed me. I can say that he did certain things wrong. This is the same man who was against Jonathan adding a few pennies to gas. Now here we are. He dropped it appropriately. No concern. He couldn't even wait for Dangote to turn around and supply gas the way we have it. Then he floated the naira, and it's horrible. It's horrible. He got it wrong from the beginning. We are not recovered from those two decisions he made while standing. In Igbo, we say, if you let me not say it. Let me say it in Igbo. It's better if you if you copulate while standing, you will give birth to a nobody. So the thing is, he took a hasty decision, and we're living it. And then the way he buys things, the way he spends money, the trips abroad, we have a the solution is very simple. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. I don't know. Maybe because I'm not in power. I don't know what they face. But we could be better in Nigeria. Very easily, we could be better. You can go to the farm because the Fulani herdsmen are still in the bush. You can travel by road. You got to fly. And then how much is the ticket from, say, Lagos to Abuja? How do people live? How do we afford such things? Or the salaries that they pay to civil servants? So Nigeria is a crime scene.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Let me go to Jefferson. 3 minutes, your opinion on Tinubu 3 years after.
Well, it's open public knowledge that when the guy assumed office, it was all about subsidy was gone and there was chaos. Chaos, trying to figure out themselves. And they said, oh, they did subsidy. Okay. Like the other administration, they were just spending money. That was, and nothing was happening in terms of managing the money for the fuel prices and all of that. Of course, that fast forward to today, it has been a very very terrible ride. And unfortunately, the man happens to have a wife who happens to be a witch. I'm sorry to use that word, because only someone who is heartless will see what is going on and don't care. And unfortunately, it happens to be part of, I don't even want to go into that, because even most religious that try to speak, they keep quiet. We have a heartless government. Even in Uruguay, one of these South American countries where they had a president, the president made himself poor so that the citizens will be okay. When the guy goes to the hospital, they try to give a preferential treatment. The guy denies it. This is somebody who owns Lagos by the jugular, as claimed and obvious, but of course his son is always fronting about how great his father is. If they are so great, let the people speak for you. And that is the irony we are seeing in the country. So the guy doesn't care. They are spending government resources at will, and unfortunately, there's nothing to write home about. They claim that, oh, they are giving enough money to the state government. Yeah, some governors might be working, no doubt about that. There might be some form of policy, but it's a Draconian policy to stifle Nigerians, to put Nigerians in a box that they didn't know how they found themselves into. And unfortunately, there's no willingness to resolve insecurity. Insecurity has become has become a ride that nobody is going to come out from. And let me explain it this way. You know, if you watch very, very carefully, it happened to be a top APC chieftain. I think it's a female chieftain like that. Now I had a one-on-one with Tinubu, and they asked her, okay, what is your plan? He never had any plan. I think it's a recent video. I don't want to go into those details. And that is that's whom some people say we should vote again. There is no empathy, nothing to show that, okay, you want to do things differently. So it is unfortunate. I'm obviously not impressed, and Nigeria deserves a better leader. But unfortunately, with the way things are going, we don't even know how the electoral process is going to be. But we're just praying that, look, that things can be done differently. And people will, and all those INEC or whatever they call themselves, they will play a game of chess and checkers to cut down all those their excesses. So I will have the right leader in place. That's my own opinion.
All right, Jefferson, thank you so much. Mr. James, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 3 years after, what's your assessment?
No assessment. I'm sorry.
You what?
I cannot assess him.
Why?
I'm just serious. I cannot assess him.
Did he impact your life so positive or in a negative way?
You know, I'm a teacher. There are methodology we use in assessing our students. I cannot apply any of the methodologies to assessing. I'm sorry.
That's a bad one.
All right. Will you recommend that people should vote for him again?
Well, Nigerians will decide, because Socrates said, the government get the people they deserve. Nigerians will decide, not me. For me, I don't know what to say. I cannot assess it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. OBE,
yes,
welcome OBE, welcome to the show.
Dr. Thank you, Jared.
Are you still in Nigeria or are you back?
No, I'm back to base. I'm back to workstation.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I came back prior weekend. I did a lot. That was like 6 weeks. You know, it was a good time.
Okay.
To stay with family. Yeah. Everything good, you know.
You are in a better position to assess Bola Tinubu for us.
Well, from my experience of traveling back home within the end of Buhari / he's coming in, the difference is obvious that the Nigeria value for life, the value for Nigeria life has really gone down the drain, you know. It's a pity that in my area, I'm in GRO in Benin. When I traveled before, I could imagine people blowing generator everywhere. This my last trip. I observed that I don't hear generator noise no more. I now call wifey. I said, people know they use jet to sleep again. What happened? He said they only will only for 1 hour to pump water for their borehole. Then they put it off. They got to sleep like that. So you that is able to afford the gas just to sleep.
Something wrong with the audio.
You're not clear with me? Okay, I said, but you that is able to afford a little gas to sleep, you are afraid to put on your gen for the night so that only you will not be burning generator in the midst of nobody on his gen. You become a flag point. It got to that point that you become a risk for your own comfort as bad as that. That is the country we got into from this administration. They got the propaganda, they got 100% there. Education, they used 419 loan to deceive them that they were giving them loan. They don't even know how to even give education loan anyway. It's a shame. Health is a failure. Politics, of course, they keep the opposition. They try to use that as a method. Security, a lot of debt everywhere. Is it debt management? They borrowed more than Nigeria has ever borrowed since deception. Corruption, 100%, they got there. They only will pursue people that are against them. Then value for life, it keep going down every day. You know, when the one man go to moon, he go to sky, wherever he goes to, you know, when he comes here to speak his rubbish, you know, I didn't come in there because I for not stand like my guy would just opt out. It's just too much for him to start coming to insult our intelligence. Like what Gachim said, gas go be when that guy there, all of us no go, all of us go live and making the talk alone, because it's that bad that he's actually speaking to an audience. I think he's sent to speak to an audience, and he comes in to the beginning of your show. Then he comes and drop the so-called bombshell or insult on everybody, and he opts out again. Like everybody is a fool. Oh, well, I don't want to talk about that guy, but Tinubu, as it were, to me, it's second term. It's funny because I don't think a well-meaning Nigerian who want to vote for him. I was with the midst of APC guys that wears cap. You know that they hide their faces when they are showing the cap, because they only wear it to get the contract, and they pull it out as soon as they up away from the camera just to show up. It's as bad as that. They don't have it in their heart that this is where to go. But because they get to benefit, because they get to get a job, because they get to get a contract done, they have to pretend to wear the cap just to get moved on the camera. At the end of the day, they take it off and they pretentiously live a life. That is how bad it is. He's so much got the country into a one-man show like he did in Lagos. That is exactly where he's going to. So that he determine who will be in the rep. He determine who will be in the Senate. He will determine who will be governor. He will determine who will be everything. At the end of the day, capture the same way he has captured Lagos. And what he's doing. And if we allow him this time around to go again, man, that country is going to be another 4 years of doom. Thank you, doctors.
All right. Thank you, OBE. Let's go to Maska. Maska, you're in Nigeria. You deal with this every day. So, what is your assessment?
It's a very bad regime. It's been a very traumatic period for all Nigerians. I don't even agree with the people that are saying that he settled his people. I don't think so. I believe the problem is all across the country. Even the middle class people really have suffered. This is the first time where government contractors actually protested, came on the street. So you can imagine the level of problem when you are a government contractor and people, those that are doing contract for government in Nigeria, obviously they are the cream de la cream, but they have to come out and protest. So I'm just saying that across the divide, I think there's a lot of problem. And I to some extent, I give him a little bit of credit for some of the decisions he took. But in the end, whatever decisions you take as a leader, you should see the result. You should be judged by the result. This man has pauperized the whole country. Not just that level of unemployment is still very high, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, if you check the price of bread before he came to power, I think it's about 400 naira or even 200 naira. I can't remember very clearly. Today, bread is hovering around 2,000 naira. Today, people are cutting yam. There are people who will cut yam into like 3 pieces and sell in the market. This is the first time it has ever happened that people will not sell 1 tuber of yam as 1 tuber of yam in the market. They will slice it because they know people can no longer afford the whole tuber of yam. If you look at the numbers, I mean, inflation, we're almost bordering at, forget about the fact that they always do mago with the numbers, even with the rebasing. If you look at the inflation rate in this country, I'm not just talking about the optics, but the real numbers, inflation, it's well among the top in the whole world, you know. if you look at the most important in security, I mean, for me, that's why he has failed woefully. Every other thing I can excuse. The fact of the matter is that for insecurity to remain at the level it is, I think there's no way anybody, any Nigerian can excuse him. The second unexcusable basis is like, look at the electricity. Nothing has happened. And this is places where you came and made a promise that if we don't solve electricity, don't vote me again. Okay. So look, if you want to do an appraisal of this region, it's a total failure. Leave even the normal numbers, even the fundamentals of society. Look at the politics we're having today. This is the first time people will pretend not to be able to count. This is the first time. If you compare Tinubu's primaries and compare it to what they did in 2015, the same APC, you could see. Look, just go and somebody should just go and check it. I watched it all through the night, 2015. As a process person, I had to respect them. I removed my cap. That, oh, look, this is a very transparent process. There's no way you can, there's no place where you can argue that, oh, no, this is not. But look at what they are doing today as primaries. Look at the political terrain today. What you see is a situation where we're more like Arabs now, where you will go and see the picture of, and very soon we'll start seeing statute of. I will not be surprised. We will start seeing his statute. People will start erecting his statues, just to show you how the man has mentally just, I don't know the word for it, but people are no longer, he's just destroyed even the fabric of the society where people would want to do right. And for me, the biggest crime is like being an athlete, where instead of running your run, before you even do the run, you want to go and poison your fellow athletes. Every normal, they will disqualify you. That man should be disqualified. Because it's clear, you can't argue that he's not interfering with the opposition. So me, I am not really happy with this regime. And again, another issue that I really don't like about it is like, it's not okay when I know that during Buhari's time there was a lot of accusation that he appointed a lot of people for his side. But if you compare it, the level has gone just to a different level. All these small things, that are the ones that will completely destroy this country. It's not about whether the security or there's inflation, but the very fundamental. Even if you as a person don't get it right, allow this process to make sure the next person that will come in will be a proper person. But what has happened is that even the process now to bring in proper people has been bastardized. Let me rest my, but please, I will rest my case on that. But before I drop the mic, Mr. Rudolph, please give me 1 minute. I need to do two things. One is to go on your defense. I think people that are criticizing Mr. Rudolph, I don't agree with them. I think it is good that one man came, he aired his view. I think what will be his take home is that even when he was still on the panel, there was pushback. And I think even after he has left, he will still see this pushback. It will be up to him to go and search his conscience. And if you do not allow him to have spoken, this home truth will not have been spoken to him. He will be carrying what he believes is true as true. But I'm sure if he has any iota of honesty, with the amount of pushback, at minimum, he will question his position on things. That's one. And secondly, please, I need to apologize to Chim. Mr. Chim, I'm sorry. The last time you held a program on Friday, I spoke, but events have shown that I was totally wrong. I was telling people to suck it up and man up. But I saw a couple of things. My daughter gave me a report to help her review. They do some work with the people at these IDP camps. When I saw some of the reports, it really shook me, and I realized mental issues, really. If you really meet people with truly mental issues, you yourself, it's not your own issue, but you yourself, you tend to have mental issue yourself. In the report, I saw somebody who both parents were killed. They were two siblings. And then in the IDP camp, the younger sister who was still was raped. Like, so, okay, that guy, how will you tell that guy to suck it up and man it up? From where? And he's still living in an IDP camp. So I'm sorry, Jim, my position was totally uninformed. No, I need to. It's totally uninformed. And I think it's something that really, it's a problem that needs to also be tackled. So thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I dropped the mic.
All right, thank you, Master. Chim, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph. So I'm going to break my own assessment of the president into four. One is on economy, what I refer to as national cohesion. Number two, his politics, and then security. Starts with economy. The economy, we can't speak enough of it. It's literally, this is a man who had no plans. Remember, sometimes we forget that because of Tinubu and because of Buhari, there were no political debates. Their opponents were ready for political debates to come and sell whatever economic goals and objectives and plans they had and their blueprint. It didn't happen. The closest we had was the Chatham House and then the Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, something like that, where they asked him a question and he said he would not give his own, because his opponents would steal his ideas. If we can remember, I mean, it's still there on the internet. He says that they can invite him back after, where he said, The guy had no plans. He had absolutely no plans, no blueprint. I was in an ex-employment WhatsApp group where I said to them, I lived in Lagos. The only thing Tinubu knows how to do is tax, to collect tax, institute tax process, and send out boys to go and collect taxes. That was the only thing he did in Lagos. Unfortunately, and then secondly, I told people, I said, this guy is an arrogant fellow. Arrogant people, don't give them power. If you give them power, you will see. You can see he lacks empathy. So on the economic side, he has debased the naira. The videos you just shown, Nigerians have been debased in terms of living standard. We now, handouts, just giving people meat and sending noodles and all those things they keep doing all over the whole place. That's not governance. That's bribery. And that's the only thing he does. And lastly, on that economy, listen, these are people who believe, in whose mind they don't believe opportunity should be spread. They believe that people need to queue up in front of their houses every time to come and beg them for money. That's the kind of leadership and the kind of elitism that this man in office is instituting. A leadership that believes in that I'm the leader, everybody needs to come and greet me. Anybody who doesn't come and greet me will not get it. Sorry to Arsenal. Arsenal is losing. That is screaming that is going on. So on that economic side, it's very evident. I can go on and on. Petrol prices, the basing the naira and all those things. On national cohesion, please tell me how cohesive Tinubu has made Nigerians. He has brought division. From the election that brought him in, Mama Shukudi, don't come and vote you if you don't vote for Tinubu. It was his acolytes that said it. That's the kind of politics. His wife said it, spoke in Yoruba, these Igbo people, because they didn't vote for her husband. She said they will show them shaky. The video is out there. And then, of course, when it comes to political appointment, these kind of things he does. Please tell me what cohesion, national cohesion, this man is showing us. None, zero. On his politics, which is actually an offshoot of that national cohesion, his politics is brigandry. And that is why when someone like the guy who came in comes here to come and spew bullshit, I'm asking them, what do they take some of us for? Is it that we don't follow what is going on back home? There's two politics I consume. One is Nigerian politics, the other one is American politics. I'm sorry, I'm guilty as that because they're more exciting for me. Anything that is stale and not exciting, I can't consume it. So when you look at his kind of politics displays, go back to when he was so-called a Nadeko and let someone remind him, a man who said he was fighting Abacha, today is running for a one-party state. He's pushing every governor to join his party. Wants to consistently and perpetually decide who becomes the governor of Lagos, who gets a senatorial seat in Lagos. What kind of politics is that? Is that a politics that is inclusive? Absolutely not. So National cohesion zero, politics, he's just a tout. And then when it comes to security, Masker, sorry to disagree with you when you said you cut him some slack. I don't see anything to cut Tinubu slack for. He was an ill-prepared president, very ill-prepared. He had no objectives. He didn't even understand the situation before he was given or he went to seek that office. Today we see what is going on. So I think he's a total failure. Will Nigerians learn from it? And when it comes to election next year, decide to be ethnic blind when they pick their next representatives is yet to be seen, because I haven't seen anything that suggests to me. I just saw a video, I will share it with you later on, that somebody was saying he doesn't want Nigeria to be well. He said it clearly. He's a supporter of Tinubu. He said, why are you guys thinking that I should back you people? That when the person I'm supporting clearly owns, he does things to make my businesses grow, and you're thinking I will pray that. I'm not kidding. The video is there. I just downloaded it. I was shocked. I've been watching it over and over. This is someone who backs APC. You need to understand the mindset of some of these people. There are people who know that Nigeria is not working, but they benefit from the inefficiencies going on, and they don't want it to be fixed. I used to think that people genuinely wanted the country to progress. When I watched that video, I had to do a rethink. See, we all are actually seeking different things. There are people who like it the way it's going because they believe in prepender politics. They believe in a politics where, Baba shock me, where somebody in office is going to be patronizing their business. If it's not working that way for them, then they don't want it well. So that is my analysis. I don't think the man has done well. I hope Nigerians will learn from it and not let him come back. But if he comes back, listen, every president does well in their first term. It's in the second term they don't do well. So if this guy is already a failure in his first term,
all right. Thank you, Mr. C. Paul, you're next.
Doctor, when Chim said you don't think Tinubu didn't do well and what I did, Tinubu actually did well. He did well in the sense that this is how far he can go. This is how Tinubu ruled Lagos. I was born, raised in Lagos. I remember my elder sister during their own time. They even went to evening school during the era of Jakonde. I am a Jakonde product. And I know how Jakonde built schools scattered around Lagos. I think then Lagos has whether 12 local governments. Either 10 to 12 local governments. I can't remember very well now. And Jakonde built schools everywhere. Jakonde built Bagada Teaching Hospital, Lagos State University, Lasut. It scattered these things. Jakonde Estate, Mile 2, Jakonde Estate, Ebeda, Jakonde Estate, Aja. Lagos is small like New York City, but he opened up everywhere. He is not tribal. He didn't focus on one place like some other person want to tile the whole road in the city and every other thing. And what was the population of Lagos State then? These are the things. And what is the population of Lagos State when Tinubu come? Did you build more hospitals? Because by population, if you collect your data, then it tell you need to build more schools. But all I see is to renovate schools. Tinubu build only 15 schools called Millennium Schools. And when he built 15 schools, he turned Lagos to over 57 local governments. Lagos used to be 20 local government plus this so-called 37 LDCs, or how do they call it, and every other thing. He didn't even build to other places and every other thing, just 15. You understand? And these schools, people who use connections to go. He tried to model the thing of this, like the Queen's College and the King's College and the likes. Tinubu didn't do nothing. Lagos State have pipe-borne water, Ijora, pipe-borne water, Iju water works, and everything. Lagos was very, very structured. So when I see people who tell me that, oh, you say you built New Lagos in the sense that you open up the Aja houses and everything. Did they put Lagos State University satellite campus in the Aja area? Because that's how I want to understand. Did they build new hospitals there? All we see is it on these three-bedroom flat hospitals that they call hospitals, something that is not what we call agent care in America. And the likes, these are the thing. This is a slap. What is your thing? Show me. You understand the things that Tinubu did. He didn't do anything. Agbero just spring up. You open up Agbero. Back then, many years ago, we used to have these Agberos. Some Igbo boy called Bomboy. Some of us who live in Lagos who know Bomboy very well and everything. He controlled the whole of Oshodi. Tinubu spread to the capitalism, and Agbero become like 20 pack. You head here, you head here, you head here, and everything. These are the things he do. It's part of his capitalism. He didn't do nothing. You understand? Where is Lagos Port? What are the things? Then, doctor, during this same APC time, that was, if you could remember very well, you're a journalist, that was when they said they discovered crude oil in Lagos. Dangote is crying that they don't give him crude oil. How come they did that? Dangote said, come invest in exploring the crude in Lagos and leave the one that we have in the Niger Delta. These are things government do. I live in a new city in Arizona. How did they do it? How did they give people incentives to go some of those places? They first of all build schools. They build all the new thing there. They give all the big grocery stores, the Costco's, the Sam's Clubs, the Walmart. They give them incentive. By the time they put all those things there, people will follow. This is how you open up a place and everything. Where is government project? Where is competition with government competing with public health sector or public schools? Like more private schools, more public schools, more private hospitals, more public hospitals. Where are all those things? Tinubu don't do anything. In terms of politics, he is failing us completely. It's a monarchy system of government. His word are law. His word is amen. It's even worse than Trump. You understand? Because he even still use the assembly to even make it law. And it's not helping us in any way. The country is not making new money. The country is not making anything. You are not creating jobs. Somebody made mention of something that, doctor, I will say these things clearly. During the era of COVID, when inflation and everything, I work in a company that don't have union. My company increased my salary tremendously. The state increased minimum wage. You understand, to follow, because they also equally understand that it's the ordinary man money that grow any economy in the world. These are the things. But in Tinubu's time, they beat Labour president. They don't want to increase salary. When purchasing power die, economy die with it. When we have loose cash, it helps the economy. The people are starving. The people, parts of Lagos that even have electricity can't pay for electricity. The people who have meter card can't pay. They have electricity, but they can't. It's like me, my phone is working, but I can't buy credit because I don't have money. So Tinubu failing
now,
all
time the bell ring. See my bell.
He ignores the bell, just like
he just allowed the bell to be ringing. Oh my goodness.
Just like Tinubu. All right, Ajagun.
Again, good evening, everybody. I must say that all those who passed on commenting on Tinubu's first 3 years, I salute them. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I too was nearly one of those people. But I have to speak. I have to speak. Because I knew this, and I said this 2023. This is going to be the outcome. If we allow, after this example of 3 years, if we allow him to come back in, if we allow 2027 to happen, then again, we're just all silly. And there are those who agree that Tinubu has had a really bad time, bad 3 years. And then there are those who abstained. There isn't really anyone that I've heard so far who agrees with anything he's done and lifts it up to suggest that he's done anything progressive, really progressive, on the Nigerian and the international stand for Nigeria. You know, right now, when I think about Nigeria, I think about it in two ways. The domestic politics that any president or leader would need to take care of, and then the international politics to make sure that Nigerians, home and abroad, are somewhat be respected. In both these areas, I can't see anything that is progressive at all. And me as a Nigerian in the diaspora, there are things that I can inform our government our diplomats as to what's going on in Europe and London and the UK that Nigerians are looking to fit into. You as the government can help us plug in further with XYZ, as I will put it down to them. But Nigerians aren't really into these level of progressive discussions, really. I think Nigerians, unfortunately, are into today's hell. And that's all they have the strength to think about. And this today's hell is always negotiable, especially if you can make tomorrow's hell a bit more simpler for me. And that's a really rickety place to find yourself when you're dicing with your soul. Is all you have left. And yet still, our minds haven't changed to be minds of steely progression and strength, honor, reality, truth, dignity. Our minds hasn't gone to that level. Our minds are still in the gutter where we think everything is possible and we can do anything from nothing, because that's all we can really bargain with. I find all these things a great shame. And I say to Nigerians that 2027 is a waste of time going to the ballot box. A waste of everybody's time. It is unfortunate to say that Tinubu should not do another 4 years. But it's even more based on Tinubu's actions as president. But I can say to you even more, the whole of Nigerian politics, including very much underlying the so-called opposition as they have now crept out from wherever they are. Those people have done appallingly as well. They've done so appallingly that there is hardly a choice. There is hardly a choice. Nigerians have to take their power back by not going on to 2027 and causing a good 3 years of Nigerians themselves forming a committee that does the job for that time. I thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagun. I understand that Arsenal, they lost. People are not happy. I don't follow these things. I don't know who plays there, but I'm getting messages that people are sad. I'm sorry for you guys.
Which people are sad?
Let's finish this conversation before I.
Some of us are laughing, and you say people are sad.
No, they are happy. I'm a Chelsea fan, so I'm happy.
Oh, you're happy? Okay. There were people who were sad everywhere on my timeline. Soli wanted to say something before I go to Ife. There's an electrical too. Okay?
Is Mr. Paul, I wanted to bring another debate challenge again, since the last time, we didn't have. So this new debate is what you said previously. You said you both built Lagos. So can we have
I never said Igbo built Lagos.
We can
Nigerians built Lagos. It was a formal capital. I never said Igbo. Never. Let me use your word back to you.
I'll rewind it and clip it. Thank you.
All right.
No, let's bet on that. Let's bet on that.
Okay. No.
I bring $1,000. You bring $100. 1,000 to your $100. They will donate it to Dr. Damages. $1,000 to your $100.
Let me say that when we finish this round of talk, we then talk about that debate, because I'm really trying to get right people with different viewpoints to come to this debate. Let's hear Anne Electrical and then Ife. If I miss you, let me know.
I have not spoken yet.
Who said that? Sola. Okay. Anne Electrical, go ahead.
The past 3 years has been a disaster, in my opinion, for Nigeria, a country with great potentials, as it is. Tinubu was not prepared. All that he wanted was to have it in his resume that he was a president of Nigeria. That's what I think he has come to do. And if I am him, having accomplished that, I will leave, because like Jagan said, or somebody said earlier, the first 4 years of any government is when the government works. The second term is election and who succeeds him afterwards. And since he's good at that, he should be able to leave and then scheme who he will prefer to be the next president of Nigeria after him, as he's been doing it for Lagos. So pretty much he hasn't really done much, to justify the expectations of those who thought he could, make Nigeria a better country, as they claim he did Lagos, which is fallacy and lies, because there were governments and governors before him in Lagos who were governors of Lagos and after him. In addition to the fact that Lagos was it was the capital of Nigeria for several years, and as well as it was a colony with all the natural resources of the country being, funneled into Lagos to build Lagos what it is. Having said that, I think what we should focus on would be what will Nigeria be moving forward from next year. We have an opportunity to make Nigeria a better country. The first thing that needs to be done is let this be the end of this disaster moving forward. And I think every Nigerian should have this as a patriotic duty and responsibility to ensure that this calamity and affliction does not continue. Because one way or the other, it affects everybody, both those who live in Nigeria and those who don't live in Nigeria. Because at the end of the day, you work so hard in whichever country you are, in America, in Europe, or wherever, or Asia, or even back home in Nigeria and in Africa. You work so hard, but the efforts you make, you end up using your resources to do what government should have done if the system is functional. So I think what Nigerians should be bothered about is how to make this country a functional country that will be beneficial to all, unlike what it is right now. Tinubu is doing good, and he's only doing good for those who are benefiting from him. Like one young man said in a viral video that he wants the system to continue. And that's actually what I know. Most Nigerians who are hailing Tinubu are those who are benefiting from this dysfunctionality Nigeria is into. If you are someone who who wants a Nigeria that works for all, there is no way you want Tinubu to be in government a second time. And that's the way I look at it. I use my position.
All right, thank you. Before I bring up Sola, let me play this video that you guys are talking about. All right, my computer is
Nigeria that doesn't think that politics is part and parcel of their success in doing business in Nigeria have no business doing business in Nigeria. A lot of people are angry that, you're supporting Tinubu, is a traitor, is a this. What do you want me to do? What exactly do you want me to do? You want me to join you and point the finger at the very person that can snap a finger and everything I worked hard for is gone? Are you going to feed me after that? Are you going to take care of my children? Are you going to send my children to private school? Whether Nigeria gets better or doesn't get better, I'm perfectly okay. In fact, I'm banking on it not getting better. Your prayer is different from my prayer. I come to the acceptance that I'm going to help if it exists. I have no doubt about that. Because there are things that I do that warrant hellfire. One thing I have as a general rule in my company, if you make mistakes, if you make the mistake of saying, God will provide, I'll sack you instantly.
All right. We're going to round up on this topic by listening to Sola. Soli, what's going on?
So I want to know, Dr. Damages, be a fair judge. Does this warrant my $1,000?
Some people when I know how some people don't even know the Igbo people access their funds.
Does that warrant my $1,000?
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear what
it was a clip of Mr. Paul saying that Igbos develop Lagos.
Okay.
If they didn't develop, they contributed.
Send it to me so that we can.
I'll screen record it now and I'll send it to you.
No, play it very well. I didn't hear that part. That I said. I didn't hear it. And you're lying.
Paul, actually, you did say so. I was shocked when you said so. I just didn't want to say anything because it's not my fight.
I heard it as well.
You said it.
All right.
I heard you say it, Paul.
No,
So
that's
why at least deserve
Paul, hey Paul, if you said it, you said it. Forget it.
Look, I am here and I still stand my ground. I say I'm going to bring $1,000. I am here. You understand? You can lie in my back and everything. Send it. Put the video very well and everything.
Send it to me. I'll pass it on.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Doctor also has the video. You can go back and
we'll get to the bottom of
cut the clip and everything. The context that I'm saying, hold on. The context that I'm saying, I will tell you, I use a context you have to understand. The Igbo people start selling spare parts very well in Idumota. Then they move them from Idumota to Trade Fair Complex. This is how they use in opening Lagos. You understand that when somebody tries to put everything that I said, Igbo developed Lagos. Lagos was former federal capital territory. They bring every tribe here because everybody works in civil service. Everybody developed Lagos. And the way Lagos is wired, I will tell you very well. I will tell you the Efik community. I will tell you the Hausa community. Yes, I will tell you the Yoruba, the Urobo community, how they live in Lagos and the area they live in Lagos. That's how it is. You understand?
Yeah, sorry, Rudolph. I think sorry, Paul. You made that statement. Maybe you made it in a different context, but it came out exactly the way Soli says when you said Igbo's beauty. I heard it and I was like, okay, what are you trying to say here? So you can contextualize for all you care. You said so.
I think we're all here. How about you cut the clip again? Go back, go forward, and everything. It's as simple as that.
All right.
Paul and Sergi, discuss it. You said so. The thing is, the context in which you said, like Daniel Bola we said, right? Defend it. That's what Sergi is saying.
Give me my money.
All right. So we'll get.
No, it's not your money. It's not your money. But please play that video.
Oh, me down.
I still stand my ground.
Okay, Sola, you are next. Let's finish this topic. I want to say.
All right. Good evening, everyone. For me, I don't need to assess Tinubu at the end of the day. The people I need to ask questions are the Nigerian people. You know, is your life better in the past 3 years? You know, in every society, even in the coming by-election or in the US, most of the time they'll just say, oh, Donald Trump is doing this. But people are saying that the people are waiting for him in November. So what does it mean? You see, Nigerians, and I'm saying it again, if you will still see some people in that video that are collecting meat, collecting ram, collecting pure water, collecting whatever, the Indomie or whatever, you will see some of them. But the majority of Nigerians, how has your life been? Masker said something in which I was also shocked because my father also told me the same thing. And now they are cutting yam. You know, it is difficult. People are really, really suffering. But the question is, if you not say you did suffer, then vote him out. And you stand with your vote. There's no two things. Oh, on economy, he's the only president that the 2023 budget enter 2024, enter 2025, enter 2026, enter 2027, it will enter 2028. And I said it last week, like I said, you see, the scorecard of these 3 years, you think you are seeing it. You've not seen it. You've only seen the scorecard of Buhari. The scorecard of Tinubu these 3 years is coming. Probably you'll be seeing it in 2028 or 2029. Is somebody that is infected with malaria, do you think he's going to have malaria now? No. It's going to be over time. That is how economy works. The scorecard of Trump giving them tariff. Are you guys not feeling it in the US? I'm not talking about fuel now. Let's leave fuel out of it. I hope you guys are enjoying it in the US. Do you think that it was going to come in straight away? No. Everybody kept on saying that it will come in the future, in months' time. The effect of the war in Iran, did it start the same day? No. So what am I saying? We, the people, the power belongs to us. They will come back every 4 years, and we need to vote them out. You see, we need to tell ourselves the truth. You see that Georgia Republican that faced Trump, that is the kind of people we need in Nigeria. Even when Trump was coercing him, was telling him, find me so vote, he stood his ground. I can ask you, how many people can stand their ground to say, no, this is what happened? I can't blame them, because sometimes they will just kill them. But what we need to do, we don't need to score. We can only score him with how we are feeling, the effect it is having on people in Nigeria. And it is only the Nigerian citizens that can score Tinubu to say, you know what, we are waiting for you. You can campaign, you can do anything, you can share your RAM, you can share everything. But come that election day, we will stand with our votes, we will vote you out, and we will show that it is we that we have the power. So that is the way I think that we can score him. So every politician in Nigeria, it will set a precedent saying that, in the next 4 years, if I don't do well for these people, they will vote me out. So with that, they themselves will be the one to be scoring themselves, rather than we waiting for every 4 years to score them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sola. Let's now.
Can I just make a quick pushback to Sola? Quick one. Based on what he just said.
1 minute. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sola, I always respect what you have to say. When you say that things will happen within the next 4 years and Tinubu may be voted out come 2030 or 2031, that's his last 4 years. Why would it matter? If he's won 2027, he's won. He'll go out after 8 years. It's pointless, is what I'm putting to you. And where you're coming from, it's at the stage where it bears no significance or difference. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Jagun. I never said 2020, 2030 or 2030. I was only talking about the budgets that was spiraling over. What I'm saying is that currently people should vote him out this time. This is the time we need to vote him out, not come 2031, because we don't need him now. Because what we are facing now is more, we can see it now. So that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, I see.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ify, final thought. 3 minutes.
I don't have anything to say. Nothing.
I got nothing. All right. Thank you so much. Let me, because I just got the video that we are talking about, what Paul said. Maybe we are going to hire a new staff if Paul is going to give us some money. Listen, everybody.
Try to say somebody is bringing Tinubu down as some Igbo people. When I know how Igbo developed Lagos, some people don't even know the Igbo people who sell spare parts.
Let's round up so that we play that again.
Type of thing, or try to support Tinubu and try to say somebody is bringing Tinubu down as some Igbo people. When I know how Igbo developed Lagos, some people don't even know the Igbo people who sell spare parts.
Let's round up so that we. I didn't know this happened today. And I was the one moderating. Okay.
My $1,000.
Rudolph, 30% tax. 30% tax from the money before Sunday takes it.
My debate offer still stands, though. My debate offer still stands.
So he said how. He didn't say Igbo developed Lagos. He said how Igbos developed Lagos. So that's a contributory. That's contribution.
And he was cut off before we actually understood where he was going.
Yeah, he's saying that the contents there means
pay the money anyway.
That's contribution.
All right.
Significant contribution. That's what I believe he meant there.
And doctor, and I explain myself. You see, when people cut clip, they play politics around it. And I make mention of the state of Arizona, how they open up a city, how Jakonde open up a city. It spread development all around Lagos. I will make mention of New York City.
You understand?
Please don't repeat yourself.
I make mention of Arizona. How they open up a place, they put things to incentive. When they push the Igbo people from Idumota to trade fair, they still push them out of trade fair again to what they call auto park. That place was swampy area. You understand? And they open up those places. These are the type of thing that I'm talking. And that's how the Hausa people also do it with Alabarago, deal with Agege, deal with Ijora. You understand? So these are the things. You know, Soli is a small boy. He didn't know this part in Lagos. So probably it's what your parents tell you and you're a boy.
No, nobody.
So, but I'm telling you real facts. Yeah.
We can have a full-on debate if you want. I prefer.
Oh, no. I'm not running away. The debate still stands. My daughter is graduating and I have a lot of visitors who come and some of them shock me. They won't stay up to 2 weeks. So I needed time to spend with my visitors who come from far and wide. That's why I didn't take it.
All right. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to look at the one's memoir, Biafra Remembrance Day, which is today. And I'm happy that Dr. Mo is here. He will guide us. And then we rant. So thank you again for hanging in here. I will be right back in 4 minutes.
Well, I think that is the interpretation that we don't know whether that accord was the actual final result which determined was not to be done until after we got home.
But you agreed to the accord, didn't you, when you were in Gaza?
This is the accord. It is not a question of agreement in accord. This, it is when we come back home, and I made it. I made a statement. When you come back home, and I make a statement that about Ebola.
Right. Because that's why it was called an accord. An accord means that you had agreed.
No, accord. But then it has to be done in Nigeria before Friday.
So you needed to come home and discuss it.
Unfortunately, when of course people didn't want to believe it, I was having a serious attack of kind of fever or whatever it is, and I could not make any decision
at home.
At home. Right. When we arrived in home, and Tojuku was one who then, when he came, he went and made made the statement. He made the statement about Abu Record, and the governor of the Midwest, Edge, then rang me at that very in early hours of the day.
My good friend turned bandit Gawan is planning there is purely to get a group of men round the oil terminal and then to shake the managers of the oil companies by the scruff of the neck and demand money.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying and joining us today. We are now on our second topic, which is Gowon's memoir. We called it autobiography. He told the story of his life in 881 pages. And today is also Biafra Remembrance Day, when people in the Southeast remember their fallen heroes, people who died during the conflict. I mentioned at the beginning that I was horrified when I heard that there were activities planned by different groups, including churches in the Southeast, and the government of some soldiers or groups in Nigeria issued a statement warning them not to do anything to remember that day. I'm not sure if Mo will help us, guide us in this conversation. Dr. Mo, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I was shocked when I saw that this morning, but let's start from the beginning. 30 years ago, it's 30 years today, exactly 30 years ago today, I made this proposal that we need to be doing this every May 30th to really understand what happened. But for the long time, to this day, we still do not know why we went to war. Why was the war necessary? Now, Gowon has not even helped us. I was thinking he would just explain a few things. He said, oh, Ojukwu wanted to rule the law of Nigeria. Ojukwu wanted the oil. When Ojukwu wanted the oil, when he got the oil, bearing states, why not stop? He's just talking from here to there, malaria general, no nothing. He's lying. He's not helping the matter. And we have not helped the matter. Because I propose that every May 30th, we get somebody who had the experience of the war, who was present, to tell us what he or she knew about the war. So we know. Some people did Trace Commission, we did a Oputa panel, it didn't work. So we have to keep talking until we find some answers. Right now, the soldier who spoke, who is the spokesman for the Operation Udoka in Southeast, said that we have Army Day and Remembrance Day and January 15 and other days of remembering our heroes. I believe he's also talking about June 12th, that people should not respond to the call by Masop and IPOB for today to be a holiday in the Southeast, which is stupid because you can't beat a child and tell him not to cry. So people will do what they want to do. Actually, today in Enugu, it was another sit at home, and it was well, people responded. But what Masop said was that people should pray tomorrow in churches. They told church pastors to pray tomorrow for the repose of souls of those who died during the war. I don't see anything wrong with that. We have to keep doing this. In fact, in 2000 and I forgot, yeah, I think it's 2015, when Osibanjo was the VP, he spoke on such an occasion in Abuja, a lecture organized on May 30th, where he revealed that his aunt followed the husband to Biafra and never came back. Where he revealed that his best friend Emeka just packed from school, went home that they're traveling to where he never saw Emeka to this day. People have been bottling up a whole lot. A whole lot of people have been bottling up a whole lot that they've never been able to express. They never understood what happened. It was horrible. So the fact is that today, whether we make it national holidays or whatever, I don't care, but at least May 30th, the people affected should be able to express themselves and mourn the death of their beloved ones, whichever way they want. Now, Gowon is telling us his book, which I haven't read, but I saw snippets and reviews, that during the war they were shooting at palm trees. They never shot at people. How can you say that? You see, this guy keeps... Anyway, what do we expect? I said it before, and I'm biased. The man who lies about everything, who will lie about anything. Okay? This is a man who denied his own son for 5 decades. Jordan Barracks is the safest place in the world in Nigeria. And another man came and slept with your girlfriend and made her pregnant. Such a story tells you about a man. Compare with Chief Adeleke, the widow's father. The lady came and said his son gave her, made her pregnant. He proved that it wasn't the son, but still took the girl in and brought her up like his own child. That's what a normal man does. Even if a DTK got pregnant by another man and it's your girlfriend, you can be the father of a child. In my culture, it takes a village to raise a child. That tells you about Gowon. He went to Aburi, he signed an accord, he came back, and at 93, he's still denying something that everybody knew. And why wait up until this time to start writing? When you knew all this while that everybody who went to Aburi had died, including Solomon Akenzo at the Ebola of Benin, including Hassan Castina, David Ejo, Ojukwu himself, N.U. Aman, General Ankara. They've all died. And Gowon is trying to tell us, no, he can't tell us that because the evidence is there. Ojukwu came to here in Newark at Robert Treat Hotel. I will ask him, why don't you write down what happened so we understand, but we're not getting this Biafra story. The man said, he was laughing, let Gowon write first because he started it, which is true. Then we said, Oga, listen, it doesn't matter, we need to know from you first side. He had written that other book because I was, what was it called?
Because I was involved.
Because I was involved, yeah, because I am involved. He had written that book, but it was more about Bianca than anything else. So that's not a memo. So he said that he will leave enough material behind for whenever Gowon writes for that to be published. And he said that the last week before he left, he saw another tape because he made many copies of the Biafran of the Aburi Accord tape. He made many copies. So he still has it. So that's nobody could deny that. That was the essence. The pogrom did not cause the war. We all know that. What caused the war is very simple. On Aburi we stand. Just as some people are standing on mandate now. It was on Aburi we stand. Everybody was saying that. And Gowon could not live there. Then he passed on Decree 8, which divided the federation from the four regions into 12 states. And that was when the whole thing just went. You could say, oh, no. You can't do that when we had an agreement. And then before you know it, he sent police action. I'm reading, what's his name? Solomon Akenzua book, The Order of the Name. Okay? In this book, he said, page 143, was said they didn't understand what sort of police action Gowon was talking about. But before you know it, he snowballed into a war. And that war was terrible. That war should not have been fought. It was unnecessary. It could have been talked out whichever way, even if it took 3 more years to keep talking. As we learned from America and Iran. Okay? The peace talk, they keep talking. That's how you play diplomacy. So we have to learn, why did we get ourselves in such a funk? And I was telling somebody this morning, that's what is going to happen in Nigeria. We have to try a little bit of ethnic conflict that we can manage. But if we have the full blown out ethnic war, people will say, how did we get here? So for this time, it's time for us to learn from what happened to us. I've been pushing for this for a long time, and nobody's listening. Let's face it, Biafra is unattainable. I said it last time I was here. It's unattainable again. It's done. It's history. Some other thing can come up. Yes. But right now, Nigeria is not sustainable. So where do we find ourselves? Let's talk about it. We'll have this election. Somebody will come up, the same old story. So about Biafra is something we have to talk about. We can't hide anymore. People died. People committed atrocities, and they're getting away with it. People were robbed. Sir Louis Odumegwu was a millionaire in pounds. There are people like him who were billionaires in those days, not just him. There are people who were silent millionaires. Then after the war, you gave them 20 pounds. Those who had money in the bank. You gave them 20 pounds. That is stealing. Okay? And now we're saying, oh, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Let's everything go. No, it cannot go on. We have to sit down and just remember, I'm not saying set an the commission of inquiry. Somebody should go to jail and all that. Yes, somebody should go to jail if things were normal, because you do not use starvation as a weapon of war. It was done. Kwashak was unnecessary. So here we are, still talking about Biafra. The first publication I had about Biafra, I said it there, it's in this book, this magazine. Okay, until we do that, Biafra will not die. It will live on. And then all these young ones who didn't know what it was will come up and use it to wreak havoc on a community, on a society. The Southeast has retrogressed in the past, what? 10 years, 20 years, no, not 10 years, since 2019, for some simple reason. If Buhari had left Nnamdi Kanu to go back to London, we wouldn't be here. Because if I go back to London and the wife gives birth to a baby boy, case over. I don't know about you guys, but there's something that the birth of a child does to a man. You change your perspective. So, but the man did not understand. People hear Biafra, they jump up. Why are you jumping up? It happened. It's reality. We cannot avoid it. Then Gowon writes a book and tells all sorts of lies. I never tell good stories. There are good stories from the war. There are good stories from the war, something that happened. But people do not, we don't even know our history. I understand people saying, I have people saying in the West, oh, if a Yoruba man is married to an Igbo man, you shouldn't vote for him. Story. Do these people know that the first lady of Eastern Nigeria was a Yoruba woman? Lady Ibiam. There are good things about Nigeria. I want Nigeria to work. All of us, we want Nigeria to work. I don't want to go to Kano with a visa. I don't want to go to Lagos with a visa or to Benin. So we can build a great country, but the fact is we have to be honest with ourselves and say, this is not working. Something went wrong somewhere. How do we solve it? How do we resolve it? How do we move on? We talk about Rwanda being bad, but we didn't talk about Rwanda, how they resolved. They had an open, what they call it some name, where people came up and confessed to what they did and realized we can't go back there again. They built a museum, they have all the human skulls where people will go and see it and marvel at how did we get here? That's what we have to do in Nigeria. Our problem is rooted in the 60s. It is not over. Even in the southeast, the problem with the Cross River, with the riverine area, with people denying their identity, is guilt. Guilt of what happened after the war, the abandoned property in your own country, the abandoned property. So the issue now is not to recount what happened, but to find out how to move on from here. That Aburi is a fact. It's an accord that will help Nigeria better if we just stay. And as I recommended today, we need to stay a little bit apart, or we will be burnt by the friction of our first federation. When a federation, that is not working, you got to find something, some breathing space. I don't want somebody who thinks he owns Lagos. You take Lagos, take Lagos. Fine. Keep it. And I'll watch you in the next 10 years how far it will go. Or in Kaduna, or even in Abuja. Okay? Yesterday we were watching the bus station that Alex Oti built for the Iraq woman, Nenoti. Great. Okay? So this is, we have to have museums. Who will go? Children will go. School children who are the future, tomorrow's future. They say, oh, I saw this thing at the museum. We can't go back there. It takes just one man to say stop, and everything will stop. If Gowon, look at that. If Gowon had said in 1967, let's forget about this. I've told this story here. You could never believe that Gowon will attack Biafra. Because they were talking. It was no secret. They were talking on a daily basis, on the phone. Okay? So, I don't know what went wrong. We still don't know what went wrong. Nobody knows why the war was necessary. What was it? What were we fighting for? It could be a girlfriend, but that's one thing that would take a man to fight another man that way. It could be. If that is the case, then let's have it in our literature that 3.5 million people died because 2 men were after 1 woman. If that is the case, we know. But right now, we do not know exactly why that war was necessary. We could talk about division, we could talk about this ethnic group or that ethnic group, but why was it necessary for us to fight a war? Gowon wrote a book, 800 something pages, and he didn't even tell us why. He doesn't know. What we know is that he had malaria, and that was why he reneged on Aburi Accord. Who believes that story? It might not be the solution. So, okay, fine. Soft cover is 75,000. Hard copy is 100,000. Who buy? Who? Rubbish. Do they even know the minimum wage of a man who has a job in Nigeria is 75,000, and he takes it and buys Gowon's book to read. I think he wants to make money. He wants to just cash out. Danjuma gave him 3 billion. I understand. Sympathize with him. He didn't get any oil. What's it called? Oil well. Oil block. He didn't get it. Yeah. So he was pushed out by his cousin, Joe Garba. Okay. So maybe he lost out. Maybe this will give him enough money to sit back and do something right. Okay. I see at this point, Gowon could have told the story of healing, apologized, because under his watch, Boletila Muhammad and Taiwo lined up men in Asaba and killed them for nothing. For nothing. Of course, the first person killed there, if you know the story, was Ibrahim Babangida's father-in-law, Miriam's father. That's a crime. I saw Egyptian planes dwell on Ogun market and massacre everybody in the market. Flesh, blood everywhere. The same thing happened in Omaha. A hospital, 500 people died. You do all those things and you think it's okay to just blame Ojukwu. Who cares what Ojukwu did? We're trying to heal him, and he couldn't bring himself up to do a little bit of that. Just take some. You made some mistake. Say it. It won't kill you. And he made many mistakes. He let this guy lose.
Sorry, round up. Let me.
Okay, he did a whole lot. He cannot walk back on what he did. I have first-hand stories on what he did with Patrick Anwuna, who was his roommate at Sandhurst. Okay, he was with Effion when they went to Lagos. He wasn't nice to them. Okay, but I believe Gowon has good features. He's a pastor. Yes, he's a nice man and all that, but he hasn't been nice about the one country that he thinks he wants to go on with. He has never addressed the things going on in his own backyard in Plateau State. All the killings, he has not one day, for once, made a statement condemning the killing of people in and around Jos for one day. He's kept mute. But in his book, he has to complain that people didn't vote for him for presidency when he wanted to run for the president in 1993. Now he regrets the North is not one North. It's no longer one North. But he fought for one Nigeria. So my main theme today is let's on May 30th every year, we should remember Biafra. Whichever way we want to remember it, it should happen. It should happen. It should not be stopped. And I'm telling you, whether you are for or against, in fact, nobody's for. There's no Biafra coming back. Biafra is not coming back again. Forget about it. I said here, and somebody last time said he disagreed with me. Fine. Disagree with me all you want. But if you want it, you got to get a gun, get drones, and start fighting all over again, which is exactly what we do not want. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. I know a lot of people here have questions and then comments to make. I will give everybody that chance to make the comment. I have one silly question. Why is it that we don't have PDF version of this book in my email? Why is this one not circulating like Babangida's book and all the other books? Do you know?
Technology has improved, so they're able to lock it up.
Oh, okay. So
it's not easy to break. Yeah, before people would just get a copy and buy what's it called? The Kindle copy, and they will distribute it. So these days, I think technology has come up to a point where if you try to forward a Kindle copy, it will just not go.
Okay. Now, about the idea, he called the book. He called it "My Life." Let me show you. My Life of Duty and Allegiance. What duty to whom and allegiance to what? I guess it's Nigeria, is it?
I believe so. It doesn't make any sense at all.
I know that Bishop Kuka. Okay, go ahead. You said.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say that I know that Bishop Kuka wrote a review of the book.
Yes.
We are still depending on the review because the book is not easily accessible. I've checked. Did you see it on Amazon? I don't think I am. In fact, the publisher is a new publisher. I've not heard the name of that publisher before. The people that published the book, but there is need for young people, for people who didn't experience this, like you, to hear from a major actor like Gowon.
Gowon, yep.
And so far, I'm concerned that people are responding. Most of the people responding, they've not read the book.
I've not either. I read the review, and I saw a few things that are quite interesting. The Usasa thing pained him, that the north where he was born. I've been to his place, is a suburb of Zaria, Usasa. That's where he was born. The people didn't vote for him, and from what Hassan Kuka said, he felt bad that the one north they were talking about is not real. Obviously, the reason why he failed was because he's a Christian, and an unknown person won. Remember, it was then when Option 4 started. So he wrote it in the book. And also, what else he wrote? Some other things are very good. When he was homeless in London, when they removed him, he was an Igbo man, Emmanuel Oti from Arochukwu, who took him in to the wife before he started getting money from Ahito, other friends sent him money, and then was able to go back to school. So such things are good. These are human stories. Just like in Babangida's case, nobody read about the human stories that IBB told. People were just zeroing in on 1966 coup was not an Igbo coup, which is stupid though, because you can't have a whole ethnic group have a meeting to have a coup. It never happened. It doesn't happen anywhere. So in Gowon's case, the focus is on Aburi. Okay, why did you renege? He has not been able to explain it. It's over Ojukwu. Then he injected an issue that is very annoying. That Ojukwu they told him Ojukwu was involved in 1966 coup. Everybody knows that this is they call it major coup. Ojukwu was a lieutenant colonel. And the habit of first, if you read Ojukwu was to be killed. Remember? Captain Ude came from Kaduna to go and kill Ojukwu. But fortunately for him, Ojukwu was sleeping in the guest house of his friend, the Emir of Kano, Alhaji Bayero, but his wife just had a baby. And the house where he lives in Kano, the 2 battalion, was very noisy, where the CEO's house was. So he went there to sleep. So they came into his ceiling, there was nobody in the house. So they went back to Kaduna, and then we called him and said, listen, you're going to send me money or whatever. So we said, come and get it. Okay? So anyway, that was, when you don't pay the army people, then you are looking for trouble. Anyway, that was when Uzogo said to fail. Ojukwu was not involved in that coup. There was no evidence to show that Ojukwu was ever involved in that coup. I think he's confusing it with the one that Banjo was to lead. There was the Lieutenant Colonel coup that Banjo was supposed to lead by 1965, for which when Hiroshi took over, he locked him up in Enugu. That was actually why Banjo ended up in Enugu and became the Biafran later. So he doesn't get it right. So he's sowing all this bad blood with Ojukwu, and then he wondered why Ojukwu won't be his friend. He said Ojukwu refused to be his friend. Why would he be a friend with you when you killed your boss? He's denying it to this day. The ample evidence that Gowon was the leader of the coup that killed Hiroshi and Faji. He cannot deny it. Well, he's denying the war with Dimka, but we know he's involved. Nigerians couldn't have said he plotted a coup that removed Murtala Mohammed. He was involved, but he denies everything and lies about it. And we're going to pay $75,000 to buy that. Well, there are libraries that can buy that and who read it. But I'm disappointed from what I've heard, from what he has said. So I would interview with Anyogolo, because that was a prelude to releasing the book. Okay? When he told Charles Anyogolo he had malaria, and Charles was asking him, you had malaria in Aburi? He said, no, when we came back. Okay? And he kept lying about Ojukwu talking about confederation. Ojukwu never used that word. There's nowhere Ojukwu talked about confederation. He never did. Ojukwu talked about what they agreed on, which is there will be a central government and there will be more autonomy with the regions, 4 regions. So I don't know where he gets his information from.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. We will do a special program when we get enough people when the book is in circulation, enough people must have read it. We will do a special program where we'll focus on the book. For today, I want to go around and let everybody weigh in, just maybe 4 minutes, what you think about the Biafran Remembrance Day or the book by Gowon or the new controversy that is out there as a result of this book that is coming out. Let me start with the youngest of us here. I'm assuming. So let's see what the young people think about this event that sometimes their fathers were not even born, because we have people now, their parents were not born when the war happened. All right, go ahead, Solo.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about the Biafra issue. You know, it's not going to happen. The only question I have is, you know, when these Europeans fought war, they used it as a means to develop, you know, to industrialize. I looked at the Biafra war, I saw they were making guns, they were making tanks. After the war, the industrialization stopped. Why? You know, that I think that's the only place that I see that they had war and the industrialization did not follow up with that. So, but when it comes to that, I came here to speak on NDC and APC issue, and we've not even spoken about it. You know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll get back to that. Mo, do you have an answer for?
Oh, yes. Obomudia wrote it. He assembled Biafra engineers in Benin and asked them what they can do to start manufacturing weapons for Nigeria. Gowon got wind of it and called him to Lagos and said dismantle them. The man disbanded them, and then they sent them to Enugu and formed Proda and told them to start making machines for dairy production. Okay, so we lost it. We lost out. If you go to Umuahia today to the museum, we see stuff that they built in Biafra. Okay, they have 4 planes. They call them Biafran babies, and none of them was ever shot down. Okay, they were operating from Oga. You know, the Biafra had 2 airports. The other one was Zuli, and the other one was at Oga in Aguata. Okay, so they had things. They were building shoes. They were manufacturing guns, armored cars, artillery. So there were a lot of things. In fact, at some point, they were trying to use killer bees as organic weapons. But the fact is they have not perfected the bees to return. Because if you train them to attack, you got to bring them back somehow. So there were things Biafra was doing under that blockade, that if they had let them after the war to perfect the process, by now we have gone somewhere. Well, I'm proud that it has not finally completely died, but the young men who are now building drones for African countries, now based in Ghana, started in Abuja. So that's what we want, our young ones to start producing stuff, things, okay? With AI, with computer technology, we can do a whole lot. But we're still going back and talking about what happened and lying about it because we're afraid to face reality, the wrongs that we did. For example, what the young man asked, why didn't we use the technology of Biafra? Biafra were firing rockets. We are firing rockets. If we are continuing on that trajectory by now, we will have gone beyond what's his name, Elon Musk, and his person. Yes, it takes a human being to do these things. It doesn't take spirits, but you have to try and try and try and try.
All right, thank you so much. Let's hear from Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I thought you said when the young people, but it's okay, it's your show.
No, I said the youngest person. I went from youngest to Jefferson. We'll get to you.
Okay, you see, I feel very reluctant analyzing Nigerian issues for a number of reasons. I remember when I was at university, there was a man, a philosopher, Kingsley Anyanwu, Dr. Kingsley Anyanwu. He taught us African political philosophy. He said that as young kids growing up in Nigeria, while we are in the primary schools, we are taught to memorize the national anthem, the national pledge, be loyal to the constituted authorities in the country. when we get home, our parents taught us to be loyal to our tribes and our people first before any other thing. Then when we grow up as young men, as adults in society, the values we were taught in the primary school and the traditional way of living we were taught at home contrast what we are seeing in society. So at the end of the day, we end up being confused, completely confused. So this is one of the reasons why I'm refusing to read any of these so-called books written by Nigerian generals or politicians or what have you. If a man from ethnic group X writes a book about the Civil War, he sees it from his own point of view. All the other ethnic groups are wrong. A man from ethnic group Y sees it from his own point of view. So at the end of the day, you get terribly confused. There's a man right now doing a good job in television. His name is something Oboli. Is it Edmond Oboli? I can't remember. Or Obilo, I can't remember.
Yeah, Obilo.
No, he's doing very good job. When you listen to his interviews, you see that all the authors, they claim to be on the right path. They see nothing good about other people. So I get so confused. Who should I believe? Because when this war started, I was in the primary school. I was not, when boys of my age, they were what they call boys company, the Biafran National Army. I had the opportunity to interact with them, to know their experiences. So I really don't know who to believe or who not to believe as far as this matter is concerned. Then I made up my mind to concentrate on peer-reviewed journal articles published in foreign countries, not Nigeria at all, not by Nigerians. Then I saw their perspective. Their opinions are also blurred somehow because they also take sides when they are writing, maybe from their Western perspective. So in my opinion, there's no need for me as a person. I'm not encouraging anybody to be like me. There's no need for me as a person to bother myself reading Yakubu Gowon's book or My Command by Olusegun Obasanjo or Why We Struggle. I don't want to read any of those books. Let future generations be our judge. Posterity should judge us if we have done right or wrong. Posterity will have enough materials to work with what we are experiencing in Nigeria right now, what we've experienced since the Civil War ended, and what we hope to experience in maybe 100 years' time. In far future, Nigerians, if the country will still exist, will be able to sit down, analyze and sieve everything, and be able to know who is lying and who is not lying. Because for now, as I always say on this program, truth is relative. I believe truth is, there's nothing like absolute truth as far as I'm concerned, even in real life. It matters not concerning Nigeria. There's nothing like absolute truth because 2 drops of water plus 2 drops of water is not equal to 4 drops of water. So this is how I see it. I don't want to read any book. I have enough to bother myself with. I don't want to get confused before the war and everything is over. And we hope not to fight another war.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. I don't know more if you want to respond, but I just want to say to Mr. James that posterity is here. I think it's called AI. It's here. Well, go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, I mean, I respect his opinion about not reading any of these books. Sometimes people write books for different reasons. I'll read any book that I lay my hands on. I just tell you about reading. I keep calling my Akenzo. It's Erediowa. Okay, the last suburb of Benin. Okay, you read books. Some of them you might just get different perspective from what they went through. Okay, so I will disagree with you, Sir James. Please let us read books. The social media is going down. Social media is becoming.
I agree with you.
Social media is going.
I agree with you. Gentlemen, I agree with you. somebody here said that I feel so eager to speak about South Africa, but have reservations speaking about Nigeria. When I speak about South Africa, I do it objectively. I have nothing to gain or lose as far as my opinion about South Africa is concerned. But in the case of Nigeria, I have better things to do, frankly speaking.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Okay, quickly, let's go to Jefferson.
All right. Thank you very much. So, some of us, our parents were teenagers, toddlers. My parents were teenagers when it happened, and some of them were shortlisted. And one of the symbols of them being part of it was, God, my father has a bullet wound on his ear. So when we see it, it makes reference to that anyway. So, I mean, those are the aftermath of war. In war, all over the world, you face casualties. Either you come out complete, you have a hand wound, leg, or wherever, in any part of your body, or you're good. So it is what it is. It was a war. But I want to say this. Unfortunately, Gowon is old and silly, with due respect. I respect him as a statesman, but he's old and silly because he thinks that that Nigerians are stupid, but we are not. You cannot be. We have video evidence, pictorial evidences of what happened during the Aburi Accord. All of a sudden, just because God preserved your life up to this point, you now think you're smarter than everyone that have died, and you want to just spew lies. Now, who do you want to spew the lies to? Is it to the current Nigerian state? Before his very eyes, even the Nigeria he kept as one, so many things are going wrong. And I want to make some point here. Most of us, we want Nigeria to be one. But why do we deceive ourselves? We deceive ourselves because, I don't have to, how do I explain it? Okay, we are together as a country, but we are together as a country with a clause. The currencies were designed with the narrative that, I don't know if it is true, but it was designed with an acronym specific to a tribe. Like when you look at the full meaning of Naira, Kobo, all those things, and then we joke about all these things, and then maybe look at, it doesn't matter. Then when you look at the Nigeria context of things, some states have 6 geopolitical zones, only Southeast has 5. Some people will say they are Igbos, some people they say they are not Igbos, when it comes to project that will develop a region, some people will be inclusive, some people will not be inclusive. We all know, let's not play games here. We all know what happened to Ibeto. We all know what happened to so many prominent people who are doing well genuinely, And of course, it's just like in every part of the world and in every tribe and in every family, we have the good eggs and the bad eggs. There are people who are good, who are bad. So it is what it is. So for the young ones, what are you like? What example are we really portraying? Because last I checked, even when our parents, after the war and everything, they still held on to the ideology. Some of us were born into it. Some of us were seeing it, seeing the narrative of division, but pretending to be together. And we're still seeing it now on the social media. Do we need to go too far? Let's not go too far now. Look at and of course, we all knew what happened with MMK and whatever, and they feel that, the Biafra thing is not necessary to talk about. We try to deceive ourselves about not discussing about what is happening amongst us as a people. And as it is now, we're just pretending to be a country, or we're just trying to coexist. So how do we? No, this is just so sudden now, so sudden, Rudolph. So, so how do we? What are we doing? Because we're not basically. There's nothing that has changed. Nothing has really changed, because unfortunately, the mindset of the Gen Zs now has only adopted what has already existed in a way. So I'm really, really scared. So the only thing that could happen is we just need to do something different, which I'll leave for the floor to discuss. Because at the end of the day, it's just about mindset. Many people's mindset have been made about what they want to think, how they want to think about the nation. So, and also forget too, there's a factor of fear that what's going to happen if a candidate from the South becomes president. And it is now on the social media. Oh, if this guy's going to be the president, he's going to scatter the country. But unfortunately, other people are being president of the country, and other things are going left, and we're all seeing it before our very eyes. So I want to just ask, what do we have to lose if we do things differently? Let me stop here for now.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Let's hear from Chim.
So, Rudolph, just one question, please. One answer. One thing we have to do differently is that for the past 50 years or so, we have not been teaching history in our books, in our schools. We stopped teaching history. Why?
Professor Mo, you're stealing my point, though.
So, okay, sorry. So I'll just try to answer him what we do differently. What we do differently is the same, what we're saying about now. Let us talk about it. People will learn. There's so many ignorant people around.
Not segmented history like this current administration is doing, where they will include some region and exclude some regions. Everything has to be talked about.
That's history too.
Every single thing.
That's history. You talk about it. That's history. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, Rudolph, thank you very much. I think the first point I'm going to make is that a proper post-mortem of the Nigerian Biafran Civil War has never been done. Never. We've just been hiding under, and then so that it doesn't get lost, I want to tie it in. Like Uncle Mo said, we don't teach history. A government came out in this country and banned history. But you see, that is actually where people like Soli will learn what happened if we're being... I studied government and public administration, and I asked my lecturer a very daunting question once. I have never forgotten that question. So you know how I went to school in the Southeast, and when someone is teaching us politics or political economy, they come from an angle of their bias. So I asked in that class, I said, this same class, if it's being taught in University or Ahmad Bello University Zaria, what would the Northern lecturer be teaching? What would the guy in the University of Ibadan be telling students in Ibadan? And the man said, how do you mean? I said, because you're an Igbo man, you're giving us a perspective. I'm not doubting your perspective, but I'm just I want to see, is there a point where this thing melts, a divergence, where the confluence meets and the story begins to seem similar? When you look at other countries, I just did a quick Google about the British-Scottish wars, and there are lots of it, and they discuss this all the time. Some of the things you see that influence the British governance is from all the several wars they fought in the past.
Thank you.
The assertions the Scottish wanted, the Irish wanted, and because of those things, they say, okay, let's lead ourselves in this way. It's only in Nigeria that our elites wants to deny our common histories. They want to throw it away. A little joke about it is only in Nigeria the president will come and the story they are giving about that president is so perfect. They won't even tell us if he smoked hemp once. But in the American one, they will tell you how Obama took weed. It's there. They will tell you how George Bush made some mistakes. They don't throw away those parts of their history. It's there. So I think the effort, that is back to, when you were saying this, I remember Professor Eze Ekwesi, who headed PRODA. These are the people who were the brains behind the Ogbunigwes when the war was fought. But guess what? Like you said, rather than Nigeria saying, come, you guys produce this thing, can we turn this into a national asset? No. We want to live in denial. We want to destroy that thing. We want to make sure the characters who were involved in it, you eliminate them, and then we pretend there was no such thing like Ogbunigwe.
Yep.
And then we forget that from every era also comes opportunity for every nation. Today, you go to the US, you read about the American War of Independence, you study the Civil War. There are different sides, but there's always a convergence somewhere. Yep. And there are benefits that the nation picks from that thing and evolves. Nigeria is the only place where we say, no, we don't want it.
Let's talk about it.
And we don't want to talk about it. We destroy it, and then we live in oblivion, like it never happened. So I think, for me, a postmortem hasn't been done, unfortunately. And Sir, you raised something critical. That Aburi Accord that was not kept. It was Nigerian civil servants. God bless the man you mentioned. He was not an Oba yet. He was a top Nigerian civil servant. These were advised Gowon at that time that this guy has outplayed you. So to come today and this man is telling us it was fever that made him not sign this. And I'm looking at him, I'm saying, but I've read documents, I've read things. One book, Mr. James, you might want to go and consider, is Frederick Forsyth's The Biafran Story. He's a British author. He's not a Nigerian. I've read Elechi Amadi. When I read books like this, I'm able to say, okay, I saw similar thing in Elechi's own. I saw this in Frederick Forsyth. I can easily tell where the truth is. But to say don't read it might not do us any service. I will not read Gowon's book because in the midst of reading lies, I will rather go and read Babangida's lies than read Gowon's own. Right. To be honest, it's just me speaking. Yeah. You understand? Because I don't think this man I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish with some of the distortions he's putting inside his book. I haven't read it, but like you said, I've read summaries and I'm like, what is this guy saying? I have family members who fought in the war. There are a couple of things that they've told me. When I go and read other books, I see, okay, I heard this. Somebody has given me first-hand information about so and so, So I think Nigeria we need a reset. How we're going to accomplish that reset, I don't know. One of that reset is we need to start being honest with ourselves. The nation is so embedded in deceit. Yep. And that deceit is not even allowing us to progress. People don't seem to see it. What is difficult in saying, okay, yes, we didn't want Biafra to go because we wanted one Nigeria. Yes, that's why I fired a shot. But it was not a shot out of enmity or hatred. It was a shot because I wanted to keep Nigeria one. I wanted us to be one. Yes, we accomplished that oneness. I apologize. It had to go that way. But that was my goal and my objective. Chicken, what's difficult in that? Than coming around, running around in circles and doing all those things, which is what I constantly see our elites and political leaders constantly keep doing, distorting information. This distortion can continue for as long as we want, but Nigeria will not grow. So that is the one thing I want to say about that. And the other thing I wanted to say is JAMB office. At least most of those who wrote JAMB in the 90s, we all know that JAMB office belonged to Ojukwu's father. The property where JAMB, JAMB was an institution that the same Gowon instituted. That building is Ojukwu's father's building. It was a seized property. And JAMB was there for a long time. Odumegwu Ojukwu went to court consistently until eventually the courts granted him his desire and said, federal government, hand over that property back to him. It's his family property, which they eventually did give back to him in Ikoyi. But not many people know this here, that JAMB property, that building where JAMB was, is Ojukwu's father's house. So these are some of the histories that people don't know. People come here, and that's why sometimes when I hear some people talk, I say, in which world do you live exactly? What history are you reading? Because these are facts and realities that someone like Soli, I'm not taking a dig on you, probably doesn't know. So anyway, I would leave that for the next people to talk. I think we just need to go back to telling the truth. The truth cannot be comfortable all the time, but we need to say it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Chim. You want to say something more?
Yeah, he said it all. He said it all. We just have to go back and talk about these things. The American War of Independence is still being written. The American Civil War is still being written about. Even in movies, Hollywood is still telling different versions. One particular spot, they pick it up and they talk about it. So we can't stop because that is therapeutic. That is, the young ones growing up, I think the person who stopped teaching history thought that if we don't talk about it, it will go away. It has not gone away. Okay? In fact, F. Young said that to Gowon. He said, if you treat these people bad, the worst kind of people will come and revisit it. And by the war never ended. If the war ended, who won? It has not ended. We talk of no victor, no vanquish. Fine, it made everybody feel good. But the war did not end. If it ended, we all lost. How did it end? Gowon also signed an agreement with Effiong when it ended. What happened? He didn't keep any of them. The 3R he threw away. The guys who came to sign this with him, some of them he locked up and they spent years in jail. Okay, so but we don't want to revisit all that. But let us stop telling lies. Let us talk about what happened to us, our history. It's not just Biafra. We have history before Biafra, and we have history after Biafra. All of them need to be talked about.
All right. Thank you, Mo. Jagun, you're next.
Hey, hi. Thank you. You know, looking at some of the depictions that you showed beforehand and listening attentively to what people have to say, it keeps letting me know that there are no real great men in Nigeria. I'm telling you, man. If at 96 or however old Gowon is, I haven't read the book, and I know what happened more or less during the Civil War. It was around my time of birth, and I was in Nigeria at the time, and I have my memories of that period. And why I say that there's no real great men, I mean, we can speak about this or that, but the greatness that Nigeria should be is about personalities and individuals and what they do during their time and how they make things easier, more acceptable by the next generation, and how progression means sacrifice. When I look back at Nigeria, it seems to me it's all very self-engaged. The way we behave as men, we are self-involved to the point. It's so funny because to me, that's not our training. That's not even our training necessarily. I don't know sometimes what our training is as Nigerians. I know what I went through. And there was a time I thought I was the only one going through it until my cousins and friends start speaking about our parents and how we grew up in whatever area or arena. But things say that there's not enough put into our upbringing that makes us the types that makes us leaders. Basically, we're selfish, is all I always see. We're willing to lie. We're willing to muddy the waters. Everyone is. We're just willing to do these things. And it says that it brings me to a point of exhaustion. Because I don't like to think of there's no way in Nigeria. I don't like to think that way. However, sometimes when you just look at it in the plain light of day, it seems to me that there's no way. People. What kind of people are these? Do you want me to respect them? I should respect them. Why? Because they're from my local environment. That's what people put to me. Imagine that. You're wrong if you disrespect your own people for what is disrespectful. You're not allowed to. If you're Igbo, you can't criticize people. If you're Yoruba, you can't dare criticize Yoruba. You're out of your mind. Who are you talking to? I don't like people that talk in a way of disaster, destruction, enmity, filth, retrobate. Why do we offer each other this? Why do you offer me all this rubbish? I don't want it. I don't want it. You know, for my age and what I've been through in my life and the things that I've observed, we have just been going round and 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 round. And we seem to enjoy that way of life with no progress. Nigeria shouldn't be the country it is. Common sports that we are showing natural talent at, instead of us putting money in it, we're withholding people's wages. I mean, how's that going to make sense to someone like me? It doesn't make any bloody sense, you bloody idiots. That's the way I see it.
All right.
We have our we have our athletes and our sports people playing for other countries, doing all kinds of things for other countries. They're ready to just leave. We haven't got a country. We don't have people. We don't have great men. We do not have great men. When I look at the real state of affairs, we don't have great men. I can mention one that I think has still got his legacy, but I'm not even going to mention him because at the end of the day, when we look throughout the whole thing, there's no legacy being left necessarily for us as a people, as a new generation to hold on to. No legacy at all. So let me end it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm happy you didn't talk about the one you refused to mention.
It's good you mentioned this, Jagun. I saw on Arise TV the anchors dancing, rocking. I'm very happy when Arsenal won. But I've not had anybody mention that Rangers were the champions. We don't like our own. Everybody's listening for Arsenal playing. We don't even value our own soccer teams that do well. I don't even know if there's another team in Nigeria right now to mention. Maybe Sharks of Port Harcourt, if they're still there, or the IICC that we used to enjoy when we were younger. Everything is now English team. Who taught us that? Anyway, just some jargon that we don't value our own. We have to do better.
It's an African problem. It's not only Nigeria. Here in the Gambia, if you ask them who is the goalkeeper of the Gambia national team, they don't know. But they know all the players in Manchester United and what have you. It's an African problem. It's not just Nigeria.
All right, let's. I was looking for, but we talk about. I don't want to deviate so far because I wanted to play a video of Ugandans celebrating Arsenal win in church.
Please don't go there, please.
All right, forefathers, you're next. We are talking about Gowon's book. Have you read it? Did you buy it? I'm looking for a copy. If you can send me one, I will read. And then we're talking about Biafra Remembrance Day, which is today, which I'm not sure you are celebrating. You don't look like you're celebrating the Remembrance Day. Go ahead.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to the guests and greetings to all the panelists and special greetings to the chat. And thank you for joining us. Is it Dr. Josmo? Okay. I don't know why we say we don't know why the civil war occurred. It's very clear why it occurred. We had a very weak state. We had a set of leaders that are inept, that are not politically astute, and they allow things to spin out of control. And whatever the foreigners did, and but we specifically failed ourselves, and we still do that today. We are very, was it somebody that said their parents teach them how to be tribal, while the state try to teach them how to be nationalistic? Yes, we are that people. We mislead our people deliberately, not realizing that we are damaging our very tribe we want to protect. How can we pretend as if you are in part of a nation, you are arguing to put hole in that nation and make that nation weaker? It's like somebody being in the ship and advocating that they should put holes in the hulls of the ship. What do you think is going to happen? You're all going to sink together. We have a problem. As a matter of fact, it's almost continental. We have a problem with identity. Some people today, they support Arsenal, but if Nigeria is playing against the country some of those Arsenal players are from, which many of them are like from the UK or from Spain, if Nigeria is playing against that country, they will know how to back Nigeria against Spain. They will know how to back Nigeria against England. But when it comes to their nation, in terms of their national interest in other areas, they don't have a clue. We are able to navigate our identity in other areas of life, but we don't seem to know how to navigate it in terms of national interest, how it affects us. And it's really strange because I've never seen that so exemplified anywhere else. Anywhere else in the world, they understand that instinctively for some reason. And this is where our leaders have failed us. I don't know where it started from. Maybe it's through the colonization wars, because the ones that inherited the independence, they are completely, to say the least, they were not leaders. They don't understand. They don't understand the concept of nationhood, because they didn't teach us that, and our people don't know that, not like other people do. So I know why the war occurred. If it's not, I don't need to read them. I might glimpse some details of why it occurred, but there's blame to go all around, and we are still doing it exactly today. We are still doing it today. We will rather prioritize foreigners coming to bomb us than work for our own national interests, even if we know that foreigner is clearly, that's how mad we are. That same foreigner is trying to destroy an entire civilization. We will still back that civilization to come to Africa to come and bomb us. It's like, where does our men, you know how I think somebody said, is it that brain that you used to walk and cross the road? Because I'm surprised you are still alive. Because some people, the way they think is scary. These are grown people. They will advocate that foreigners should come and bomb their country. And the worst part of it is that they know that foreigner is extremely dangerous and can destroy nations without caring. And they will still advocate it for their own people. And then they wonder why their societies are not doing very well. Until we wake up from our sleep. When we talk about civil war, about post-mortem, this is another thing we do very well. We always want to talk about how we can run our nation. We also want to talk about how we can talk about civil war. How many countries talked about civil war after they fought it? Many of you enjoying your countries there in the West. How many of them talked about it? It's victor that decides what happens in most wars. You don't care.
Sorry, forefather, did they tell you not to protect your own before people inside the country requested for external help? Don't forget that there is no smoke without fire.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disputing that.
Because you think maybe people enjoy calling people to come
Hold on. I agree with you on that, but I'm just saying it's still a wrong-headed thinking. I know why it's happening, but it's still a wrong-headed thinking nonetheless. Because sometimes as a man, you have to rise above your pain. That is the job of a man. You have to rise above your trauma for the sake of your children, for the sake of your own people that you claim to love so much. You have to rise above that and see the bigger picture so that your people will have a bright future. Because if you go with that instinct, that pain that you're feeling, it's going to blind you to the truth. And it's always blinded us more than any other group of people in the world. So my take on it is that all the wars I've studied, while you guys were talking, I was really studying all the wars that was going on, because it's easy to get information now. And most of them, they don't care about truth and reconciliation. Some of them, they actually make effort to say, shut up, don't talk about it again. Look at this Rwanda that would like to talk about Truth and Reconciliation Commission. You are not even allowed to claim any tribe in Rwanda. Stop talking about it. Focus on building something. It's paralysis. When you keep going over trauma, it's just paralysis. You will have the trauma. Maybe you should die and go away so that the ones that don't have that trauma move on. Because you can't keep going on and on and on when the nation people need to be protected. We saw a head teacher get a head removed the other day. I saw a video of our women, children, girls crying, begging for their lives. Instead of those to do something for them, we are busy saying we need to have a conversation. They prioritize that conversation first before they do anything for their people. Is that not wickedness? How can you, man, personally, when I look at Nigerians, I really feel like this talk about trauma constantly. We all have trauma, but you can't keep going about it constantly when people are suffering right now. Your own people are suffering right now. And from what I'm looking at, it's going to get worse if we don't do something about it. We all have trauma, and I support you seeking that help. But don't say we should stop everything. The nation will never move forward until we talk about it. No, we have to move forward. There are countries that went hundreds of years without even talking about a civil war. America, they didn't care. They went on to build a nation before they even. Yeah, I think was it Spain? Spain just this year, they started talking about the civil war that happened more than 50, 60 years ago. They didn't care. They even passed a law of a kind of amnesty and amnesia too. They literally passed a law about amnesia to forget about it. They didn't want to talk about it at all.
No, that's not true, sir. They talked about it.
They talked about it to forget about it, not to talk about it again.
Jefferson, let him finish.
I'm telling you what has happened historically, and there is a reason why they do that. Because when people are suffering trauma, talking about it will help, but it doesn't necessarily heal the nation. Because you are passing trauma down to the next generation. And the objective of a nation is to remove that trauma for the next generation. You don't want it to remain there. If Nigeria wasn't suffering today, maybe we would have forgotten about the trauma by now. But because of the suffering, it's bringing that trauma back up. And I can understand that. So I'm not saying people should not talk about these things, but I prioritize saving our people's life today and saving the future generation. That's my own priority. Thank you.
All right. Let's while we wait for more, do you want to say something, or do you want to let's get through with other people and then you can then
respond? No, he has his opinion, but I beg to differ. We say you don't, if something happened to your eyes, you have to remove it before you sleep. All these guys being killed in the bush now, what led to it? We'd say that Biafra lives because the problems that led to it are still there with us. We couldn't solve it the first time, and this time we're doing the same route. So when are you going to learn? By the way, in USA, they're still talking about the Boston Tea Party. The Civil War is always every day. They talk about it. They teach it. High school students from my district go to Gettysburg to listen to where Abraham Lincoln made the famous speech. It's a 2-day trip. $250 from parents with their kids to go to Gettysburg in nearby Pennsylvania to listen to what Abraham Lincoln said years ago. There was a major part in Gettysburg, if you guys know the story. So they go there, they walk around, they show them.
But they do that in Nigeria too.
They don't do it. That, you see, that's the problem. We don't.
They talk about it in Nigeria, or they don't hide it too.
Yeah, how? In the press, like go on route. We don't have. It was who was it? Chim.
I knew about it.
We don't have a history that meets somewhere so that people will learn the same history. At least agree on one thing, that this person was killed and this is what was happened. I'm not saying we stand on it. Remember what we're talking about. One day in 365, let's talk Biafra. We don't talk about this every day. Just one day, May 30th. How hard is that? We have Cinco de Mayo. It's a war. The Mexican fought war liberation. That's Cinco de Mayo. St. Patrick's is something else. People drink Guinness and wear green. We don't even know what happens, but they celebrate it. So now you're saying, oh, we can't even talk about Biafra. Hello? So I understand where you're coming from. We can't stay on one thing, but the problem is that the things that led to the war are still happening in 2006. I was telling somebody today that in the 50s, when they threatened to kill people in Lagos, 4 days to the day they said it will happen, there were no more knives in the market. The entire machetes in the market, we are gone. The story died. Nobody was killed because bullies hate force. People were prepared with guns, with knives, waiting to be killed. So what I'm saying in effect is this. The issues that led to this racism, this tribalism, ethnicism, or what you call it, they are still there. Could we learn from what happened to us and say, let it not happen again? Never again, or stuff like that. So I think we should talk about it. We should not make it, okay, talk about trauma. If you have a trauma, you go to the counseling. And counseling is not science and brain science. Counseling is talking to somebody telling you, please don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. A girl in college just called me that I told me, listen, my friend asked me to borrow her money. Should I do it? And I said, listen, do not give somebody any money you cannot forget. If you have the money to give it. But don't expect that person will give you the money back. It ruins friendship. From my own personal experience, somebody might say something else, but that's counseling. So what I'm saying is the fact is that the trauma we went through, if we don't talk about it. It will never go away. You talk about people dying away. No. People who were not born during the war are still talking about it. Nnamdi Kanu was not born during the war. Or if he was born, it was 68, I think, or 69. And look at the
but do you think that if Nigeria had a Nigerian president today, from the southeast, do you think that would go a long way? Because part of this trauma comes from the fact that, like you said, they are still seeing what is the legacies of the war that indicates a level of marginalization. So if a southeastern president becomes president today in Nigeria, I believe a significant amount of that trauma will be relieved in terms of feeling like they are outsiders.
I disagree. I disagree again. That's your belief. That's okay. But if I were Nigerians, I'm not from the southeast, I would vote a southeasterner. The people from the southeast do not want any president from there. Listen, people are going there because they want to be president. But that's not the problem of an Igbo man. He wants a level playing field. We borrowed money from China, wherever, and we're building fast train stack from Lagos. We're building 2 more ports in Lagos. We're building fast train stack from Lagos to Kano. And in the east, you don't even have the narrow gauge that you had before the war. It's still there, it's not even functioning. The coal from Enugu powered the entire Nigeria. When we were having the coal from Enugu to Port Harcourt, that was why they built this gate, the railway. But now they don't have any.
Can I ask you a question?
So the fact is, it's not presidency is the problem. Create a level playing field. Someone talk about 5 states in each region and 6 in others. That's an issue.
Is that not part of the level playing field? They're part of the level playing field in the presidency.
If you put an Igbo man as president, he will not level the field. Believe me, he will not.
Okay.
He will try to even look at Jonathan. Jonathan is, like it or not, he's South, but we know where he came from. What did he do? Did he even dredge the water in his hometown? When the rain came, when the flood came, I saw his mother in a canoe being paddled to safety. Okay? You see, it doesn't matter where the president comes from. If we have a good president who creates a level playing field, we don't care where he comes from. USA was the first time they have a president from the South after the Civil War. But Dallas, Houston, Florida, they are more developed than most northern cities that are cramped up and traffic choked. So we're not talking about those things. We're not talking about, it's not the presidency. Forget presidency. I don't care whether Obi wins or whoever wins or whoever didn't win. Life goes on. Since then, okay, other people have been ruling. What did they do with it? Nothing.
The passion that I see here from Southeastern candidates, other people talk now.
There are two people who are yet to weigh in. I'm trying to curtail that so that we can finish this topic and do the rant. You have a show coming up, so okay. Dexter, you're next. We'll quickly, just 3 minutes, so that we can get to Bumi and Saxonia, and then Akuike.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, for the privilege. You always give us good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody else here. I think it's a little bit just taking off from where for one of the challenges we have in Nigeria is that I think we have been poorly educated over the years. It shows in the kind of people we have become generally. And imagine the kind of education that is going on in Nigeria right now. So you have a 14-year-old who knows that children have been kidnapped and nothing was done. What kind of leader is that going to be in the next 10 years? He won't be touched by anything. There won't be any empathy in him. That's the reality of what we are building. And it's all because Nigeria is just built on a lie. The reason why we can't have history in schools is because everybody is lying about everything. Nobody wants to tell the truth. And you can see it in the Gowon's book. That's one of the biggest problems we have in our race. The inability to be objective, to say the truth as it is. Whoever's ox is God. For progress, go forward. Forefathers mentioned Rwanda. Rwanda has a memorial with the names of everybody that they could remember that died.
in that genocide with the names, and they have a day of remembrance for it, so that it would never happen again. It is recorded. No country makes progress by just sweeping the death under the carpet and say, everybody move on. It doesn't happen. Forefathers is in the UK, probably a British citizen. He needed to write an exam to show that he knows the history of UK. And they talk about the civil wars. They talk about the Magna Carta. They talk about everything that happened. He needed to read about it and know it. So it's disingenuous when you come and say, just forget about it, and it's that ideology that is going to keep the country in the doldrums until we come out as a people and say, look, we have to tell the story. Whether it's my brother that did the killing, I have to say it as it is, that he did the killing. That's the only way healing takes place. You have to say it as it is, not trying to do like go on. I was drinking, I had a fever, and that's why I signed the document. Oh, which kind of people are we? We're people without integrity. And it's showing everywhere in our lives. In a country whereby children are kidnapped, they ask the president a question, and he's talking about a ship being exchanged for a human being. What kind of people are we? And it's very bad that even many of us don't even realize the depth of the abyss we are going into. We are still reinforcing. I think Obasanjo says something. You don't reinforce failure. It's not working. Stop it. Stop it. If you're heading towards Cameroon and you wanted to go to Sokoto, no matter how far you keep on going, say, oh, maybe I'll get there, you'll never get there. And that's one of the things that is happening to Nigeria. I just feel for the next generation. They are seeing, look at what they are seeing, look at what they are witnessing. Look, anybody that is not sad about Nigeria today, anybody that is maybe above 30, that is not sad about Nigeria today, then you don't, in fact, one day those countries there will spit you out. Because look at what the next generation is witnessing. The young child that can read the newspaper, look at what he's witnessing. What do you expect? Schools, bad. Hospitals, nowhere. Roads, government is looting money everywhere. Children are being kidnapped. It doesn't matter. We are talking about Oyo State. Do you know that children were kidnapped in Kwara? Children were kidnapped in Borno. And you see how they have played on the conscience of the people. They do it in one place, people don't react. Now it is coming. And I think I said this thing last year, that everybody will call it. When it was happening in Benue, and people were paying, just giving kind of, oh, it is tribal. It will get everywhere. It will get to everybody. Until somebody sits down and says, this is the right thing to do. The idea of the civil, everybody knows, look, the civil war is about resources. How come it is so easy for us to accept that the US came to Nigeria, US came to bomb Nigeria, it is about resources, they want to take our resources. Then when you talk about the civil war, it's not easy for people to say it is about resources. It was about, we all know, the oil-rich southern region, we all know it was about resources. After all, other people wanted to leave. After the first, if you read the records from Ademo Yoga, after the first counter coup, what is their name? Murtala and his gang were ready to leave Nigeria. They were ready to leave Nigeria. They had already put their families on plane to go to the north. And it was the central bank governor that told them, look, you cannot pay anybody. Payment is from Lagos. You won't have any money. These are clear things that are there. The thing about Nigeria is that when it is time to say the truth, people will start protecting their own. Now, it's not everybody. But the majority will start looking for a way to, placate the thing and, because of maybe ethnic leanings and all that. Look, it will not, what it will show us is that it's not going to pay anybody. No matter, this person is president, Tinubu is president, they are kidnapping people in Oyo State. In a very short while, it will get to Lagos. That's the truth. If anybody thinks it's going to get to Lagos, because the Oyo own is just a test case. They are seeing how the government is responding. It will get to Lagos. It will come down to get to Delta State. It's going to move everywhere. So until we start seeing the truth objectively, white is white and black is black, then we are not ready to make progress as a people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. Let's go to Bumi. Mo, you can hold off if you have anything you want to say so that we can reach everybody and then take a break. Dr. Bumi, welcome to the show. Let me discover. Did you discover the Niger?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Damages. I hope you can hear me because my Wi-Fi is acting up.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay, that's good. So I mean, it's obvious I don't have any personal experience with the Civil War, but I do have a little bit of knowledge about what happened. However, I think I'm gonna address this issue mostly from the fact of like, the state trying to suppress people from, remembering the Civil War, at least from their end of thing. And I think it's a failure from the part of the state because they push this narrative of like one Nigeria, that unity perspective. However, they're doing everything to prove the other person's point. When a group of people are saying that they face injustice, prejudice, and just the suppression from the government, and then the government goes ahead to suppress that group, it's basically just a blueprint for them to use and say, hey, see, this is what we were talking about. They're doing it again. And I think that if the government had given them a space to talk about it and say, these are people who lost their life, not just as, Biafrans, but as Nigerians. And these are people that we should remember. I think it brings a bigger light, or it shines a bigger light on unity itself. But it's also a bit unfortunate on the Nigerian side that we always keep on pushing the blame to the victims in this case because they lost the war. We push it on them and say, oh, you guys should do better, you guys should do better. But we never put any responsibility on, in this case, the Nigerian state that won the war, on how they should also address a situation. Because at least from my understanding of, the foundation of the war itself is because the people saw that they cannot flourish under the Nigerian state. However, that movement has been captured or whatever to an extreme side of things where people are, in every movement, you have an extreme group. Okay. Whether you want to say, the Nigerian government does deem IPOP as a terrorist group. That's on the Nigerian government side. But every group has an extreme side of it. If a group can make a movement for their own goal, it's understandable. They always push a narrative to their own side of things. But now it's on you, on the other side, to push your own narrative. And I think the Nigerian state is failing in that. Instead of pushing a narrative that promotes unity, they're pushing a narrative that basically supports the other group that they're calling a terrorist. Because they're saying they're facing injustice, and you're basically subjecting and suppressing their voices. They say they cannot flourish under the Nigerian state, and you're basically doing everything that makes sure they don't flourish under the Nigerian state. Every argument they have is being supported by the Nigerian state over and over and over again. I might not be like a big advocate of like the division of the country itself. However, you can understand the point that they make that is being made possible by the failure of the government. And I think that if the Nigerian government had used this to really push that and supported the voices, it's like a big mark in that whole unity. Because now if you push it and let's say they're making a whole demonstration or anything, and you send out Nigerian policemen to actually protect them, what argument are they going to have against that? There's no suppression of voice in there because you're literally supporting them to talk about the people who lost their life. Because from the Nigerian side, the Igbo people are Nigerians and they belong in Nigeria. So if you come and say, yes, we should remember every life that was lost in Nigeria, both on the Nigerian government side and on the Biafran side, all of those people's lives were lost. There is no argument there. And there is no hate there. That actually promotes unity on its own. But no, there's always this like inability to think from the Nigerian government. And I think they're actually supporting this whole division in the government. I feel like they low-key work together to push on this narrative that you keep on hating each other, because this is like a good revenue for people to use to promote that whole Nigeria one, Nigeria another carry last ideology. But they actively fail every single time. If you look at every society, if you look at the history of Japan and Korea, for example, we all know what went on there. It was nothing nice. I learned about it in school, even though I don't live in Asia. If you know about the World War itself, I learned about it, even though I wasn't there, I wasn't born. American Civil War, we all know about it. These are things that people actively learn about. Why? You learn about it because of patterns, to prevent and identify certain patterns. But it's always in the Nigerian state that they actively suppress those patterns. And you ask yourself, why are you suppressing it? You know, you learn all these things to understand fascism, for example. How do you know a fascist government? For example, people are talking about the American government leaning more into that side. How are you able to talk about it? Because there are things you can learn from. But from a Nigerian state, we can't even learn from that. How can we actually learn whether or not Nigeria is going to another civil war when we have not actively learned and disconstructed the first civil war in Nigeria itself? These are active things that requires thinking, unity. This is what the Nigerian state is for. But the Nigerian state is actually promoting division every single day, but then saying they're not doing anything. Oh, these people are just active. It's like IPOP exists, and every point IPOP tends to make is being supported by the Nigerian government every single day. And then we call them a terrorist group. I do not support almost everything IPOP does. I don't follow them, so obviously I can't know. However, when I look at them and look at that Nigerian state, I'm just like, yeah, makes sense. People are getting killed in Nigeria. How many people were killed in Oyo State again? Am I going to go blame IPOP for that? What is the Nigerian government doing about that? Insecurity, education, healthcare, all of these things are the Nigerian government's responsibility. But then if you push the blame to an extremist group and you ask yourself, as a government, so you guys are that weak. So you see how they just contradict themselves every single time. And it's just a very sad thing. As someone who's very young, I did not live or experience any of these things. Yes, I grew up in the Southwest, but none of these things I experienced personally. It's very sad to see the society you grew up in just crumble each and every time. And it's sad to see how that's going to end up for the future, the future generation and everything. And it's just sad to see that our government is actually playing to that, to the downfall of this whole Nigeria as a country. That's just my perspective of this whole, Biafra Remembrance Day. And we should actually remember it, both on the Biafran side and both on the Nigerian side, because those are lives that were lost regardless. Okay, as a younger person, both lives were lost. And when I see pictures, when I read all those things, it's actually very, very sad to see what played on, because that could have been me if I was just born a couple years ago. I could have been those kids. I could have been the mother who lost her child, or who lost her husband, or who lost her parent. And these are the things that should be learned. We need to put ourselves somehow in that picture. But the Nigerian government always fails us. They always fail. That's my perspective on it.
Wow, thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is wonderful. This is just wonderful. And for clarity, when I started this program, in 1997. The name was Nigeria Biafra War Memorial. That was the name. So everybody's covered. The second edition in 1998 was delivered by Professor M.J.C. Cherua at Columbia University. Guess who came? Professor Bolaji Aluko from Howard University. He came with his son. Listen to the story. And there he told us that his father, there was a child there, he was in primary school. The father, they went to Juku, and Juku said, "You don't have to leave. You are now Biafran, stay." The father said, "No, we have to go." And he gave them an escort. They didn't need an escort, just drove to Onisha Coast and went back to, where are they from? Ekiti. They went back to the West anyway. So everybody suffered. Have you heard about a bag and an ambush? Soldiers were killed like ants. It's everywhere. We have to know these things. It's not just Biafra. Just people that died. I could tell you I've seen corpses lying around, floating in the river, shot from across the river. So people died. It's everywhere. Colonel Joe Akahan died even before the war started. His helicopter was shot down in Makuru and he died. That's what other people. Benjamin Adekunle, we know how he ended up. We talk about them. We talk about these people who were victims of an event they didn't know how it came about. That's what we're talking about. Let's talk about it. South Africa, they talked about it. They have their way. Rwanda, they talked about it. They had their way. In USA, they're still talking about it. I don't know why it has become a crime to discuss this in Nigeria. And the more we hide it, the more these other people have the wrong perception about the incident. I've said it here before. Biafra ain't coming back as was. Period.
Never.
He's not coming back. We know that. These guys, these stories.
Never.
Reason. Somebody asked here, why did Ojukwu declare Biafra when he was the one that put down Adekaboro? The question is, what did Adekaboro join Nigeria to fight against Ojukwu? Where was he turned to secede? Stories. Let's talk about it. I don't know. That is what I want to know. Somebody said, "Oh, we know his resources that started the war." Maybe. I don't know. So what we're saying is this. Let's talk. Why would we stop people from knowing exactly what happened? Very simple. When we give a perfect example. If we're talking that somebody is going to the Nazi way, how did you know they're going to the Nazi way? Because we have studied what the Nazi people did. And that's what led to it. We're talking about weight here. We know many of our problems started from that. And what did weight start? There was a coup. Don't forget. There was a Awolowo coup. And he was jailed. We know how that happened. And what happened. And how he ended up in Calabar and not being sent to Yola, where they could have killed him. We know the whole story. So what are we talking about? This time they sent Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto. That's okay. But the fact that we need to know these things so we can, when we analyze and talk to somebody, could refer. I don't think Nigeria should split. I keep saying that.
No, never.
I don't want Nigeria to split. It's a great country. We are good. We are very good to ourselves. But sometimes some people will just come up and start this issue of this, that look at Bayo Onanoga saying the Igbo should not do this in Lagos again. Who are you? You live in Abuja now, you're enjoying Nigeria, yet you're talking about I'm Yoruba first. Fine, nobody's contesting that with you. But you shouldn't be saying those things, especially as a foremost Nigerian. But ordinary Nigerians don't hate themselves. I've been with all, I tell you, even in New Jersey, I've had more help from non-Igbo people than I've had from my fellow Igbo people. Not that they didn't want to help me, but I have, for some reason, been able to have people help me. Rudolph can tell you the same story. We get along very well when we're out. We should do the same when we're at home. Let's talk openly. Whatever it is that disturbs us, whatever it is that will cause any problem, let's talk about it. And remember from history that if we go the wrong way, we'll end up where we started. That could be me. I really appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. Somebody wrote that, why is it that I don't bring you here every day? Maybe they should send you over to come every day. All right.
But is this a counseling session or realistic session? Why is it that we like to hear what we already agree with, not what is actually real in the world? Why do we do that?
What is real? What is real?
What is real is that when a war happens, this is not what you see.
So why will you?
It's not what you see. That is the truth of life.
Fathers, I still have 2 people or 3 people to weigh in before you can come back. Please, let's get to the end. Saxonia 10, you're next.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Rudolph?
Yes.
Yeah, I really wasn't gonna say anything because we beat this whole topic to a standstill. And usually when it comes to the Civil War or the history of Nigeria, certain people tend to be very emotional, where motives and not objective to facts or evidence. In fact, in the comment section, one of them was C. Aku Dike. I'm glad I can see your face right now. I don't even know why. Yeah, I'm glad I can see. I don't even know why he was talking to me, because all I was saying, I'll bring up, they'll say something, and I'll just bring up what was facts or evidence. And then, of course, he just decided to start. I don't know why he was talking to me. But Mr. Mo, I'm glad finally.
You made claims
so,
to that's why I was talking to you.
Please just shut up. Mr. Mo, I'm glad you finally. I'm glad you finally said something, which was what this weirdo was upset about, because you never mentioned after the police action. It seemed like you were on one side, and I wasn't the only person that would point out that, okay, well, for example, the Asaba massacre was a reprisal attack based on what the Biafran Expeditionary Force had already done with the invasion of the Midwest.
It's a lie. It's a flat out.
What do you mean it's a lie?
Who is speaking? Please, can you let's. I don't like when people interrupt somebody.
It's all right. Let them speak. In fact, what I wanted to talk about wasn't even. In fact, to be honest, I didn't even want to talk about this because this is just bomb talk to me. In the rant, I'll talk about what I really wanted to talk about, because you guys are not going anywhere fast, most of you. So, Mr. Mo, what I really wanted to talk, when you said that was a lie, if you would indulge me, how was it a lie that after the police action, the Biafran Expeditionary Force invaded the Midwest, which was prior to that neutral, which in fact the governor of the Midwest had to flee. And then there was a lot of massacres committed in the Midwest prior to the Asaba massacre. I would like to know what is a lie in the way I stated it.
Okay, I'll answer you directly. Reprisal is because you did something and then somebody comes back and do the same thing to you.
Right.
Whom did Asaba people kill? Nobody.
No. Let's stop there. No, please permit me. Let's stop there. This is my timeline of the event. Biafran Expeditionary Force. We're not saying the Asaba people themselves murdered anybody, but we do know that the Asaba people were regarded as Igbos. Midwest Igbos, yes, but at that time they were regarded by the rest of Nigeria as Igbo. A simple yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, I'll answer for that. So if they were regarded as Igbos, the Biafran Expeditionary Force was first to attack or invade the Midwest. The Midwest was neutral in all of this. The Midwest of Nigeria was not involved in the war. It was in the North and the South. Well, the Eastern region. violating the admission of the Midwest that they were neutral in the war, Ojukwu forces crossed the River Niger into what was formerly Western Nigeria, which was the Midwest, sacked the governor, installed his own governor. In that instance, the Biafran Expeditionary Force, I don't know if it was Omuta Egu or Fiegbo, one of them was leading it before with Banjo.
Victor Banjo.
With Banjo. Please, I'm not asking for it. I mean, please, thank you. I'm talking to Mr. Moore. So they invaded, atrocities were committed, rapes were committed, people were killed. They didn't go there with roses or distributing chocolates. When they were killed, they sent, the Nigerian government, of course, sent a force led by Murtala Muhammad after they'd even been chased back across to Onitsha. There are rumors, rumors, emphasis on rumors, that Murtala Muhammad's paternal ancestry is from that region, which we call Edo today. And some of the rumors are that in revenge to what happened in that area is why he carried out the massacre in Asaba. I don't know what is a lie in that. Okay. You might disagree with the fact that it's been labeled. I'm not the one that termed it a reprisal. Historians termed it a reprisal attack. I'm not the one that termed it that. But moving on from that, I'm glad that you finally came up and said, and which was what I've been hoping for you to do all day, and which is why I wanted to avoid the whole conversation. As you can see, people started banishing the moment I started talking. Every part of Nigeria was affected. When I say every part of Nigeria, I mean it wasn't just one section of Nigeria that was affected. In fact, people under Biafra at that time still complain today that they were maltreated by the Biafrans. I'm saying like the Cross Riverians, the Riverians, the Akwa Ibomites, people of that nature. In fact, there are some people in Cross River that still celebrate today. So all of Nigeria, and I do agree that at some point Nigeria has to come together, sit down, tally up what happened, have some kind of memorial for the people that were lost. Especially when we think about it, most of the people that died in that war did not die from bullets, they died from hunger, which is a very terrible way to die. You know, so if something like that happened in a country like Nigeria, maybe at some time Nigerians have to come together and say, where are we going? What is the direction that we're going? How do we immortalize these people? And something I want to bring up, and again, why I wanted to avoid this conversation. We're going to be talking about this for the next 200 years. You said something, you mentioned Gettysburg, and I want to tell you, the effects of the Civil War in the United States are still apparent till today. The reasons why America went to war, the states, the Union, the Confederates, is still happening today. One side still wants racism, and one side wants discrimination, and the other side is like, we want equality. It's still happening. So let's give Nigeria, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but let's just understand that Nigeria, and I've always said this on here, and people get mad and they shout me down. I say, we are in a developmental phase. We are evolving. We're growing. It's a young nation. And what we're going through is not something other nations haven't gone through. Yes, it makes sense to say, why haven't we learned from the past, from other nations? We haven't, unfortunately. But let's understand that at some point, and again, I'm happy you said it, that you would rather a united Nigeria, which for me, I really don't mind either way, divided Nigeria. But you said you would rather a united Nigeria, which I think a united Nigeria will be more powerful, more effective not only for the West African region of Africa, but for the Black race as a whole. And in general, I just want to say thanks for the conversation and indulge me.
Thank you, Saxonia. I wish I didn't have to respond to you at all. I wish I just said thank you and moved on. But then that would be unfair to you if I don't answer why I said it's a line. But forgive me for being that brash and cutting you off. But before you have a reprisal, there has to be something that happened to you. There was nothing. You see, that's this idea of bringing all people together and labeling them. That is wrong. Assuming that something happened in out west, would that be a reason why a lieutenant colonel in an army, in an unorganized army, will go into town, line up the males, and shoot them? Even Hitler didn't do that. I mean, we know what he did to the Jews eventually. But what this guy did was very brutal. Besides, these guys came to welcome them. They didn't ask for this war. They were neutral. They didn't ask for it. Ojukwu had no intention of going to Midwest to do anything, of going to capture Lagos, which he could have done easily. Banjo, the letter is still on the internet. Then Banjo asked for troops to go and liberate the West. Because remember, Gowon had declared Araba. They were going to leave Lagos and go back to the north. So Banjo thought it was a good idea to just move in at that time. But it wasn't what happened. Please get this book and read it. I can give you where it is. Soyinka said it. They plotted a coup. Soyinka, Banjo, Ifajina. In the pretext that they were going to liberate the West, Ojukwu gave Banjo soldiers. They moved fast throughout Chi, Oganabode, and got a Tore. When they got Tore, the question is, why didn't they march to Lagos? Obasanjo called Soyinka, this is a true story, and said, do not come in with Biafran soldiers to Lagos. Yoruba people will not receive it kindly. Wait there for me to soften the ground. Meanwhile, Obasanjo was telling Gowon, organize and repel. He now mandated Murtala Muhammad, who raised up second division. By the time he could come up, the Biafran troops were already demoralized. They didn't know what was happening. They were having an Ore. All this while, they have been in Kuka, in Oganeboda, and all these places. All scattered. Yes, soldiers being soldiers. I'm not going to say it wasn't there. I wouldn't say not a single woman was raped. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say not a single person was killed. I wouldn't say that. But there was not much fighting until Murtala Muhammad came back. By that time, Banjo and Ifajina had already left town. In that letter, if you read it, Ojukwu told Banjo, when you get to Benin, keep moving, don't stop. Move to the west and do what you got to do. It was written in black and white. But Banjo and Soyinka had a different plan. They had what they called a third force that will kill Ojukwu, kill Gowon, and then they will reunite Nigeria. It's here. It's not hidden. Okay? So what I'm telling you is that those people killed did not do anything. Where does reprisal come in?
We understand that, Mr. Moore, and I did call it a massacre.
A Biafran soldier must have raped some girl in some town in Edo. So Murtala Muhammad got angry and then came and shot down everybody. That's what we want to talk about. So I'm not saying nobody killed them, but reprisal means that these ordinary folks, do you know that Miriam's father, the father-in-law of IBB, Ibrahim Babangida, prepared a speech of welcome to read to them. Read Blood on the Niger by Okocha, Imo Okocha. It's there. It's written, the names, everything, the events. Okay? So what I'm telling you in effect is that it's not reprisal. There's nothing to call reprisal for.
But is it not logical to condemn both sides? Both atrocities.
There's no side to condemn here. You killed people. Even if there was somebody raped somebody, you don't go and kill all the male children in Asaba because somebody raped somebody.
It was a
You're minimizing the other side. You see, the problem with our people is minimizing the one that happened in the southwest, but amplifying the one that happened. We don't behave like that. This is what causes this problem in Nigeria. We speak with forked tongue. The truth is that both sides are bad.
Because you are hearing history. This is pure history. Let me give you another example. When the first coup happened, okay, they said it's reprisal. How could it be reprisal? Who sent Nzogu or Nifajida to go and plan coup? Did people meet at night and told them to go and have a coup? No. They decided to do this on their own. Okay? And then you say, oh, it's reprisal. We're going to kill 50,000 Igbo people because a certain Nzogu, who is socially an Hausa man, killed the Sadwana of Sokoto. And so we're going to do the
but what has Southwest got to do with it? Southwesterners were killed. Don't you? They are just telling you Southwesterners were killed, and you are acting as if that it was just fictional statement. It's a fact.
It's not, I didn't say that. I said assuming. Okay, I didn't say no. I said yes. I gave it to him. That people were killed. He didn't say what the author said. He said,
but that doesn't excuse that. That is true. It doesn't excuse it.
Nobody's excusing
it. Both sides.
He said some people were killed. I said if someone was killed and somebody was raped, it is not supposed to be a reprisal. Why is it?
Okay, Mr. Moore,
why didn't you condemn the side that killed first? And say, why did they even go and kill? Because when you kill people's people, they might want to retaliate. Don't you think so?
Let me just
both sides are evil.
Because you're not shutting anybody down.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Both sides are evil. I think we should be calling bad things bad things. That is what our problem is. Why do we minimize one side?
You are the one that said you don't want to hear history. Now it seems
I'm saying we should focus on bigger problems that we face now. I'm not saying we should talk about issues.
Bigger problems.
You become a rabble rouser.
Okay, hold on, guys.
It's not rabble rouser.
But that's what it is.
Hold on, guys.
Evil is evil.
I still have.
Yes.
Forefathers, we have an offer for you to debate, and you don't want to take it up so that you can have.
Is this only? Yeah.
No, you want somebody else? I can give you Kene.
I'm ready. I'm ready to take
But wait, hold on, guys. I want to hear. I'm surprised that Anne Lechuku has not spoken on this, and Kene is here, and then of course Ako Dike. So let's hear from them first before these interjections and other things. So please.
Dr. Damage, let me just, I wanted to say something, but people kept...
No, please.
People kept jumping in.
I know. Let's see if we can get to everybody. James, hold on.
A minor misconception, very, very minor. Please, because okay. I witnessed the Biafran invasion of Midwest. The plain truth is, when the Biafrans got to Benin, they came through Ikoba Hill. They went straight to Ring Road, that's the center of the town, where the Oba's Palace is. I have nothing against the Igbos. They killed nobody. If they had killed people, I would have died. We were living at number 21 Sakomba Road, opposite St. Matthew's Church in Benin City. Just less than 30 minutes walk to the Oba's Palace. When they got to Ring Road, Benin, they were firing guns in the air. I think I was going to school that day. I can't remember. I had already crossed the road just by St. Matthew's Church when my father, beckoned me to come back. When I returned, they took us to Upper Sakbomba Road. From Upper Sakbomba Road, they took us to to Delta State. Then it was part of Midwest. You get the point? I do not know if they killed people before they entered Midwest. When they crossed the bridge at Asaba or Decha, of course they passed through Abudu. From Abudu, they got to Ikoba Hill, from Ikoba Hill to Ring Road. That's the center of the town. They killed nobody. But from the narratives I'm hearing from both sides, there are a lot of mix-up, and I don't know what to call it. This is why I believe those who remove history from our syllabus,
or distortion.
They have a reason. They have a reason for doing it. You see, it's very difficult to say who is telling the truth or who is lying. Because those telling the truth, they spice it somewhere that it tastes so nice. And those who tell it lies do the same thing. So it is very difficult to say what is really going on or what went wrong in the past. You get the point I'm making. So why not let us keep this aside? Let future generations decide who is at fault and who is not at fault. No, excuse me. Look, if we happen to take any decision.
Rudolph, you won't even let me speak for a minute, and then you do this all the time. I don't understand.
Okay, Dr. Damage, is it time for me?
I forgot that I was muted. I wanted James to finish. Guys, hold on. I want James to finish.
What James is saying is accurate, though. James, what you are saying is not accurate. There were 300 bodies.
Eyewitness is trying to educate you, and you are still arguing with him, forefathers.
Of course, he will argue.
Eyewitness is
No, but it's not true. You can go online and you can see the figures.
This is why I say it's a rabble-rouser.
Okay, I'm going to take a break now. If you guys
was in Benin City, number 21 Sakomba Road, opposite St. Martin's.
It doesn't mean you are in the whole Benin.
Please move forefathers.
Allow him to remove him. Actually,
were you born then?
Next is to remove him. Not to
remove him.
Yeah.
Small boy.
Don't remove him. No, don't remove him.
If they had killed people, I would have been killed along with my family members because we were just by Ring Road.
Does your whole street encompass the entire Midwest?
Who told you to speak? Why are you speaking? We're trying to finish with James, and you're speaking, trying to make him to speak more.
An eyewitness account.
You see, I'm not an Igbo man. You get the point? I have nothing for them nor against them. I try to be as neutral as possible in discussing the Nigerian problem. But this is what I witnessed in Benin City when those guys came. Even there were rumors later on.
And what about what people witnessed outside of Benin City? Why aren't you guys trying to hear that? Your street, Mr. James, your street. No. I never said that. Your street does not encompass the. What happened on your street is not the entire Midwest. I get it. What happened on your street? You did not witness. You did not witness any. You did not witness any death on your street.
Muslim is interrupting Mr. James.
No, bring him back.
Look, excuse me. Look, from what call Asaba to Abudu. It's just, it's not up to 50 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken. From Abudu to Benin, it's just a few kilometers. So whatever is happening, we always hear it. They took us on our way because they came very early in the morning. It was a night, journey from Asaba to Benin City. When we woke up in the morning, that was when we knew that the state had been invaded. If they are saying that they invaded a neutral state, that is a different matter altogether because Midwest was neutral. The initial stage, but that they killed people when they invaded the state, that is not true. In fact, when my father took us to Delta State, the southern part of Midwest State, that is now the Niger Delta, my mother said that I was very unruly, that I'm a stubborn little boy, that I should go back to Benin City to live with my father, who was working at the Ministry of Works in the account section. So they took me as a punishment back to Benin City. If they had killed people in Benin City, my father wouldn't have even stayed there to continue working. He took his family members to the Niger Delta. And when I was creating, infantile problems, they took me back to Benin City. Look, the plain truth is this. The Igbos, when they got to Benin, they killed nobody. Simple and clear. Take it and leave it.
All right, thank you, Mr. James.
God bless you, sir.
So for those watching at home, I see some comments and some people were saying, Rudolph, try to mute some of these distractors. So the truth is that I mute people and they unmute themselves. I mute them, they unmute themselves. So it leaves me with only one option, which is to start removing people. I don't like it. But
please, give me 30 seconds to round it. These contentious issues we are having now, At the University of Port Harcourt, English Language Department, they have a course they call Civil War Literature. Whenever they're organizing their seminars, it's always a contentious, it's always ending up in a quarrel. Whenever they are having their seminar, the title is Civil War Literature. We'll find out University of Port Harcourt.
All right. Thank you. I think it's my fault. What I should have done today is just to dedicate the whole day to this conversation. If it's once every year, we do that. More, maybe next year, God willing, we will do that. Whatever the day that 30th of May is, we will use that to have this wider conversation. So I know people have a lot to say, and people feel that they're being stopped from. I really want everybody to...
Yeah, but you do that to me, like, I'm being polite. Of course, because I'm upset, Rudolph. I'm upset. I try to be polite. I ask a question, but then if I don't, you want me, I'm not, it's not my style to start screaming like a banshee over people. I'm talking to Mr. Moore, and I want to ask a very simple question. It's very simple. You can't just hear one side. Are you telling us that a force invaded the Midwest and nobody died? Nobody got killed by the soldiers? Is that what you're trying to tell us? So if you're trying to tell, I'm not, Mr. James, please let me land. So if you want to tell us, because we've gone through this before, and your position, your premise is always, I lived on these streets. I lived in this time. Good for you, Mr. James. You did not live all over the Midwest. You're not omnipresent. You're not God. You're not omniscient. So you lived on your side. You lived on your side of the country at that time. They're doing it again. So what was truth to you at 8 years old? Obviously, I wasn't born then. I wasn't even close. But you are not more credible to me than official government reports, which, of course, like Mr. Moore said, they could be biased. We agree with that. And if you're arguing over the term of a reprisal, that is fine. That's not my point. But for your evidence and your reason to say, no, you're not right, I'm right, you want me to discard historians. You want me to discard government reports. You want me to discard CIA, State Department reports, CIA reports, MI6 report, but I should believe that Mr. James, because he was 8 years old in 1967 and lived in this place in Benin City, is more credible than these people. Sorry, sir, I'm not going to buy that. I think I'll sift through the wheat and remove the shaft and say, okay, based on this, this is my premise and this is my position, and that's how I'm going to see it. So anybody that wants to get upset, that's fine, but as a historian and a political scientist, I think.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, James. Mr. James, hold on. So, hold on first. Saxonian, if you go back and play today's stream, you'll find out that the interaction you had with Mo was longer than anybody else here.
Thank you.
I don't know why you are getting upset. Do you want to take the whole hour with Mo? I'm really worried that you felt that way.
2 hours.
We all have questions. Everybody here, they all have questions. They could stay with the guest and talk to him for hours. I gave you enough time. You can't exhaust your question, and you can't force people to come to the same conclusion you are coming.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
what I think that people should learn to do here is you say your own, say what you believe, and leave it. You can't convince people to turn to your position today. It may take 10 years for them to change. I don't know why people think that.
Never. I did say that. I did say 200 years we'll be saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not trying. It's okay. But the point is that people should stop thinking that they can win this argument today. You can't win anything. You're not going to change Kenneth from supporting Trump today.
Right.
I'm not trying. I won't even try it. All right. So this is what we're going to do. No more interruptions. I think who is that person? You guys are
Akunwudike. After him, then I will be next.
After him, Kenneth. So let's do that. Go ahead.
You shouldn't be so.
Who is talking again? All right, go ahead. Akunwudike, you are muted. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and hello to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Moore, for the well-deserved response you gave to two of the most disingenuous people on earth. I used to tell them this even in the comment section. These are two of the most disingenuous people on earth. They don't tell themselves truth. And then thank you for also pointing them to real sources, not ChatGPT and Google. Thank you very much for this. It's a well-deserved response. Then my question is, considering the level of decadence in Nigeria, right, in terms of both injustice and what I may call an ethnocentric, both unintended and intended ethnocentric bias, right? And with what you said that Biafra can never be attended again, don't you think you are indirectly condemning the Igbo, right, to the fate of an irredeemable Nigeria? Because I'm sure Nigeria can never work. I'm very sure. So, considering all these stuff, like things like injustice, right, and this to some unintended and to some intended ethnocentric bias, don't you think you're just condemning all of Igbo, right, to an irredeemable Nigeria? You want to, as in condemning our fate, you are tying our fate to that of an irredeemable Nigeria, which is very scary for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very short and simple. I love this. I love it. First and foremost, I agree with you. I said it before. I use a maybe polite term. Nigeria as is unsustainable. Biafra as was is unattainable. Shall I say it again? Nigeria as is today is unsustainable. I don't know how it's going to be. Whether it's going to be a war, peaceful dissolution, whatever it is, Nigeria as is now is unsustainable. Biafra as was is unattainable. Remember, people made a mistake, or when you talk about Biafra, they think Igbo. Biafra is not Igbo. The second in command of Biafra is a man from Akwa Ibom. The third person, Enwaban, is from Cross River. The most popular person in Biafra after Ojukwu is Okokondem. He's not Igbo. One of the toughest fighters, brigade commanders in Biafra, were not Igbos. Wuli Achibong. I know him personally. Kodalun Sudo. They're from Akwa Ibom. The man who gave Biafra name to the Constitutional Assembly that made Biafra is an Ijaman, Franco Pigo. These are not Igbo people. There are Hmong people, Okrika, Ndoki, what's his name? Bonnie, all these other guys. They were not Igbo. From Ogoja, the MT Mbu is not Igbo. The first Nigerian ambassador to Washington, D.C. These guys, Cookie, SJ Cookie from Opobo, was an administrator. I've met them.
The pilots.
They are not Igbo. Yeah. Okay, so Igbo is not Biafra. Biafra is not Igbo. Right now, unless you want to start a war, those guys have had a level of independence that is bad, had to bring them back. And if you ask them what happened to them, they will tell you, oh, Zig came from Ibadan. When I will chase him out, he came to Enugu and chased Eyoeta out. That way, Igbo man will not rule us. You meet person from Cameroon, from Bakassi, say, oh, when we were in Enugu, the Igbo were dominating, so we left. They left and joined Cameroon. Today, they want independence they cannot get. We don't say the Igbo man is not domineering. I'm not because I'm an Igbo person. We have our faults. Some people, not everybody. But the fact is, there is something about domination that they don't do well. Even in Enugu, Rudolph, you know this now. They say, oh, Anambra people are dominating Enugu people. You say it every time. So the fact I'm saying now is that the money that Akwa Ibom gets a month from the federal government is more than the 5 Igbo states get. in terms of federal allocation. Have you checked it out? They're not going to give way. For them to give up that, you got to kill them. And the Igbo man is not prone to that kind of domination. So I'm not condemning us to Nigerian dysfunction. I've said it. One Nigeria is not working. It is, I'm just trying to be nice and say it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to break. And I have a solution. If we have an Igbo nation, you can be cultural, it can be anything, and leave Nigeria to itself. Eventually, Nigeria will settle itself. But let this not be on the back of Igbo. The civil war was not Igbo, was not Eastern Nigeria, was not fight to fight. No. Remember where it started? Remember where it started. And we injected ourselves into it, not us, but some people. Okay? And that was how we got here. So I'm saying the next time we're fighting nobody. I won't want us to fight anybody. But I don't want us to, Nigeria will settle itself eventually. So my question to you, my brother, if you misunderstood me, I am not condemning Igbo to anybody. But the Biafras was with my brother, Ijo people. How do you get to Asari Dokubo or this back to Biafra? They're not coming.
Yeah, so
even Ikwere, who is your brother here, they're not coming. So what I'm saying is let's recount, and come back and build a nation of our own. Just like the Yoruba. Yorubas are building Oduduwa. The North build Arewa. The Middle Belt is now coming out of it. That's Northwest. So whatever happens to Nigeria, it will not be one. So I'm not condemning. How can I do that now? But the fact is that Biafra as was is not attainable.
I agree with you. Right now, I don't even care about other tribes. I just care about Igbo.
Exactly. And I have a name for you in case you want it. I want to call it Aladimma. We've never done that. We have not built an Igbo nation. We have not. The war ended. We're all in Nigeria. There are more people in Lagos than in most towns in most cities in the east. Go to Kano, go to Kaduna, go to everywhere. The same thing the moment has done before the war, he's still doing it. Something has to change. Well, that's the internal discussion. We have it later. Now we're talking about what happened.
No, we are living with misconceptions.
Thank you very much.
Both sides, we are living with misconceptions. This is, look, future generations will watch this video clip. Future generations.
Yep.
Let us just use this as the last what's called topic of discussion. Let's trash it out thoroughly.
Okay, Mr. James, hold on. We will get to you. I really want to get to people who are here to say anything. Please. Otherwise, I will lose control. People will start interjecting, and I won't be able to control that. Hold on, Ken. You're not the nurse, but I will let you because an electrical will speak. Jefferson, did you speak on this topic?
Yes, he did.
Okay, all right. Can I go ahead?
Thank you. So I don't know if we've observed a 1 minute silence for our fallen hero. Have we?
No, I don't think we did.
Okay, I think it's very important that we observe a 1 minute silence for those who sacrifice their lives that we may live.
Look, you are making this platform to be an Igbo platform. It's not an Igbo
platform. No. Those who died, didn't say Igbo. All those who died.
Excuse me. There's a national remembrance day.
I think it's my time to talk, right? I say 1 minute silence for those who sacrifice their lives that we may live.
Okay, hold on. Can I hold on? Let me.
There's a national remembrance day in this country. The Igbos are still members of Nigeria, so that day should be reserved for Biafra Day.
Okay. So hold on. Can I hold on? Okay. So, Mr. James, this is actually a teaching moment. The way that when one man comes in, you excuse yourself, okay, because you can deal with him. I think when Kene is saying this, what I'm thinking is that if you don't believe it's necessary, this is Kene's idea. You don't have to. You let him have his 1 minute. Let him, that's how we treat these things. I don't think we have to agree on everything, and this is not going to end. And it's not like Kene is not imposing. Kene is not imposing a law.
I'm not against the idea.
Yeah.
But the philosophy behind it to be taken into deep consideration.
Yeah, that's why we will have debates, and I don't think that. Hold on, Mr. James.
Remembrance Day.
James, yeah, that's the debate now.
People who died during the war.
Yeah.
That is Remembrance Day.
Yeah,
It
Mr. James,
covers
I hear
all
you.
Nigerians. As long as the Igbos are still Nigerians, we cannot select a particular. No, I disagree.
Yeah, of course, you have the rights, James, and I think let Kenny just air his view. And that's his view. It's not like it's.
Okay, kindly let me sign up.
Okay. No, don't sign out. No, don't sign out.
You can remove, close your what's it called? Your view. They're just like this. Click on your, yes, that's it.
1 minute silence.
So 1 minute silence being observed. May the souls of the departed souls rest in peace, and may their sacrifices and suffering never be forgotten. He said,
Amen.
Yes, sir. Mr. Moore, I really agree with you on a lot of things. In short, virtually 99%. I agree that Nigeria is not sustainable. I also agree that Biafra, as it was is not attainable. But I still believe that Biafra can still be achieved one way or the other. For those that still agree with Biafra, they are always welcome. If you don't agree with Biafra, bye-bye. But the thing is, just soon after the war, I don't want to go back to history because we've talked about this several times. I don't know who made that statement. I don't know if it's from the Bible or something, that you can take Jackie to the stream, but you can't force the Jackie to drink. You may exhaust your energy trying to educate people here with the true history.
What animal is Jackie?
Donkey. Yeah, donkey. You can't force them to accept the truth. They will always go against the truth because they already have a fixed mindset over what they want to believe, and it's their right to believe whatever they want to believe. Now, my concern is, we've had countries like Germany that had issues, just like Nigeria and Biafra. We had Japan, US, Canada, and UK, and the rest. Yeah, and these countries pay what do they call it? Reparation, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, to the victims of genocide, right? So my question is, soon after the war, we were told that there will be rebuilding, reconstruction, all those grammar, right? At the end of the day, it was just 20 pounds that were given to the Biafrans, regardless of how much you had in your bank. 20 pounds to start life again. My question now is, what is nobody talking about reparation? What is nobody talking about how to compensate Biafrans, the victims of this genocide? Are we saying that there was no genocide against the Igbo people? Because I've had somebody here trying to run down what happened, trying to make it look as if there were killings on both sides. My question to you is, how many people, not to you, Mr. Moore, to those people, I don't want to mention their name, how many people, how many lives were taken from the Nigerian side? Do you have an account for that? At least in Biafra, we know that over 3 million were taken, right? We also have an account of white people, sacrificing their life in show of protest over what was going on in Biafran land. So there was a genocide. So what is the reparation? Why are we not talking about that? Why are we keeping silent? And my prayer, again, that is a question for them to answer. And in conclusion, my prayer is, just as you, because I say in Igbo language, Onu madu bonu chuku, right? Yes. Nigeria will never be sustainable. Nigeria will never survive, right? And Biafra will be achieved one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've answered that question before. I think you came in late.
Yes, I did.
Said, the fact is that this is not reparation. People had money. Salu Odmogojuku was a certified millionaire. His Rolls Royce was used to drive the queen around when she came, 1956. Okay? There are other millionaires. Anyagolo, Sisi Ono, the father was a millionaire. Gabriel Ono. There are many of them. Now they put money in the bank. And then after the war, you gave them only 20 pounds. And let's correct a mistake that people make. They didn't give all Igbo people 20 pounds. No. they gave those who had accounts. They had money, identifiable money, counted money, sweat money. The Nigerian government took it and gave them 20 pounds. That is not reparation. That is not even compensation. That is money you stole.
And houses stolen too.
So, we see that somebody talk about the Jamb office. The place that Sarawiwa took in Port Harcourt was Onyekongwenu's dad's house. We know all those things. David Mark himself is guilty of the abandoned property issue. We know all that. In the north, with all bad program they did, many of them returned their houses, even with change. The Yoruba man who is founded the First Mortgage Bank or whatever it is, had Ekweme's money counted, saved, and given to Ekweme when he came back after the war. A Yoruba man. And the one Ekweme became VP, we found Ekweme and said, oh, I'm looking for this. Ekweme gave him a note. And he established a bank. The man became an owner of a bank.
FCMB.
True story, yes. Read it up. So what I'm telling you is that I'm not even talking about compensation. I'm talking of stolen money, stolen properties, tagged, abandoned. So we know all this, but fact that we don't have people who can talk. Everybody wants to be president. Every woman wants to be minister. The way we have people who come out and go the right way, a different path, maybe a mixture of Nnamdi Kanu, Bariba, and some other people, we begin to hear these things well. By the way, if we ever get to have an Igbo Biafra, it will not be Biafra, it will be Biafra. Because Biafra is not an Igbo word. In Igbo, two consonants do not co-occur. So you can't have Biafra as an Igbo country. If you want to have Biafra, it should be Biafra. Okay? So let's keep note of that. If we ever get to that, if future generation wants to call it anything Bia, it will be Biafra. But me, I think we should build an Igbo nation called Aladimma inside Nigeria. In fact, I want us to have a West African sub-region like EEC, a West African, but give people the right to organize themselves. Even if it is Lagos alone with 12 million people want to be independent, let them be. And they say, if you are not whatever, you cannot run for election, that's our law. Fine. But as long as we have a law in Nigeria that says that where you live is where you thrive, everybody has to swallow it and shut up. You want to fight? Let's go. One of these days, this fight will happen.
Bam.
And people will die. It would be horrible. We'll start afresh. Tel Aviv.
So with Aladimma, somebody like Papa will deny him visa.
No. Let me tell you, see, in fact, you know where we are now. If you come to, I'm not trying to brag, but in Igbo country, people are welcome to come in anytime. You settle, you know that now. We have the Aro, we have mixed people, okay? The only thing we don't want is when you start going to live in the bush. That's where we have a problem, okay? When you start going to live in the bush and then constitute terror, rape women and steal or kidnap. So apart from that, everything will be fine.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Anel Lechukwu.
All right. After how many hours I've been in the waiting, but anyway, it's our day today. This is the day we remember our people who have been killed. Although my parents were in Nigeria, so they didn't witness the war, but every family in Igbo land lost somebody as a result of the war. And it is out of place for anybody who didn't suffer that pain to tell us how we should grieve about it. And that's why I do not like the narration, forefathers, James and the other guy, we are bringing it up. And that's not right. I live in Texas. The Holocaust did not happen in Texas. In Texas, there is museum for Holocaust.
Holocaust museum, yeah.
There is Holocaust museum in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Germany, if you go to Germany today, you have Holocaust museums, and they are still there today. I don't know where you live, forefathers. All right. Now, these are some of the things that we say that is not right, but we kind of like want to push it down the throat of other people. You didn't suffer this pain. It's just like what the Benue people are suffering today, or what the people in Plateau State are suffering today.
your people are not suffering that does not mean that there are no people who suffered that and that they shouldn't remember it. My position is that, like Dr. Mo said, Nigeria as it is today is not sustainable, and Biafra should be forgotten as in its actualization. It can be actualized because a whole lot has gone out of place that you can't bring all back.
Yes.
It's like when the oil spill on the ground, you can't recover all the oil. It doesn't matter the technology you have.
Yes.
So these are the things. All we need is to rebuild a Nigeria that is functional for every Nigerian, and that's what it is.
Yep.
There will be war, and that's that war we want to avert by for every Nigerian to begin to do what is right. If the man in Kanuri is being disturbed by the Boko Haram, fight for the man in Borno State so that Boko Haram will not distort the economy of that place or displace the people. If people are in IDP camps in Benue State, what is the cost of them being in IDP camps? Let us stop that destabilizes that part of Nigeria. And that's the thing we should all be talking about. Now, for the lies that have been told about Biafra, Gowon lied in his memo. And I believe that he should have used that opportunity to really, one, tell the truth. Nothing is wrong with an old man telling the truth. After all, he's going to die, just as every young person would die. But say the truth, the way it happened. Is mistake. You made mistake in the past. Just like Philip Asiodu made mistake by telling he was one of the people who told Gowon he's an Igbo man.
From Asaba.
Yes, he was one of the people who told Gowon he was a super palm sec. One of the people who persuaded Gowon, Awolowo, the late Oba of Benin, and the rest of them not to implement their Buri Accord. Gowon saying that he had malaria. That's why he signed the so-called. He check all the videos and all the pictures he took then. No one showed that he was wearing fine suits. Nice man, right? No one showed that he had malaria. Okay, you had that and you signed that. Ojukwu was more prepared, no doubt about it.
He was prepared.
He was more educated. Yes. All right. So he got all the things checked in the box. He had his team who went there, they negotiated on terms, and it was all agreed upon. But he came back and it was obvious, you're giving so much. And he even said it. You're giving so much for Ojukwu, for instance. So now why not accept that be humble enough to accept that this was a mistake I made, but it was in the past. After all, he was a young man by then, in his 30s.
33.
You understand? So it's a mistake of youthful exuberance, and that is understandable, and it should be given to him. Even in the Bishop Kuka, in that what do you call it again? In the review of the book by Bishop Kuka, you can see that Bishop Kuka didn't even believe Gowon, because he even gave him, a soft landing, that some of these things were things he said from his memory, that he may not, he doesn't have the documents, most of the documents, that they were all burnt and some were taken away. So he doesn't have all the records. So he said some of these things from his mind. So that's excusable. But be humble enough to say the truth. Now, the challenge we have is that most people don't want to tell the truth. Just say the truth. It doesn't matter if it is hurting or not, but say the truth the way it is, so that people will not repeat the mistakes that were done as a result of those particular errors that happened in the past. And that's why we really need to have these things, documented. Till today, America still has its history, and it is being taught in schools. You understand? If you go to any school in the United States here, if you pass through any school, you read American history. You will read of the tears of trail, the trail of the trail of tears. People walking from all the way from Georgia, Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, and they were relocated to, imagine where Oklahoma is.
Yep.
People trekking, forced to trek. That's inhumanity. It's part of American history.
Part of history.
They teach about it. The Holocaust is still being taught today. In the US is here. In every part of the world it is. Will you tell a Jew not to remember the Holocaust?
Oh.
It's inhuman. That's insane. Even till today, if you want to say anything about the Holocaust, you even mind how you put your mouth to say about it. So why is Biafra different?
Thank you.
You can't kill us and tell us not to talk about how you killed us. It doesn't make sense. It's very insane and inhuman of anybody to do that on a day like this. On a day like this. And you're telling us not to remember it? Know how many people who died? 3 million people. Nowhere in the world, apart from the Second World War, you have that kind of people killed under 3 years. And you're expecting the people. Do you know that this war in question happened only in present-day Imo, present-day Anambra, present-day Abia State? It didn't happen in Akwa Ibom State. It didn't happen. It only happened in Rivers because they used the waterfront in Rivers to enter Biafra. That's only why it happened in Rivers. It never happened. So when you hear people tell useless lies that makes no sense, it's annoying. It didn't happen in any other place. These are the territories where this thing we are confined into. And it's not even, it didn't even happen in all of Igbo land. But the thing is that people were displaced from their various villages. And that's why they were killed in that numbers. And Gowon will come at 91 and be lying that he shot the Nigerian soldiers were shooting the palm trees.
Palm trees.
That's silly. That's very silly. So all in all, my people, is that this is a day, particularly on this very day, not any other day, on this very day. Don't tell us not to talk about it. We're not bringing up Biafra. I'm against Biafra coming back to realization. I don't need it. You don't need it. Anybody who says you need it is short-sighted. We don't need Biafra. But we remember,
I need it, and I'm not short-sighted.
You need it.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to type about this in the chat, so let me just reply to you about that museum.
Okay, hold on. Just hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. James, when James was here, James was giving a narrative because the other guy said that the Biafrans killed people in Western region, and then they displaced, they sacked the premier or the governor general then. But that's a lie from the pit of hell. I don't know whether he has gone to the east before, right? Now, even till today, imagine then, the only road that leads to the east from the Midwest is the one that goes through Asaba, Umunede, and the rest of it. That's the only major road. So you can imagine then if there is any other road. If there is none today, how then was there a road by then that these people could drive through? So it was the only road that they could have gone through. So if they were moving, it would be all through the major. And that was why some Igbos were able to survive the war, because the roads the Nigerian army were coming through were the major earth roads. So when you verge off the minor roads, nobody goes there. That's where some were saved. You understand? So it is not possible that the huge armies, how many vehicles do they have that they will run through Midwest, kill people in Midwest, like they said they even looted the central bank? Hey man, that's a lie from the pit of hell. This thing shouldn't be. Common sense should even tell us that. Okay, while we struck, Ademulego wrote a book. Please go and read that book. He's a Yoruba man. He's one of the people who plotted and planned and executed that particular coup. Please read his book. Forget about what go on, all the lies you were told and you were fed, and you're still believing in it. I don't understand what problem is. A whole lot of people have that challenge of when they have an opinion, they hold on to the opinion and will not want to allow superior opinion or superior argument that are truth and fact to replace that. And I think that's the problem you have, forefathers. And that's the problem the other guy also has. You've had today, James was telling you his eyewitness account, and he told you the road through which these people go. And I tell you today, if you're going from Benin or from Lagos to the east, apart from the bypass, the only road you go through is that Okweba Hill. When we used to go to Lagos, before that bypass was built. So I know Lagos, I know from going to the east to Lagos, before that bypass was. So everybody goes through Okweba Hill. So if you are going through that, that's the only major road. So it's not true, and I can bet it's never true. Anywhere you hear it as it is written or any document where it is written, believe it's a concussion and a concocted lie.
All right. Thank you so
30
much.
seconds,
Can I say something?
No, hold on. Everybody hold on. Everybody, even our guest. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, I forgot. We are going to have Dr. Franklin Obunweze is coming back. He's going to talk about interesting topic, which is about nuclear power, AI, drones, and the new scramble for Africa. How should Africans read the changing world? We're expanding this conversation. He will touch on this issue of Gowon and his book. I think I gave him the assignment to find the book. I don't know if he's able to find it and read it before the show tomorrow, but he will touch on all the normal issues we discuss here every week. But the central idea is a bigger picture of Africa and the world that is changing. How do we respond to that? So that will be tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York time, 6:30 p.m. West Africa. If you can join us, that would be wonderful. All right, let me go back to our guest, Mo, and then I think the next person will be KJ, and then Akwachi. People are coming in, and we just have to end it at one point. Okay. But Mo, say something.
Just three things also. Who spoke last?
Okay. I think it was
electrical. Okay, just an information. Ademoyaga did not just lead the coup. Ademoyaga was fought on the side of Biafra. Met him in Enugu. He was fighting in Biafra. Right. So he was among the troops that went to the Western Expedition, as they call it. 2, if you read this book, the Oba's book, he said on page 143, just a line, Colonel Ojukwu and his team arrived late. The rest of us were seated with General Ankara, waiting. Since there was no formal papers, they were not prepared. We whiled away time while waiting for the informal conversation. As Colonel Ojukwu was being escorted into the hall, Colonel Gowon rose to meet him at the entrance. This is a man suffering from malaria, right? So the thing is this, you can find a whole lot by reading so many accounts. You will find the lies are all over the place. Nobody's contesting anything. Like I told the young man, I'm not contesting that no Biafran soldier slapped a woman near Ore. I'm not contesting that they took somebody's samal and ate. I'm not contesting that one person must have raped a woman. I'm not contesting that somebody shot somebody. I don't know. If you have it documented, bring it out. Let's see it. But when you talk about reprisal, you are assuming that the person you are killing had done something that you're going to revenge. That's what reprisal is. I hope you understand it, because I'm not trying to doubt him. I read this thing because I know I have so many books here that I look at every time to let me connect the dots. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mo. Let's go to KJ. KJ, welcome to the show. You came late. I was going to call you, send an Uber to you to the studio. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And I thank you for holding this talk today. Dr. Mo, thank you. I, KJ, love you so much. You are one man I want to meet and just sit down and we just listen to you. And my small illiterate points, I'll put it across to you to see how it sounds off with you. Okay. But I appreciate what you do. I may not agree with you on one point, which is that I'm the same place where Kene is. Me, I want Biafra. I want Biafra. See, my face I put so. Because Nigeria has come to the point where nothing can be done. Look, Dr. Mo, before I go into my point, have you seen any nation? This morning, I couldn't even go to the event I had because a friend of mine sent me a community in Nigeria where they wiped out the community. The woman the video was showing had a baby, less than 1 year old, on her back, still crying. She was dead. Among these dead bodies, that baby was right behind her back, still crying. Still crying. Only God knows how long they have been lying there. And that guy has been behind her back. But the nation is going to wake up this morning and everybody go about their normal business.
Yes.
They're not going to talk about it. It's not a big deal. It doesn't concern the president. It doesn't concern the governor. It doesn't concern the local government chairman. It doesn't concern nobody. Que sera, sera. What will be. The dead is dead. Forget it. Let the living continue. Which nation does that? And you see, as a Christian, I know that the blood speaks. What is speaking right now in Nigeria is the blood of the 3 million people that was killed. And it's going to continue to speak. And what does it speak? It speaks vengeance. Whether we like it or not, the only time it's going to stop is if we collectively gather and say, look, these things that have been done, we have done it wrong. Yes. And we are sorry. Until that comes, those people, look, I am talking because I have a personal experience. I have an uncle. Every time he's traveling and gets to my community, when he gets to the Ozuako railway station, he stops, comes down, remove his shoes, put his bare foot on the ground. Then he will kneel down and put his face on the ground. By the time he's bringing his face up, he's crying. And he tells me, the day I asked him, Uncle, what's this thing you're always doing? He tells me, this is where all my soldiers were killed. He was there lying among the dead for 3 days. Why? Because the Nigerian army people camped around there and were dancing and eating. He had to lie among the dead until when they moved that he was able to stand up. He's still living. I won't call his name because people may know him. Now, this is a story that we were told, apart from our uncles, brothers, and sisters who were other child soldiers or who died in the course of the struggle. Dr. Mo, you know what the Igbos were doing? My uncle is going to be with the Lord now. He said that every morning they will count themselves 100, 50 in front, 50 behind. The only promise they make to their 50, the 50 behind is that if I die, make sure you get a gun. Make sure that I will not die for nothing. They are going to die quite all right, but make sure that you grab one of the gun. So he says to us, they go, the 50 is sacrificed, and the other 50 will struggle with their bare hands with people who gone to try and take their guns. Is that not what we should write? Shouldn't we be allowed to tell our own story? Is it a crime for the Igbos to tell our story because we're Igbos? And then when we say our story, people take offense for it? I don't understand it. And I think, like I say on most of the time on this channel, Chinua Achebe remains one of the prophets of our time because the only thing that connects Nigeria together, unites Nigeria, is the issue of an Igbo man. Once Igbo is mentioned, everybody, they are up in arms. You see, and then having said that, I mean, that's just to say that what is going on is not just surprising, it's not going to change. And worse will be coming ahead of the days to come. I don't have any, fear that what I'm saying will come to pass. But for General Gowan, I want to say, you see, instead of coming out, what he should have done, instead of going to pray for Nigeria, because the more he's praying, the more it's getting worse. What he should have done was to go and tell the truth. Because I grew up in the north. We sang a song in primary school. I will still sing it for you. I'm not going to sing it, the tune will sing it, but I will tell you what they say. That Ojukwu planned to destroy Nigeria. Gowan says Nigeria must be one. We are fighting to keep Nigeria one. We were told, I being Igbo, was told that it was Ojukwu who started the war. I was told that Ojukwu was full of pride. He didn't want to listen to Nigeria because he felt that he was a graduate, and Yakubu Gowan was not a graduate. So he said because he came from Oxford, why would somebody who didn't go to Oxford be his leader? All these were concocted and told us. Empty Imbu is my in-law. Empty Imbu that you just talked about. So I have people who otherwise played major role in the war that I know. The day I went to tell my sing this song, I was in primary school, I was singing the song in my house, and my father called me and said, who told you that it was Ojukwu who started the war? I said, that's what they taught us in school. That's how I got into understanding and following the Biafra story. And God helped me. I met Kalu Okpi. Most of you may have known the late Kalu Okpi of blessed memory. He wrote Coup. He wrote a lot of pesetas, all right? And he wrote part of the history of the war. I met with him one-on-one because of my interest. He still gave me he gave me Dogs of War, the big book that was written by Freddie Foxas. was given to me by Kalupui because of my interest in this subject. Having said that, why are we saying that we want part of the East to be part of Biafra? We could have taken our 5 states and gone and be happy with it. But the Nigerian system systematically kept cutting away, reducing the land mass of Biafra or Igbo land to a point that Igbos are in Kogi State, Igbos are in Benue State, Igbos are in Akwa Ibom, Igbos are in River State, Igbos are in Delta State, Igbos are even in part of Benin. So do we now say, okay, you know, those ones they have gone, let's just hold, okay, now give us 5 states, no Allah, I'm going to just hold the rest. Do we say that? Okay, if we don't say that, then it means that there's something that we, the Igbo people now, it is time for us to ask. What killed our father? What really killed our father? We should ask that question. We shouldn't be shy from asking it. That's the only way that we know that people are trained. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly go on and, you know, touch certain things. The struggle for control. It was not a struggle for control. Look, why would Ojukwu be struggling? He was already living a life of his dream. Struggling for who? Okay, that's one. So that is also another lie that they told us, that that's what happened. And people who was arguing here, I mean, I was disappointed that somebody said that Igbos went to Benin to kill. No, the reason, there's a man who led that move. The man's interview is out there for anybody who cares to know. He said that the reason why Ojukwu became so disappointed or had issues with Ifeanyi because he was not supposed to go into Benin. The target was Lagos.
Yep.
But for one reason or the other, he got to Benin and stopped. So it wasn't that if they even set out to go and even capture Benin. It's just because the man who led the listing was not, he wasn't willing to. I mean, okay, I don't want to use the word because all of them fought for a purpose. But some people say it was being disingenuous with what he was doing. He was playing both sides. Okay, so he stopped at Benin. All right, having said that, that thing is out there for anybody who cares to know. Bishop Kuka, I love Bishop Kuka. I've done a story in Bishop Kuka's church when his church was first bombed. It was one of the first churches that were bombed in Sokoto State. But I'm surprised that Bishop Kuka says there's nothing like Christian genocide in Nigeria. So since he said that, I became very skeptical about his truth, and it's now being relative or politically being correct. Now, having reviewed Gowon's book, I found him trying to be politically correct, not telling the truth as he knows, because I know that Bishop Kuka has more evidence of what happened during the Civil War, you know. And so it becomes dangerous when the leaders of our time will not even tell you the truth of what is happening. Okay? Now, we Igbos, I am surprised. Every other tribe can tell their story. Every other nation in Nigeria can say whatever they want to say. But we, even our leaders, Dr. Mo, even you're not allowed to tell the story the way it is. Somebody has to teach you. Yes, they have to teach, because you're Igbo. You don't know the ability. You don't have the ability to tell your story. So when you tell the story, they get annoyed and try to correct your story for you. Dr. Mo, we have people like you and many other scholars and well-read people, researchers, but they gave a Yoruba guy the BBC story to tell the Biafran story. Doesn't it tell a lot about what these people feel? The same BBC who said it's a Igbo coup, the same Igbo coup which Buhari said is not, and Babangida said it's not a Igbo coup, still they are insisting it must be Igbo coup. So I have given up on Nigeria. I'm just waiting. The sky is gathering. It's getting wet. Very soon, the rain will fall. Thank you so much. I have nothing else to say. I always enjoy you. I've been following and listening to you.
Except on Biafra.
Yes, except on that.
But by the way, just a correction. If you want to know what happened in Benin, read this.
Is it more than 10 minutes they are allowed to speak? Because I don't think I spoke 10 minutes.
He will tell you everything that happened in Benin. He was involved.
All right. Thank you, KJ.
Can I respond 30 seconds?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
He wants to read ChatGPT.
No, let forefathers respond.
All this anti-intellectual attitude is not helping.
Who is intellectual? You. So if they're counting intellectuals, you too.
We are hating ChatGPT. That's my point.
Excuse me, I'm gonna clock out.
See, my point is that
I'm gonna take my family to some place.
Okay, all right.
Guys, thank you so much. Keep it cool. We're not fighting. We'll be okay.
Good. Thank you. Yes. Nobody wants to fight.
All right, Mo, thank you so much. I really appreciate your help today.
Okay.
All right. So we're rounding up now. So I think I have Akwachi, Prince Akwachi. Will be
we all Dr. Mo Pamwine.
KJ, please stop now. And to Niger.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just
No. You were being so fussy, talking and all that stuff. You were all talking. But that's by the way. Listen, can I talk, please? It's not back and forth, please.
I was just trying to say 30 seconds. And
you've taken the 30 seconds. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying anything.
Okay, so thank you. Dr. Damages, good afternoon, and Kene, KJ, and others, good afternoon, guys. You know, the greatest disservice you can do to man is to tell the false story about them. When we talk about Asaba massacre, I can relate to it because it's my turn. As a matter of fact, the two people that are supposed to talk about it is TY, that's Tony, and myself. It's a disservice that Niger, I don't know where you're from. Are you from Edo State? I don't know where you're from. But you will come and tell us that whatever happened in Asaba was a reprisal. That's a lie from the bottom of, from the pit of hell. A reprisal. Dr. Damages, I sent you something
I did not say that.
Okay, wait a minute. There was a video. There was a video I sent to you, Dr. Damages, few months ago. I think that's about one of the chiefs in Asaba, in my town. Asaba is the main town where I come from, the village beside. And the man told the whole story. And not only did the man give the account, a first-class account, because he was there. My own father did tell us what happened. As a matter of fact, would I say that I'm happy that the war ended? Probably yes, because I would have been affected. I was born immediately after the war. And because of the war, my father could not come. He was working for PNT. The Nigerian people placed at Agbo, they couldn't allow him to come back to Asaba. And the day that he was coming was the day they heard the soldiers were coming, and the people organized themselves. They came with drums. They came with fanfare. Like, okay, these people are coming, let's entertain them. How can you tell me it's a reprisal that people who came to welcome them were being killed while they were dancing and singing? And they selected the men one side, the women the other side. It was the women that ended up covering the men. And some people escaped by whiskers. Even the late Asaba of Asaba would have been dead if not that one of the military guys, he knew one of the military guys who saw him and kind of like asked him to get to the side. And he was there, people were killed. So it pains me when people, when we come here and we talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Benin and Asaba were under, the same Bengal, Midwest, or whatever you call them at that time. And they could not cross the bridge to go and kill or do what they did, but people who were trying to welcome them, entertain them. The only word I have for Gowon is that he will not buy you. He will suffer until he buys. Today I can take you to Asaba and I will show you the memorial ground where the people were being buried. So when you talk about injustice, my town witnessed it. I don't like talking. As a matter of fact, it gets me emotional when I get to it, because I know some of the people, some of the victims. I know their kids and their grandkids, and people were being massacred just like that. And you tell me Nigeria will succeed? I'm just looking at you. Whatever comes out of it. But what I would not like is people coming here to twist the story. Please, if you don't know anything about Asaba massacre, leave us alone. It's not a reprisal. The same way Nigerian army tomorrow, the Lekki massacre, they will also, I thought they deny nothing happened. But tomorrow somebody will come up and say, "Oh, it was a reprisal. Some military men were killed. That's why they came there to buy orders." Please, let's be sensitive.
I actually said that to Nigeria and this Saxonia or whatever he calls himself. He actually made that statement.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's now denying.
Thank you, Prince Apache. Thank you, Kene. Thank you, everybody. I hope everybody had a chance to weigh in.
I had the chance to respond with 30 seconds even.
I will give you a chance, forefathers. I will give Chim.
Let me weigh in. Then I think I will give my time to. Let me just weigh in and then I'm off. So, Prince Akwachi, thank you for actually making it obvious and explaining it. They say there's a saying, it's an African saying, that it's those who wear the shoe that knows where it hurts, that know whether the shoe fits them or not. That is a general African proverb, and I will not dismiss what James said about his experience about people not being attacked when the people came in there. But at this, I'm not really impressed with what James did in terms of people observing a 1 minute silence. It was a simple thing, 1 minute silence, but there are people that passed. So because of the emotional trauma and indoctrination that has happened over the years since the Nigerian Civil War, it has been transferred to him unconsciously that, oh, don't talk about it. And it's very easy to dismiss. I want to also commend those who are non-Igbos from the South, South, and Southeast that actually agree with our cause and the pain that people have suffered. The same way, currently, that we as Nigerians are not from the southeastern part of Nigeria are not happy with the way children and teachers are being killed in Southwest, even though we don't agree with them all true. It is very, look, when people go through a lot, we need to align with them. You see, this issue of Biafra thing, we are not recovered. In fact, Nigeria is under a course right now. Why Rwanda is succeeding, even with all those generals, because they have to come to the knowledge of truth and face the reality head on and move forward. Unfortunately, we are not doing that. We want to always be dismissive. People will do all manner of terrible things. Look at the toll gate situation that happened in Lagos just 5 years ago. Do you know how many people cried watching that video? Do you know how many people lost faith in Nigeria simply because of the massacre that happened in toll gate, Lagos toll gate, even outlying Nigerian flag in the same Nigeria, but yet it has been dismissed. And then some people who were involved in that have You know, they are being rewarded today. They are leading Nigeria. They are talking as if everything is okay. Everything is not okay. And unfortunately, we have, I don't want to call anybody names, but we have a demonic first lady that happens to be insensitive with women and children in the same country. When Patience was crying about kidnapped ladies.
My name is Tinubu. It's demonic.
But the same woman is very, very insensitive. She doesn't give a damn what families, women and children are going through in their homes. And then they had the guts, the presidency had the guts to be celebrating with his grandchildren on Children's Day while other people are in the bush. And then we say we should dismiss it. We are not dismissing nothing. We are going to keep on discussing this thing till the right thing is done. We cannot. Everybody's not going to keep quiet for everyone to carry on with their wickedness. It's too much. Nobody is the same, but we cannot allow injustice in this mode to continue. Do you know how disgraceful it is as Nigeria being disgraced, even in African countries, and our story being discussed by non-Africans about the carnage, the level of humiliation and wickedness that children are facing in the bush, and we don't see we don't see any problem with that. And of course, why won't we cry for external help when our own security are not doing the needful? They're not doing the needful. We are compromised. At this point, we are clueless. And if we don't get this election right, I'm sorry to say, and if we don't discuss this, if we don't resolve this issue today, I am telling you that Nigeria is not going to succeed. Let us tell ourselves the truth. And we should care for one another, south, west, or whatever. Even when the issue of the killings, Fulani headsmen, clash, and everything was going on. Look, most of us are parents. Most of us have families. How will you people feel, any of you feel, if you hear that they have decimated your relatives? Is it a thing to enjoy? Is it a thing to be happy about? Sometimes we should have emotional empathy, you know? And dismissing this thing is not going to, nobody's going to dismiss nothing. But we have to face the music head on here. I'm going to stop here at this point.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. I hope you had enough time, because people accuse me of plotting to do a lot of things here. I don't even remember. Achim, you're next.
Okay, so I'm not going to take long. I'm not saying a lot. What I just want to say is, when it comes to certain subject matters, what is integrity is, if you don't know much about that, don't say what you don't know. There are people who come to this platform to spew things they do not know. They have not properly done a research or read about. It's ingenious of you to do it. Stop coming to score political points. You're playing with the lives of people. You can't live in Georgia and be telling people who have experienced in Nigeria what they've experienced, but you live in Georgia. Or like Prince Apache just rightly said now, you didn't go through it. You don't experience that, and now you'll be talking, you'll be mixing things, reprisal attack or no reprisal attack. You don't understand that subject matter. Integrity says, this is the much I know. Oh, I thought I was right. Unfortunately, I'm wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. People come here a lot to say things they don't know consistently, and it's annoying. And that's where we started earlier this morning, when a certain character, I don't want to mention his name so that he won't jump into the program, came here and was gaslighting everybody, which is why I said sometimes we need to stop people from pursuing or telling us fake news. It's not right. It doesn't show that you're intelligent. ChatGPT is not accurate source of everything. Please, those who think that it's academic program, it is not. Stop going to consult it for everything. You got ChatGPT. Who was there a proposal attack in Nigeria? Did you tell you yes or no? That's not correct. Please, I'm sorry. That's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll give everybody just a few minutes to round up. Dexter, you have not said anything in a while. You have anything to say, or should I move on? Dexter, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been listening in the background. I don't think going forward. I think maybe we have to start writing. We have to start writing the history ourselves. We have to start documenting some of the things we do here, and be able to piece out what truth is. And the truth is that there's no need denying. You know, when Nigerians deny what has happened, in the past. It just means that the country doesn't move forward. That's the plain truth. And I think we'll do our generations to come a good service if we can just outline what the truth is, and people take the fall for what they have done. That's the truth. One of the things we have in Nigeria is that there's no consequences. We're a country where there's no consequences. And unfortunately, you have people who have grown up with this idea, and they can't see that it's what is ruining the country. Some of us want Nigeria to become a world power, have ballistic missiles, have all kinds of weapons, but we cannot accept what is the simple truth and fact of things. There are things that are happening, and we can't really see that this is what has happened. People were killed, people were massacred for no reason. Because the truth about it, if you ask anybody, what's the purpose of the war? It was just about resources. That's the plain truth. It's about resources. The same way some of us believe that the US want to come and attack Nigeria. How come that is so true? Oh, the US want to bomb Nigeria because of resources. Who supplied all the planes? And there's a question I always ask. Nigeria was able to stop a civil war in 3 years. Boko Haram has been going on for almost 15 years. Nigeria can't stop it. Who flew the planes? It's well known that Nigeria didn't have skilled pilots. The officers in Nigeria Army, they were largely Igbos. So Nigeria didn't have pilots. They didn't have pilots that fly planes. It was pilots that came from Egypt. Russia was offering to send ammunition to Nigeria, so the British had to send their ammunition. So another thing is, I see Nigerians that come and speak against imperialism, try to slate the Western world for all kinds of crimes, which, yes, they're justified, but yet they are happy to receive, they're still happy to patronize the Western system that was created. One of the sad parts of not achieving Biafra, it's not about the division of Nigeria or not, but one of the sad parts of not achieving Biafra was that the African nation was an African deciding to be a nation. And what we don't realize, for us that always talk about the imperialists, was that Biafra would have been a milestone achievement for Africa, because that was Africans deciding for themselves, this is what they want, without the West. Because the Biafra was not a Western agenda. Biafra was not some people in the West sitting down and drawing a map. Biafra was not some people saying, okay, we have integrated this place. No. Biafra was an African person saying, we want this for ourselves. And that we didn't achieve it should just prove to the West that we are not ready as Africans. Because imagine if Biafra was achieved, that means that an African body could say, there would have been so much dignity among them. Because that was a decision by Africans outside Western powers. But what happened? Of course, our brothers, like forefathers always say, went to betray their own brothers who wanted to be a country. What is wrong if their brothers say they want to be a country? What is wrong if your brother said, I want to be a country of my own? What is wrong? But of course, we went back and went to do the work of our paymasters that decided on how we should be together. And then we have some of us here that are propagating the narrative of what you call the enslavers. The foundation of the enslavers, you double down on it, but then you still want to condemn the enslavers. That double-mindedness. As much as we want to have a big one Nigeria, okay, fine. But if some people of their own volition came out and said, no, this is not working for us, without Western influence, for those of us that always say, oh, the West want to control us. So how come you now succumb to the West control to keep your brothers together, and even after you kept them together? There's this picture a friend of mine sent to me recently. So a farmer takes a pig and throws it into a well. Okay, then he sends all the rats, because they want to eat the dead pig. They jump into the well to eat the dead pig. They start eating. There's enough food for all of them, but they don't realize that they have gone into a well that they cannot come out from. So when they finish consuming the pig, and there's no food again for them, what happens to them? At first, maybe for the first 2 days, they will be okay. On the third day, they start getting aggressive between each other. It now becomes a survival for the fittest. They fight each other till maybe only 2 are left. That same farmer comes in and brings out the 2 rats that have survived. But what has he taught them? He has taught them to fight. He has put bloodshed into them. That rat is no more a normal rat. He will see his fellow rat as his competitor that he should kill, fight. He takes that same rat and puts it back into a community of rats. What does that rat do? It goes and starts disrupting, fighting its own kind. That is what has been done to Africans. And you can see it happening in South Africa. You can see it happening in Nigeria. Whereby you don't realize that the same person that you are seeing as an African is not your enemy. But you will fight them because of their own ideology. What is wrong? What is wrong if somebody has a different ideology from you? I say, I don't think I want to stay here with you anymore. What is wrong? Well, why must you force him to be with you? Why? If your wife says, okay, I'm tired, please. Why do you have to force her? Why do you have to put her in bondage? And so this is, when they say emancipate your minds, our minds are not emancipated. And we double down on it. And it just shows, that's why, look, till today, when decisions in the world are being discussed, Africans are not considered. We are not, even in the making of cars, there's no spec for Africa. In technology, there's no spec. There's nothing like specking for Africa. What we get is the remnant. That is the truth. And why? It's because of us, because of the way that we don't want to promote our own ingenuity. You see an ingenuity by other Africans that want to kill it. We can copy. We want to copy. But promote our own ingenuity, no. For what reason? And so when I listen to some of us here, it just saddens me, because it just shows that we have not been educated properly. That's the truth. We have not been educated properly. The bloodshed that was, look, the people of Nigeria need to pay, they need to be apologizing. They need to tell you what carnage, what was the essence of the bloodshed? And if people cannot see that, you should sit down and apologize to these people and say, look, we did wrong. Even in the Western world, the European world, we see them apologizing for what they've done in the past. Well, no, we don't want to accept it. We want to, oh, it was this person, oh, it was this people, like, what? Come on, rubbish. We are so blood-sucking. And it is, like I said, that it's not everybody will get it. Since we don't want to learn, it will get to everybody. People like Gowon, his village has been overrun. Danjuma, all of them. That's the truth. That's the truth. And so if we don't sit down and have a retrospection and decide to learn, especially for some of us, but the bad thing is that some of us have become 45 years old, 50 years old, and the what has been put, the memory that has been put into our hardware is just horrible. The information is horrible. So we need to unlearn. It's not even we have to unlearn. Many people have to unlearn and relearn. Well, are we ready for that? I don't think many of us are ready for that. So I think the most important thing, education is important, but it's the right education, and we need to target the next generation. Because imagine what a child that is coming. Well, they don't promote reading in schools anymore. We as people that know these things, we need to start promoting active education, for the next generation, because we don't want the next generation of young people coming up to speak like some of us speak here. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dexter.
And go on, they are paying the price already. That's why he's a refugee in Nigeria.
All right. Let me hear from forefathers, and then I will bring in AY. I have to close the show, and there will be another show.
Right, you took me out and you brought me back. Then you took me out, then you brought me back just to say nothing. Eh?
I'm not the one doing all those things. I'll come to you. Forefathers.
Thank you.
So, you decided to close the show with negative energies, 2 negative energies. Oh God. But it's okay.
You want to be the third. Eh?
You have been yabbing me on this one. You don't want me to say anything you don't agree with. So, but I never said anything about reprisal attacks. My own issue with the discussion is we like to minimize when it's not on our side. And this is what resulted in Azekataka Borough trying to secede in the first place, because he was blaming the southeast. The southeast is blaming this side. The other side is blaming. Why do we do this? And we are really weird people. I'm telling you, I think, hold on, let me finish. We are really weird people, because I think those people are literally against the creator. People that do those things, because you are looking at reality and denying it. It's evil. Because I actually believe that something that is happening in the real world, you have to see it. And if you refuse not to see it, you might as well be serving Satan. Because what you are doing is basically distorting reality that leads to problems all the time. It's just evil. How can you see something happening in life and you deny it that it happened? You minimize one side and it didn't happen there. Maybe what James is talking about was the first entry of the Biafrans into this thing, because they met very little resistance. The governor ran out of Benin City, it disappeared. But there was a lot of fighting, there was a lot of bloodshed. As a matter of fact, Mike from the other, from somebody from, I think, Ondo State or something, he was complaining, he talked about his own family members that lost their lives. That's one of the biggest guys. He comes online, every time he's ranting against Southeasterners because of this anger he has towards them, because of what happened to his family. And we pretend as if we don't know this is happening and minimize one side. To me, anybody that does wrong, condemn both sides. Because what are they doing? They are taking the lives of fellow Nigerians and fellow, even if they are not from your tribe, they are still taking lives of people. And my own argument was about, we should prioritize the people that their lives are on the line today. There are some of them that are actually kidnapped right now, that are begging for their lives. I just saw a video of that today. There are some people that are going to lose their life in the coming days. There are some people that are going to lose their life in a year's time. And the ones that may even lose their life in a greater number in the medium-term future, if we don't plan for it now. How is it that I don't say you don't have to discuss these type of issues, because it's an important issue. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the pain the Southeasterners feel is not real, because it is real. And I think it should be addressed. But this idea that the nation will not go forward until we talk about these things, that is dangerous language to use, because most of the world goes on after fighting civil war without even addressing it at all. Most of the world, I'm telling you. And according to Anele Chuku, I do like his submission to an extent. But what he said about the museum, the Holocaust Museum, my comment, the moment you mention anything to do with that, YouTube guy takes it off. So much for freedom of speech. But point is that the people that built that Holocaust Museum were the winners of the war. That is what you have to understand. In history, when the winners of the war win, they decide what happens. That is the nature.
Who were the winners?
The West won the war now. What do you think? You think if Hitler won that war, he will be building Holocaust Museum?
There is Holocaust Museum in Germany. There's Holocaust Museum in Germany. The Germans built it.
The Germans have built it.
Stop lying, man. Please.
Hold on. The Germans that built it. Hold on. The Germans that built it were in control of the Western powers. As a matter of fact, their soldiers are still there till today. Making sure the Germans stay in line. So why are we pretending as if we don't know these things? Hold on.
You're mixing it up. You're mixing it up.
Now you don't want to let me speak.
You said the wrong thing.
He's saying the wrong thing, man.
Saying the wrong thing.
No, it's a wrong thing. It's a fact.
No,
it is not fact. It's a lie.
Let me introduce the counterfactual then.
No,
but he's right. He's right.
You said Germany was in control. You said Germany was in control of the Western states, which is wrong.
Germany is Germany not allowed to
say America was in control?
No, it means they are in the control of the West. Is what he means. That's what he means.
Jesus Christ! How can you not know? Okay, my point is that if Hitler had won the war, do you think Hitler would be building museum? That's how you know what I'm saying. So the point is that the side that wins determines history. And what is happening now in Nigeria, I'm telling you, is not unusual. For you to say, this is where I'm going to bury my line, I'm going to draw my line until this issue is solved, I consider it extremely dangerous, because that is not how other nations are forged. You have to focus on the problems that you face now and the future, because whatever happened in the past is in the past. Yes, you should deal with it.
We should just keep quiet and allow Nigeria to present the history for us. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
So what are you saying? You're contradicting yourself left, right, and center.
I just said you should not say that is where you draw the line on until this issue is solved. Let the kidnappers get away. Let our future be mortgaged away. That is not what you should do.
It's wrong.
That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, guys.
That is all I am saying. You're acting as if I'm opposing you from talking like KJ was who is saying Biafra should not speak.
Are you talking about your second future to be mortgaged because your
right
first future has been mortgaged already?
I'm not stopping you from speaking it, but I'm sick of people that say that without discussing this, nothing in the country should work. That is awful thing to do.
Okay.
But
nothing is working.
Hold on, Kene. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. So I'm rounding up. But forefathers, who are these people who are saying this? And where are they saying
KJ, Kene, who else? I'm naming them.
Let's say KJ and Kene and whoever, they are doing this on this program on Saturdays and Sunday. Is that what is stopping the nation from moving forward?
No.
So
but it's the same mentality.
Hold on. Why are you interpreting it as this is something stopping Nigeria from moving forward? In fact, if we don't do, hold on for fathers. If we don't do this show for 2 years, would that mean that Nigeria will now move forward because Kene and KJ are not stopping Nigeria from? I don't understand how we extrapolate these things.
Okay.
If you say, hold on, forefather. If you say that they are disrupting our conversation because we want to talk about how to build nuclear energy, and KJ and Kene are always bringing it back to Biafra, I will even listen to you. But it's not what is happening here. We have different discussions here every day, every weekend. How is that extrapolated to mean that moving Nigeria forward? Because that's what I keep hearing. I don't know how we take what we do here to mean.
You want me to explain it, or you're asking?
Yeah. Okay, do that. Yeah.
So the reason why how that is affects everything else is because that informs their opinion on every other issue. Because they go on to say until this issue is addressed, the marginalization is addressed, they will keep saying that the state is not going to work. They will badmouth the country. They will say the Northerners are their enemies. You can see how it ties into everything. It ties into their opinion on everything.
Okay.
If KJ talks, there's no time he talks, he doesn't go back to this issue. You know that.
Thank you. So let's say that's true. That's what you just said is true. How much is Kene controlling what's happening in Nigeria? How much is KJ controlling what is happening in Nigeria?
That's a very solid question. The opinion is not held by only them. It's held by a lot of people, and it is poisonous.
Okay.
For our future.
So you're not poisonous. You're not poisonous.
Wait.
Stop it. Let's narrow it down today. It's poisonous. Akene is infecting people. KJ is infecting people every day. We have 200 and something people watching. Hello, everybody. Kene will end up today infecting 250 people. And next week, he will do the same thing. And this virus is spreading. And you are on the other side because you want Nigeria to work. You have no answer to whatever Kene is presenting. You're only complaining that Kene is infecting people. Kene is saying, do this for me, this is why I'm not happy, this is why I'm holding this position. You're not doing those things.
But I'm surprised you're actually betraying a bias there, because that's not what I'm doing. I'm actually explaining that what he is saying is inaccurate, because realities indicates that most nations don't focus on these topics.
No, I know.
Saying that this is where they draw a line. Because you are saying I'm just blaming them. No, I'm not blaming them. I'm saying the idea of thinking like this.
Those nations that you are talking about, they did the right thing. They did what they're supposed to do. They pay reparations. Germany paid reparations twice. Japan paid reparation. US paid reparation. Canada paid reparation. Australia paid reparation. UK paid. Libya paid.
So you want to pay reparation to Nigeria? Do you want to pay reparation to Nigeria? Is that what you're saying?
Nigeria should pay to Biafra by starting with.
Do you know they defeated Germany? They defeated Germany, and Germany still has to pay.
You have an opinion, but you don't want to correct your opinion.
Germany lost a war. Germany paid. Do you want to pay to Nigeria?
It makes no sense.
All right.
Germany lost a war, and Germany paid reparation. Do you want to pay to Nigeria? Is that what you're saying?
You see,
You are from Ikwere. You are an Igbo man. You are from Ikwere, and you are Biafra.
That's what I'm telling you. If you are doing it, I will agree with you.
Rudolph, you see what I just said a few minutes ago.
You must be part of Biafra as an Ikwere man. You must.
What unites
an accurate argument.
I will agree
with you.
I want to know from AY and Jagon, and then we close.
But he mentioned my name. I'm trying to respond.
Hold on, KJ. Not now. I have to go somehow today. It's getting to 6 hours. I shouldn't be. I spent like 4 hours before you guys come in.
That's true.
so I'm not sure you guys know that. So okay, let me hear from AY first, and then Jagon. AY. AY is trying to figure out which one is mute and unmute. Let's wait for him.
Bushman. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what internet.
Come on, man. What is going on with your mute button?
He said Bushman.
You need to renew your mind. Dr. Dameji, you need to protect the minority. You see, don't let these people.
Are you minority? I don't know.
Well, don't let these people turn your channel to. Don't let people call your channel like Igbo channel. It's not gonna be good. That's why we come here.
No, that's gaslighting there.
Hold on. So
why call it Igbo channel? It doesn't matter. Call it Igbo channel. Call it Igbo channel. Call it blackmailer. Call it so.
Why are you allowed to be just saying? Let him speak now.
Let AY speak.
Call it Igbo channel.
Let AY speak, please. Okay,
it's my turn. So you see, we have to be careful of the danger of a single story. I know when we are discussing this topic, it's a lot of emotions. People don't want to be objective. Why I stay away from this story is
you didn't stay away.
Hey! Come on.
You should have stayed away.
Anybody that interject me. So the killing, the massacre, I'm completely, totally against it. Those that are telling the Southeastern how to mourn, I also disagree with them. Let people mourn. Let them have a Biafra Day. I don't see anything wrong. People are passing through pain. This is one. The Asaba massacre, there is no justification for having that discussion, for killing people in that manner. I disagree. But one thing that you don't get to hear on this issue when people are discussing it, nobody blame Ojukwu. Ojukwu should be blamed. Both Ojukwu and Gawan, both of them, they were supposed to be held accountable for this killing that happened, this civil war. This is the honest truth. Ojukwu is not innocent. Both of them, they were both power drunk. If you want to tell yourself the truth, you know this. Because I asked Mr. Mo a question. I said, just less than a year, Ojukwu Adagwe Rossi stopped Adakaboro from declaring Niger Delta Republic. And in less than a year, you are doing the same thing. Then you throw the nation into war.
How many Niger Delta Republic members were killed in the north?
Hold on. These people, don't forget, Ojukwu and Gawan, they were both young, just like somebody alluded. They were young. They were in their 30s, early 30s. So I think they were just power drunk, power hungry guys, young men. Then the other thing, what Forefather is also saying is also correct. Forefather is saying it's not only Igbo people that died. Why don't you acknowledge it? That other people also died. Yeah, we know majorly Igbo people died. This is the truth. But other people also suffered. So we need to list it to ourselves. That's why I'm saying we need to be careful of danger of single story. No matter how you want to discuss it, you have to recognize there were other people that suffered. Then the other thing is, Mr. Anelechuku, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, you were saying
Biafra were passing through Benin. If you go back and study that history, that's not true. They even invaded the CBN in Benin. So what with the question to you ask yourself, what were they doing in the Midwest? Midwest was not even part of Southeast, the old Southeast. It was not part of Biafra. Okay, if your conclusion is they were passing through Benin to Lagos, to do what in the Southwest? Was Southwest part of Biafra? So these are questions we need to ask ourselves. See, for me, is basically live and let's live. If Igbo want a Biafra that does not cut across the 5 eastern states, I will carry flag and support the Biafra. If Yoruba want 6 states that does not cut across Southwest, I will support the Yoruba. What I don't support is, don't come because Igbo occupy less than 1% of land in Edo, you will tell them Edo is part of Biafra. It doesn't even make sense. Somebody is talking, we are educated, we got the wrong education. How do you arrive at that conclusion? What is the logic? It's dumb. Because Igbo live in Delta, you claim Delta is not Igbo. No, it doesn't make sense. It's not about, oh, you hate Igbo, when people speak like it. We should not be speaking like it. Also respect people. South is not part of Biafra. If you are the old Biafra people are calling that Southeast, the old Southeast was a creation of British.
Which South are you talking about?
Hey, hold on. How do you discard Nigeria is a creation of, it's a British creation, but you want the Southeast. Southeast, the old Southeast was British construct. Why don't you discard it? So if you want to break down Nigeria, break Nigeria down. For me, the easiest way to break Nigeria down, Igbo go, Yoruba go, Hausa Fulani go, let the minority in the north have their space, let minority in the south have their space. Simple. Quite easily done. So this is it. So if we know we want to live as one Nigeria, let's live as one Nigeria. I love ourselves. I work together. But if we don't want to live, let's also do justice. Let everybody, have their own country or have their whole region. Sincerely, I start with Aburi Accord. I'm completely in support of Aburi Accord. What I don't support in Aburi Accord, the only thing, no regional military. Because regional military, you are going to create a bigger problem. But if you say Aburi Accord that evolve resource control, I'm 100% with it. 100%. So we need to look for, if we want justice, we need to actually we can't select our pick. We have to, start correct. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Dr. Damage, yeah, let me respond to him. Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Because 30 seconds. AY, right? The justice here is that the Igbo states, those Igbo communities in your so-called South must be taken away, and that boundary must be adjusted. When the boundary is properly adjusted, you can have your South and go. Then we can keep our Biafra as Igbos. The middle belt can go. You're talking about Adakaboro. Who is Adakaboro to try to create Niger Delta Republic?
Can you see? If somebody not tell you it's Sojuku that tried to create
Biafra Republic. Listen, let me finish. With Igbos,
this is what I'm talking about.
Forcing indigenous Igbos in Niger Delta Republic. How dare you support that kind of a thing? How would they feel if Ojukwu should go to Middle Belt today, then and try to create Middle Belt Republic?
Okay. From what you are saying,
sense to you?
For example,
was there a war? Was there any? Now, hold on. Let me ask you, because you're trying to make comparison now. You're trying to make comparison. AY, when you were talking, I listened to you. Can you listen to me? AY, can you listen to me?
They are just against God. They are
literally against. Was there any Niger Delta Republic, a person that was killed in the north, and their dead body put in the train and brought back for them, to them? That was what the Igbos passed through. That was what necessitated that war.
All right. Can I thank you? This is the thing, you say it all the time, and you say 30 seconds, and then it ends up.
Yeah, but he interjected. He couldn't allow me to finish, right?
Chim, go ahead.
Okay, so AY, first and foremost, there are remote causes for the Nigerian civil war. One of those remote causes is, first and foremost, what happened in the Southwest. People always forget Nigeria was going on, every region was minding its business, and then there was crisis in the Southwest that the federal government of Nigeria intervened in because they had an interest. And then there was a premier in the East who said, hold on, if my counterpart in the Southwest is now being surrounded by the federal government using federal might to get influence in their election. Remember, elections were a bit independent. Each region did its own elections, and then the federal election will hold. And then the federal government of Nigeria under MPC wanted to influence who would become the premier of the Southwest so that they could remove the guy who was a thorn in their flesh, all that wallow. It was all of these things that spiraled. They now accused the man of plotting a coup. People don't seem to remember that there was what they called an Awo coup. That was why he was accused of treason and put in jail. That's one. Two, after the 1966 coup, there was so-called reprisal. Igbo women fleeing. Their northern brothers said, okay, listen, when he was going on, leave, go back to your place. They didn't die in Kano. Nobody killed them in Kano. They didn't die in all those places. Guess where they came and started dying? Makurdi, Benue. People's pregnant women, their stomachs were opened. Did you ever know that? Kids, unborn children were torn apart from their mothers' bellies. These are facts that happened. Now, secondly, when we talk about Biafra, everybody says Biafra, and the next word that comes in people's mouth is Igbo. Dr. Mo said it here. I've always argued this, which is why he said that the Biafra of 1967 to 1970 cannot be achieved the way it was anymore. Meaning, people from rivers who don't want to be part of Biafra is their choice now. People from Ogoja, Cross River, Akwa Ibom is their choice now. However, when you are talking of Biafra, Biafra was not an Igbo thing. It was Southeasterners. Because the Southeasterners that were killed outside of Igbos, Cross River people, and listen, till today, if you live in Lagos, the moment your name is even Efosa, Midwest, Benin, the average Yoruba man calls you what? Omoyibo.
Simple.
Sometimes people come and they forget these things. Today, as I'm talking to you now, go inside market in Lagos and let somebody ask you, what will be your name? And you say your name is Efe. Omoyibo. But you know that same Efe is funny when he wants to go against Igbo. He will remember that they called him Igbo in Yoruba land. That's the thing I always laugh about. Why I'm trying to make this correction is because when they say Nigeria Biafra Civil War, please, what does that tell you? Any part of that country that was not part of Biafra is part of where? Nigeria. So which means that Benin you're talking about was a Nigerian territory. I don't know so much about, the people going in there and going to do whatever they did. But once you cross Asaba during that civil war, you're in Nigeria. So to come here and tell me that Benin, I've heard several people say that the Midwest was even what was the word? Was neutral. No. You were either fighting on the Biafran side or you were fighting on the Nigerian side. It has to be one of the other. It had to be one of the other. All this absolving is people trying to be politically smart.
No, you are right. Somebody denied that Benin was not invaded. That was my question.
No, he's not right. The Midwest, the way the regions were structured,
can I land on my
quasi-independent?
Please, can I land on my thoughts? Please, this is the last comment I'm going to make. The point I'm trying to say is this: when Brigadier General Ogbomudia was fighting, he was fighting on the Nigerian side. There might have been one or two people on the other side who chose to fight for the Biafran side, like Tunde Banjo and co. But the point is, if you were not on the Biafran side, you were on the Nigerian side, so you will be a casualty. Plain and simple. That's all I just wanted to say. Let's correct ourselves and give
All right,
ourselves.
so let's correct ourselves. The way Nigeria was structured, the regions were quasi-independent. If you don't understand Nigeria, let me explain it to you now. So there was a semblance of independence. There was a semblance of I'm making my point. If you keep quiet and stop jumping around and screaming like a banshee, I will get to my point. So the Nigerian, I did not interject. I interjected AY. Please, I'm not. So Nigeria, the way Nigeria was structured, I'm not going to play the games. So the way Nigeria was structured, they were quasi-independent. So in a situation where there was a military action, each region could decide not to participate. This is why the cessation clause was an issue in Nigeria. When Nigeria declared a police action, the Midwest chose not to participate through its administrator. And the Midwest said, we're not getting involved in this war. So, and Lagos itself too was not going to get involved. So basically, the war was going to be between the North and the Eastern region. Of course, with all the
how is possible?
So who was Nigeria? Who was Nigeria?
No, the war was between the North and the South.
The war was between the North. You guys do not even understand.
Very funny character.
Thank you, guys.
There were betrayals
Thank you,
from the
everybody.
South.
Thank you, everybody. Jagun, I think I was unfortunate we won't get to you today.
Will get to me. Will get to me.
I want
because you see all these people that went in and interrupted you. You didn't question them. Who were the people that have to be called? Bro.
I want to appreciate everybody.
Wow.
Please give Jago 1 minute, please.
Easy mercy, pasivo.
I forgot that he came in. Jagun, you have a floor.
Thank you for that. You see, today's conversation, I thought it would have panned out slightly differently. When it was brought to my attention today in this show that today is Biafra Day, or was it the day of the end of the war? And again, as I said, it's something I learned about. And then, you know, I felt some sombrieties, somberness came over. This is a day to be looked at in some level of an appreciable way of what still exists in Nigeria, part of what Nigeria has gone through in the devastation of war. And we that have any memory or understanding of what took place there, I understand what war is.
No.
If I can finish. Am I being heard?
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And in this, I didn't feel it would necessarily turn into a bit of a tear up here and there. And I think that there are certain individuals, they don't need to be named, that will come in and cause, I don't know if it's enmity or argument. I didn't think it was one of those days. That's not the way I felt it should be handled, given the fact of the type of day it was. I think those who understood some history and were looking at the deaths that took place during that war and the horror of what took place in the East. Imagine somebody saying more people died of starvation than any bullet. That's a deep thought. It's a deep thought that is to be given some level of respect and calmness. I don't know why we always have to get into arguments like it's something to win, draw, or lose all the time. It can't always be about that. There are still people that have deep feelings that they want Nigeria to be broken up. There are still those who believe that Nigeria can still be a magnificent country. And either is possible at the end of the day. But I don't think we read the room. I don't think we're any different than the leaders that come out for us. I think we're sometimes even worse. I think we don't know how to think about Nigeria in terms of love and real positivity. I don't think we really believe in Nigeria in that way. Today was a day where sobriety, being somber for a bit, just for a while, in the mess that we know Nigeria is. Nigeria's a shithole, man. It's a shithole. And we have shithole people for leaders, and we have shithole thinkers. That is the melee that we're inside, whether we like it or not. And when I look at it, and we have a day for people have died for this nation, for reason or no reason. People continue to die in all of our families on this platform. I bet you we can share a personal story of a useless death within our families. There's not one of us that won't be able to stand up and talk their own. Yet, when we have felt all this pain as individuals, we now will behave as though we have no pain, or we don't understand what pain is, or we can't give kudos or whatever it might be, some level of supplement to those who are in pain. I mean, the way we behave at times, man, I just look at it and look and look and look. And I feel, man, we're children in this world. We behave like kids. We don't really behave like adults who have an understanding of their own life experience. I mean, I'm 50 odd years old, man. I've seen life. I've seen it in its most crucial formats. I knew what death smelled like before I was 4 years old. I knew the smell of death. I wonder about us a lot. I worry about who are we? All we want to do is bring our chest out. Is that it? Is that all that you're going to accomplish in life? I'm a big man. You can't talk to me like that. No. Who the fuck are you? Excuse me, but I'm disappointed. Who are you? You ain't no one to me. Not to me, you're not. Who are you, Star? You have no understanding of my life. Respect is not always earned. Sometimes it is just given. Why? Because we ourselves need that same respect. Because we have that same we are flesh and blood. That's what we're made of. And if we're not offering ourselves that basic one, then for real, we might as well just break up as a country. If we can't offer ourselves what it is to be human. And I'll end it there. I'll just give kudos to what the day is supposed to mean. And I too, like Kenny himself mentioned, that, real kudos to those who died. We remember who you are. We remember what you died for. And it's this crazy country called Nigeria that you died for. It is left to us to know whether or not we continue with this country or we don't. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jagon, for giving us a wonderful closure to this. I really thank everybody that watched today's show, and those that participated, those behind the scene who were helping me, sending me videos and everything, those that worked on the show. Remember, tomorrow we have 90 Minutes Africa with Dr. Franklin Lebonweze. I want to thank those that supported us today. Igbo Basics, AY, Dr. Gomez, Tulata, Guy, Oriako Tobe, Oscar Blacko. Thank you, everybody. I will end on this note. I hope it's something I hear when all of you talk and we discuss some of the things we do here. There's something I wish that we should all look into, which is, thank you, Ade, which is that we should look up ideas about what they call moral equivalence. We do that a lot. And the other issue is when you think about war, it's very easy for us to throw around war. We will fight. If we have to fight, we'll fight. War is not funny. It's not a fun. Bad things happen. It doesn't matter how, even with precision weapons, you see what happened in Iran. Bad things happen, unintended consequences. It should be the last resort. I'm not like a pacifist. There are things that there shouldn't be war. I'm not looking for war. I don't want war. But when we push that as an option, we should also be aware that bad things happen. But the most important thing when I listen, I put together all that I heard from you guys is that moral equivalence, we throw it around, and it's part of the reason why the world is the way it is. But we should reduce this expectation, that we should end the argument, that we should end the conversation. We have the answer to the solution today. Now, we don't. 200 years from now, they will be discussing this thing that we discussed today. What caused the war? Or should it have been done in a different way? And again, remember, these people we were talking about, someone mentioned it here, Ojuku, Nzobo, they were young. They were younger than almost all of us here, I think, by my own estimation. The question we should ask ourselves is, what have we done? What have we done ourselves? We're talking about people who did these things 60 years ago, 50 years ago, when they were younger than all of us. What have we done? How did we contribute to correct what probably they did wrong? We are eager to judge them and dismiss them, their failures. And remember, they were limited knowledge. Apart from being young, when you read the action they took, I won't take those kind of actions. Some people will leave Lagos and they don't know what's happening at the other end. They don't know who is there. They're trying to escape. I mean, it's horrible. It's so primitive when you think about it today. We live in a sophisticated society, but we are not contributing. We are not helping. We are just criticizing, calling them names, and then what? I read a book when I was in primary school. It's called Eze Goes to School. I think it was in my year one. I think there's a version of it in every part of the country. Ali Goes to School. I read Eze Goes to School. And the question...
Who's that?
And the question I keep asking people who read that book with me is, and then what? And then what? We are the Eze that went to school. If you remember that story, it's the same story. I think it's in Ken Wonko and Samuel Crowder, something like that. I think they wrote that book. Eze goes to school, and then what?
1 week, one trouble.
It's been 60 years Eze went to school, and then what?
1 week, one trouble.
We are the Ezes that went to school, and then what?
1 week, one trouble.
Our concern. All right, on that note, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jagun, for being here. Thank you.
Only talk. We have no action. Nothing.
Thank you, Kene. Thank you, Kene, for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Davidis.
Thank you, Anneliese. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Saxonia. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Ify. I still see you. Thank you, everybody. Forefathers.
Thank you, Jago. Thank you, Chim.
I will see you guys tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. Please, if you can keep a date with us, it will be interesting. Again, good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Hello?